There were four men in the bank lobby who were going to kill everyone in the building, and I was the only person in Sanyuan City who knew it. I knew it because they were sitting wrong. Four guys, spread out, different chairs, casual clothes, all patient in a way nobody is patient at a bank. Ordinary people fidget. Ordinary people check their phones and sigh at the ticket number. These four sat like men waiting for a bus that was definitely coming. 8 years in a frozen world teaches you what a killer looks like from behind. It also teaches you that in a peaceful country, in the safest city in Ximing on a Tuesday morning, nobody should look like that. And I was in the VIP room with 60 gold bars laid out on the counter in front of me. 25 million yuan, every coin I had. My whole life converted into shiny yellow bricks, arranged in neat rows like the world's most expensive chocolate bar. The account manager was still counting them, taking her time, because the longer she counted, the longer she got to look at me. Her name tag said Song Li Hua. Her expression said she had just calculated her commission, and it came to 2 months of salary. I leaned toward the glass and kept my voice down. Stop, I'm not buying today. She thought she misheard me. That's fair. That is a genuinely insane sentence to say to 60 gold bars. Sir, the transaction has already gone through. If you want a refund, there will be processing fees, service fees, buyback loss. Refund. Put them away. Now. Her face went a color I would describe as bruised plum. She did not put them away. She started explaining the fee structure to me. There is a special kind of person who, when told a building is on fire, responds by reading you the terms and conditions of the sprinkler system. Song Li Hua was that person. Out of the corner of my eye, one of the four stood up, buzz cut, black jacket, 30 or so, forgettable face, and eyes that had watched people die and found it interesting. He walked toward the VIP room like a man who had decided the waiting portion of his morning was over. Put the gold away, I said, or you're going to be personally responsible for what happens next. Song Li Hua drew herself up. Mr. Chen, these bars are on my counter. If they were stolen, that would be the bank's liability. Please stop changing the subject. And that, right there, was the single most useful sentence anyone said to me that year. I want to be very clear about what happened in my head in the next half second, because it was not fear. It was arithmetic. If the gold was on her counter when it walked out the door, the bank ate the loss. The bank would owe me 60 kilograms of gold, which meant that if the robbers took this gold and I later took it back from the robbers, I would end up holding 120 kilograms of gold instead of 60. And then I could double that. I sat back in my chair and said very calmly, so if it's stolen right now, it isn't mine. She didn't answer because the security guard reached the buzzcut man and asked him politely to queue in the lobby. And the buzzcut man said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," and put a pistol against his stomach and pulled the trigger. The bang was smaller than it should have been. Movies lie about that. What is not small is the sound a grown man makes when he sits down on a marble floor and discovers his uniform is filling up. Then 3 more guns came out at once, and the lobby stopped being a lobby. I did what any reasonable citizen would do. I got on the floor, put my hands over my head, and crawled into the corner like a coward. If you ever want to know my personal combat philosophy, here it is. Fight if you can win. Run if you can't. And if you can't run, get small and wait. 4 guns, me, 0 guns. Stepping up would not have been brave. It would have been a really elaborate way to commit suicide in front of a frosted glass partition. So I sat in my corner and watched the man with the buzz cut shoot the door of the VIP room open and start screaming at Song Li Hua to hand over the gold. Behind bulletproof glass, she was safe. She knew she was safe. She started sliding the bars back into the safe, hands shaking, doing exactly what her training told her to do, and for about 4 seconds she was going to win. Then one of them dragged a bank employee out from behind the counter, put a barrel against his skull, and said he'd start taking pieces off in 10 seconds. The gold went out the window slot 1 bar at a time. 60 kilos. It doesn't sound like much until you watch a grown man struggle to lift the bag. And while he struggled, I sat in my corner and thought about something that was bothering me a lot more than the guns. Banks don't keep much gold on the counter. Most of it sits in the vault. Robbing a bank branch for its counter gold is the single stupidest risk-to-reward ratio in professional crime. So why were four armed men on a random Tuesday in the safest city in the country standing in this exact building on the exact morning that some 19-year-old idiot decided to buy 25 million in bullion? I looked at Song Lihua's trembling hands and felt something very cold arrive behind my eyes. Somebody talked. Then the buzzcut man noticed my suitcase. Of course he did. I'd bought a nice black case with a combination lock specifically to carry gold home in, which in hindsight is like walking into a Shark Tank wearing a shirt that says, "Ask me about my blood." "You, come here, open it." I made my face do frightened and my hands do obedient, and I opened the case, and they packed my gold into my own luggage, which I have to admit is a nice touch. Somewhere outside, sirens started. Here's the thing. At that exact moment, I could have taken it. All of it. The case was 30 centimeters from my knee, and I have a storage space in my head that can swallow a truck. One thought and 25 million in gold evaporates out of a locked suitcase in the middle of a bank, in front of every working camera in the building. 25 million in gold vanishing on film would have brought down every investigator in the province on me like weather. And if they ever figured out what I actually had, if they ever got even one thread of the treasure basin, I would spend the apocalypse in a government basement with electrodes on my head instead of in my own fortress eating hot pot. So I let them have it. The sirens got closer. The four of them started moving fast, and then, on his way out the door, the buzzcut man turned around, looked at the well-dressed rich kid crouching in the corner, and grabbed a fistful of my collar. Walk. My body wanted to break his wrist. 8 years of reflex screamed at me to break his wrist. I made myself go limp instead and let a murderer march me out of a bank at gunpoint because he was doing exactly what I needed and he didn't know it. He was carrying my gold to a place with no cameras. Outside there was an SUV and a fifth man at the wheel and a reporter across the street who happened to be working that block who filmed the whole thing. And by lunchtime, my face was on every phone in the country under the headline, "Top student taken hostage by armed robbers, fate unknown." I found out later that thousands of women prayed for me that afternoon. Sorry, ladies, I was fine. I was thinking about weight ratios. 4 of us in the back seat, packed shoulder to shoulder. The case was on the floor by the feet of the guy next to me. I could reach it by stretching one leg. 60 kilograms in that case. 60 kilograms coming to me from the bank as compensation. 120. And the treasure basin doubles anything I can put my hands on. 240 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold, and also the guy who has already done the math. The driver was very good. He hit 80 through city traffic, threaded 3 near misses, and left the police cars behind like they were parked. Then 2 helicopters came over the buildings, and the man beside me started praying in a language I didn't recognize. Then a spike strip appeared across the road ahead, with a line of special police standing behind it, and the brakes went on so hard we all pitched forward. Everybody in that car was looking at the roadblock. I bent down for half a second and touched the case. That was it. That was the whole heist. 25 million in gold left the vehicle, and nobody's ears even popped. The SUV reversed, spun, and ran for a side road with the helicopters chasing. 10 minutes later, we came up on an overpass, and I saw a plain black sedan parked in the shadow underneath it, engine off, in the one spot on that entire road where a helicopter camera couldn't see. Nobody parks under an overpass. You park past it, on the shoulder. That was their switch car, which meant in about 8 seconds, 5 armed men were going to open my suitcase to move it and find out it weighed the same as a suitcase. The brakes went on again. I reached out and took the pistols out of the hands of the 2 men beside me. Not grabbed, took. Their fingers were on the grips, and then their fingers were on nothing. Because the treasure basin doesn't care what your hand is doing. And there is no faster draw on this planet than a gun that was already inside your own head. They had exactly enough time to look down at their empty hands and be confused. I shot the 3rd man in the back seat through the head, then the 2 unarmed ones, at a range where aiming is not a concept. The buzz-cut man in front started to turn around, and I was already pointed at him, and he opened his mouth to say something, and I have genuinely no idea what it was going to be. The driver's hands were on the wheel. He got his gun out of his waistband. He did not get the safety off. 5 men. Bulletproof glass, good sound insulation, no other cars on the road. It's a long story, and it took under 3 seconds. I got out, put my hands on the SUV, and swallowed the entire vehicle, the bodies, the shell casings, all of it, into the space. Then I walked to the black sedan, opened the unlocked door, found the key in the ignition, and drove away. Behind me, the police reached the overpass and found nothing. No car, no robbers, no hostage. Every camera in that stretch had been smashed by the robbers themselves hours before, in preparation. They built me a perfectly clean murder scene and then driven me to it. I want to thank them for that. It was really thoughtful. 20 minutes later, I pulled into a forest road, checked for people, checked for cameras, and unpacked my morning. 5 pistols, 10 magazines, some cash and 2 daggers, and the gold. I picked up one of the guns and swapped the magazine on reflex, and my hands remembered how before my brain did. That's what this was actually about, not the gold. Gun control in Qiming is airtight, and in 3 months a working pistol would be worth more than an apartment. In the world that was coming, this pile of scrap metal in the snow beside my car was the difference between living through the first winter and being a lump under it. I took the gun, the ammo, the knives, and the mountain of gold, put the SUV back in my space with the bodies still buckled into it, and made a mental note to drop the whole vehicle in the sea in about 90 days, once the sea was permanently frozen and nobody would ever open it again. Then I walked to the road, flagged down a taxi, and went to the police station to report that I had been kidnapped. The interview lasted until nearly midnight, and I told the truth for all of it. That's the trick nobody understands about lying to police. Don't build a story. Stories have edges. Just answer everything you actually can, and for everything else, be a 19-year-old who was very scared and did not notice. They drove me into the mountains and let me out. I don't know the plate. I didn't see which way they went. I was on the floor with my hands over my head, officer. 5 men and a vehicle had evaporated off the face of the earth. The more lies I invented, the more holes I'd be handing them. So I handed them nothing and let the investigation clear me on its own, because it would. 4 days ago, I was a college student with perfect attendance and a savings account. I had never met these men in my life, which was technically true, since I only met them for about 90 minutes and then they stopped existing. Then I asked the officer the only question I actually cared about. So does the bank owe me my gold or not? Before he could answer, the door opened and in came Song Li Hua and a middle-aged man in a very good suit, and the suit opened his mouth before he was fully in the room. The hostage is back? Where are the bars? Not are you hurt. Not is anyone hurt. Where are the bars? His name was Zhang Wei. He was a vice president of the bank, and he sat down across from me with the face of a man dealing with a customer complaint about a scratched card reader. You're the hostage. You're back. The gold is lost. You should ask the police about that, I said. I'd like to ask when you're giving me my gold. He glanced at Song Li Hua. She slid a document across the table. Mr. Chen, if the bars cannot be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50% of your loss. If there are no problems, please sign. 50. I looked at her with my head tilted, and I want you to understand that I was not angry yet. I was delighted. I had been handed a gift. I'm sorry, didn't you tell me, personally, out loud, that if the gold was stolen off your counter, it would be the bank's responsibility? Her eyes went sideways. Then she remembered whatever the vice president had told her in the car and put on a face of great moral seriousness. The loss was caused by a third party. 4 of our security officers died and 2 were critically injured. We have fulfilled our obligations. 4 security guards. She got that number out with the smoothness of a woman reciting a shipping address. I read the document. It was 4 pages of technical vocabulary that all meant the same thing. Take half and never speak to us again. I almost laughed. They'd walked in here talking about their own sacrifices, and they were treating me like I was 3 years old. I remember those bars were taken from inside your counter, I said. You never handed them to me. The transaction was never completed. Your bank losing your gold has absolutely nothing to do with me. Zhang Wei looked genuinely surprised, which was the first honest expression of the evening. He'd expected a shaking kid. He said, warmly, Chen Hao, this isn't entirely the bank's fault. How about 60%? Also, I have a good personal relationship with a professor at your university. I could arrange a guaranteed graduate placement for you. What do you think? Not very good. The warmth turned off like a switch. Young man, don't be greedy. I hear you don't have any adults in your family, just you. You haven't entered the workforce yet, so you don't know that young people these days have to learn to compromise. Offending the wrong people can affect your entire future. I smiled at him. So that's a threat. Song Li Hua jumped in to smooth it over and did the opposite. Mr. Chen, we're here in good faith, but we would like to know, how did you know those men were going to rob a bank? Those robbers were ruthless, and yet they let you go. Do you really not know them? Are you saying I was working with them? Neither of them said anything, which is its own kind of answer. I stood up and walked out. Then you two can help the police find evidence. I won't keep you. I'll be suing. And I would have won, eventually, after a year and a half of hearings, in a country that would be under 80 meters of snow. It didn't matter. I already had the gold. Whatever the court decided, I could not lose. As for the vice president's threat, well, I sincerely hoped he'd still be standing there talking to me in 3 months. Then my phone rang, and then it rang again, and then again. Reporters, local news, new media, a national channel. Turns out the entire country had watched a college student get shoved into an SUV that morning, and they all wanted to know how he got out. I was about to say no. Fame is poison. The internet in this century can take one loose thread and unravel your whole life. And while shooting 5 armed kidnappers is self-defense, quietly pocketing 25 million in evidence is not. Then I glanced sideways and saw Song Lihua and the vice president staring at my phone like it was a live grenade. The refusal came out of my mouth as, "Okay, what time?" I hung up and walked for the door. And Zhang Weiss's face did something complicated, because he had wanted to settle this before the media touched it, and Song Lihua lunged and grabbed for my arm, and I stepped around her. I turned back. "Oh, by the way, I gave the police a lead on the robber's motive." "What lead?" she said, automatically. "While they had me in the car, I heard them say that a bank employee leaked my gold purchase. That's why they hit this branch on this day for this batch." I made that up. I couldn't understand a word those men said to each other, but if somebody had leaked it, there was exactly one person in the building who knew what I was buying and when. I watched her heart stop. Her face went through about 6 stations in 2 seconds and arrived at pure white panic. And I knew. I'd been 50% sure walking in. I was 100% sure now. I made a little clicking noise with my tongue. 4 guards dead, 20 million gone. I wonder how many years the leaker gets. Then I smiled at her and left. Behind me, Zhang Wei roared at me to stop, and I did not stop, and he grabbed Song Lihua by the arm and asked her what was going on, and she screamed that it wasn't her. It was her. She'd been so pleased with herself that she'd told her boyfriend over dinner that a client was buying 25 million in gold tomorrow. She didn't use my name. She thought that made it fine. 2 of the robbers were sitting in the booth behind her. If you walk in the dark often enough, eventually you meet a ghost. I got back to my rented warehouse around midnight, ate some bread out of my space, and slept like a rock, because it turns out a full day of armed robbery and lawyering is exhausting. The bank called me at breakfast. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Your gold transaction with us is not yet complete. When would be convenient for you to collect?" I raised an eyebrow at my phone. Fast. My entire plan had been to go on television, mention a certain account manager and a certain recording of a certain vice president, and let public opinion crush them into completing the sale. I hadn't even started and they'd already folded. Say what you like about a bank, it can smell a reputational fire from 3 floors away. 30 minutes, I said. The branch manager received me personally. He apologized. He handed me the bars himself. They threw in gifts, which they called compensation for emotional distress, and asked if I would mind taking a photograph with the staff. So there is a picture in the archives of a 19-year-old standing in front of a bank counter holding 60 kilograms of gold surrounded by beaming employees. Everybody waved as my car pulled away. The press got it. The internet praised the bank's excellent service attitude. I did not go on television. Why waste an afternoon destroying 2 people who were both going to be dead in 90 days anyway? Back in my warehouse, on an iron bed in a room the size of a parking space, I stacked 2 piles of gold. One pile the bank had just handed me. One pile I had taken off the corpses of the men who stole the first pile. 50 million yuan, plus 3 small bars left over from before. I put both hands on the metal and said the words, "Item duplication." The room went gold. I mean that literally. The light came off the bed and hit the ceiling, and for a second I was standing in a furnace. Bars fell out of the air onto the mattress with a noise like a piano being pushed downstairs, and the iron frames screamed, and I did not care even slightly whether I'd be sleeping on the floor that night. 123 bars. 120 at a kilogram. 3 at half a kilo. exact copies, not one missing. 25 million had become 100 million in 2 days. I sat down on the concrete and let myself grin like an idiot for about 30 seconds, because I hadn't actually been sure. If the basin had a size cap, or a weight cap, or only copied what I could physically lift, the whole plan died. It didn't. It doubled 120 kilos of metal because my palms happened to be resting on it. Then I got to work, because a duplication charge is not a party trick, it's a currency. The treasure basin has 2 functions, and both of them upgrade, and both of them are hungry. They eat precious metal. Gold in, capability out. I sorted the bars first. Every bank bar has a serial number, so I set aside the copies of the 60 the bank had just given me, since those would go back to the bank as a buyback. The other 63 copies could be melted and sold through less official channels. Then I picked up 2 original bars and said, space upgrade. The weight left my hands, and inside my skull, the box got bigger. Length, width, and height doubled. Volume up 8 times. I did it again with 4 bars, then 8, then 16. 30 kilos of gold and 4 upgrades later, my storage space was 96 meters on a side, 9,000 square meters of floor, nearly 900,000 cubic meters. About the size of a museum, or, if you prefer, 29,000 shipping containers stacked in a pile. That would do for now. Then I picked up 10 bars and said the thing I actually wanted. Upgrade item duplication. The gold vanished and the number climbed and stopped. Item duplication. 4 charges. It had gone from 1 to 4. It had tripled off a single upgrade. Which meant the number itself scaled, which meant that if I kept feeding this thing gold, I would eventually have a machine that turned any object in the world into 2 objects, on demand, forever. I fed it everything I had left. When the light stopped, I was standing in an empty room with 22 duplication charges and a very specific expression on my face. 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 12. Every upgrade paid double the last one plus the leftover. The next one would be 24. I was so pleased with myself that I had to stop and talk myself down because I could already see the con. Buy gold at a bank, copy it, sell it back, buy more, copy more, ascends to godhood by Friday. Except a 19-year-old buying and dumping bullion twice in 1 week is a man wearing a sign that says, "Investigate me." Except copies can't be used for upgrades, only originals. Except every citizen account in this country is watched, and large sums of unexplained money bring men in good shoes to your door. And except that in 90 days, all of this was going to stop mattering in the most permanent way imaginable. The best time to collect gold is after the world ends. Within 1 month of the freeze, plants and animals die worldwide. Human food supply collapses, and I have personally watched a man trade a kilogram of gold for 4 loaves of bread and consider it a bargain. Nobody wants a necklace when they can't eat. Every morning, I did an exercise that looked ridiculous. Slow breathing, strike out with the palm, draw it back gently. Sometimes still as a girl, sometimes fast as a rabbit. Flowing, sort of graceful, a bit like Tai Chi, and mostly not. It's called resonance, and in my last life, it did not exist until the 6th year of the apocalypse. Some scientists and some martial artists built it together, and it spread through the survivor camps like a rumor. Here's the theory. After the geomagnetic storm, a substance appeared in the air. Anything that absorbs it gets better. The proof was that every plant and animal that survived the first 3 years came out changed, and their blood and muscle were full of the stuff. The surviving animals got enormous. A few plants learned to grow in snow at 40 below. On humans, it did almost nothing. We got slightly harder to freeze, and that was it. So they built resonance to help us absorb it faster. And after a year of it, I could stand outside for 2 or 3 days in the deep cold without a coat. There were rumors that some people in the military had unlocked something called a gene lock. I never found out if that was real. Point is, I was doing an exercise that would not be invented for 6 years, in a rented warehouse, alone, and it was already working. 2 weeks in my flexibility, strength, and stamina were all measurably up. Then I went and bought a crossbow off a criminal. Chengshin Pawn Shop sits in the east suburb of Shaw City behind a row of old apartment blocks, and it took me over an hour to find it because it is a small, dark doorway under a faded sign. On paper, it is a pawn shop. In practice, it is a warehouse for everything the law says you cannot have. I knew about it because it was still open after the world ended. There is a story that somebody once traded several hundred kilos of rice there for a pistol. I took the safety off and put the gun in my inside pocket before I got out of the car. Better safe than sorry. Inside, behind a screen, a man was fiddling with something on the counter and didn't look up until I knocked. When he did look up, his hand went somewhere I couldn't see. Then I noticed what he was holding. Matte black, smooth, taut lines, an unmounted scope and spare parts spread on the table. A foreign interdiction crossbow, which is a machine that will punch through an elephant's skull at 150 meters, fires about as fast as a pistol, is quieter, and lets you walk over and pick your ammunition back up off the ground. If I'd owned one of those in my last life, I could have gone anywhere in that white desert I wanted. He saw me looking and pulled a cloth over it. My kid likes toys. Something you need, young man? I put my backpack on the cabinet and unzipped it, and 5 kilograms of gold looked back at him. His whole attitude changed. Sell or pawn? Cash or transfer? I want to trade for something. He went very still. Most people don't know you can trade for things here. Only people who were told by people. Who sent you? Trading for what? That crossbow you were just holding. His name was Wu Guoliang, and he spent the next few seconds trying to work out my age. Do you know what that is? Before I could answer, the door opened behind me and a voice came in ahead of its owner. Old Wu, has my order arrived? A big man came around the screen, spotted me, and scanned me up and down twice with the enthusiasm of a butcher pricing a side of pork. Then he saw the open backpack of gold, and something greedy went across his face like weather. Wu Guoliang sent him into the back room to wait and turned to me. Interdiction, elite, stealth, whatever you've got, I said, with matching bolts and 54 pistol ammunition, as much as you have. His pupils shrank. Men in his line of work live and die on judging faces. He told me later he could usually tell in 3 seconds. He'd looked at me and gotten the student, so he assumed pawn. Then he looked closer and saw a gaze that was calm and reserved and much too still, and a body that appeared relaxed and was actually loaded. He said he'd only ever seen that specific stillness in old men who spent their careers standing next to the drop. Except my hands were soft and had no calluses. He went with his gut, which is why he lived through the next 4 months. Kid, that gold isn't enough for what you want. Money is not a problem, as long as you have what I need. He took me through a dark corridor to a thick alloy door, felt for a switch, and rows of wooden crates came out of the dark. He pried the lid off one and pulled out the straw. Interdiction crossbow, 200,000, no bargaining. A sniper rifle costs tens of thousands, and you're asking 200 for a crossbow. I remember these go for 80 on the foreign market. He laughed without a shred of embarrassment. Where did you come from, kid? Fine, your price, 100. 60. 90, that's the floor. 65. We landed on 80, and I took 50 bolts, which is fewer than I wanted, but they're reusable, and he didn't have more. Then 2,000 rounds of 54 ammunition, which was his entire stock. Then 2 AK-47s. He offered me rifles and precision pieces, and I turned all of them down, and I could see it annoyed him, because he had beautiful things, and I wanted the ugly ones. Here's why. In extreme cold, metal contracts, gun oil goes thick, tolerances close up, and precision weapons jam or crack. Sniper rifles become expensive sticks. The stupid, loose, crude old designs keep working, badly, which is infinitely better than not at all. And even those need maintenance after a handful of shots, because the barrel heats up, the moisture freezes, and now you own a pipe. A gun in that world is mostly a threat. Cold steel is what you actually use. So I bought 3 Nepalese kukris and 3 daggers, and when he tried to sell me a tang sword, I said no, and he muttered that he thought young people liked those. They do. They're gorgeous. They're also long, straight, and they snap when they hit something hard at 40 below. I smiled and didn't explain, and asked if he took orders. Just tell me what you want. If it isn't a big thing, I can get it. Best military-grade cold-weather combat gear. Boots, gloves, helmet, top of the line, the most cold-resistant that exists. He said sure, those run tens of thousands a set. How many? 50, all my size. His eyes came out of his head. Are you going to fight a war? I plan to spend a few years in Antarctica, I said with a completely straight face. He did not believe me. Then I kept talking and he started to. 5 sets of night vision, 20 military radios, 20 individual cold-rated tents, 50 cold-weather sleeping bags, more crossbows like the interdiction, all the bolts he could find, and every round of ammunition he could physically obtain. He did some arithmetic and told me that was over 10 million yuan of merchandise, and he'd need $1 million in deposit, cash or gold only. I'll come back tonight. After I left, he told the big man in the back room not to get any ideas about me. He said he couldn't read me and didn't want trouble. He said anyone who can produce that much gold without blinking is not an ordinary person. He said he had never seen that kind of composure on a man in his 20s. The big man, whose name was Old Ma, went quiet, and his eyes did something ugly. I came back after dinner with 5 kilos of gold, handed it over, and turned to leave, and Wu Guoliang stopped me. He hesitated. Then, carefully, "Be careful tonight." I looked at him for a second. "Thanks," I said. "Be careful tonight." What does a grown man need to be careful about at night in the suburbs? Somebody was watching me. I drove slow. 2 minutes out, my headlights caught a line of caltrops laid across the road. Now, here's what a normal person does. Blows a tire, gets out, swears, kicks the spikes aside, and gets grabbed. Or gets out to look and gets grabbed. Every version of the plan ends with getting out of the car. I put it in reverse and went backward at speed to the last intersection, spun the wheel, and took a different road. In the alley beside the caltrops, a man in black with a motorcycle helmet had a really bad moment. He'd never had a target simply leave. I heard the engine behind me a few hundred meters later. One rider, all black, face hidden. So I turned onto a quiet road, which is what he wanted, which was fine, because it was also what I wanted. Old Ma had been doing this for years. Grab a rich kid, hold him somewhere, take a few humiliating photographs, and rich kids pay. Rich kids are terrified of dying. It had worked every single time. He gunned it, swung around in front of me, and drifted sideways to block the road, one hand already on the knife strapped to his leg. 8 in the evening, remote suburb, a few pedestrians far off, all the cameras on that street already smashed by him days earlier. The plan was to take the kid in the car the instant the kid stepped out, cursing. Unfortunately for him, I was not a rich kid, and I had already killed 5 men that week. I put my foot down. 60 went to over 100 in the distance between us, which is about a second and a half. His pupils shrank. He tried to move. On a motorcycle, blocking a road, at 1.5 meters. The bang was enormous. He went about 10 meters through the air with his bike. My hood crumpled, headlight glass everywhere, bumper folded in. His machine came apart into pieces across the whole road. The motorcycle he'd picked for maneuverability and a clean escape was the entire reason he died, because if he'd been in a car, I would have had to work. People far away started looking for the sound and could see nothing. I got out and walked over. He was still conscious inside the helmet, coughing blood, limbs pointing wrong, glaring at me with an expression that wanted to skin me and could not form a word. I crouched down 1 meter away. "Isn't it strange that I dared to hit you, Old Ma?" That was the part that broke him. Not the pain, the name. Misunder. I picked up a length of steel pipe off the wreck of his own bike and put it through his throat. He died completely unable to solve it. He would never have killed anyone on a street like that. So how did I dare? "On my way here," I said, "I noticed several cameras were already broken. That was you, wasn't it?" His eyes were still working. "Thank you so much for digging yourself a grave." I put him, the bike, every scattered fragment, and my own damaged car into the space and walked away. People came running toward the noise and found a large patch of blood on an empty street. Somebody called it in. The police took samples and confirmed human. No body, no witness, no footage. The file was closed before it was properly opened. I took a taxi home, showered, and slept. It wasn't the first time I'd killed anyone. In that world, everyone is both the hunter and the meat. I've never claimed to be a good man. Come at me, and don't be surprised by what comes back. March 7th. Day 7 since I came back. Gold was up 5 yuan, so I put 60 kilograms in a suitcase and walked back into the same bank I had been kidnapped out of 6 days earlier. They recognized me at the door. I was a celebrity in that branch. Son Li Hua was gone, quietly fired, no announcement, and my new account manager was a man in his 30s named Liu Yong, who abandoned a customer mid-credit card application to sprint at me with the warmest smile I have ever received from a stranger. He'd heard about the 25 million. He believed a man who casually drops that on bullion must have far more parked elsewhere, and he intended to have all of it. He sat me in the VIP room, ran off, and came back with a gift box, because banks give presents to their best clients every year, and he had personally paid the difference out of his own pocket to upgrade mine to the top tier, 2 bottles of very good liquor, plus a carton of cigarettes. "Mister, Chen, this is your gift for the year, and it also contains some personal sentiments. Great, process a buyback on these. I opened the case. I wish I could show you his face. There is a specific expression that lives exactly between hope and grief, and Liu Yong found it. You mean, you want to sell these back? Yes. Mr. Chen, you'll lose money. I know, I looked into it. I bought a lot of gold on a whim, and I've realized bullion isn't a good investment, so I'm putting the money into something else. He tried to talk me out of it 3 separate times, and I started to look impatient, so he gave up and began the buyback, which is far more work than a sale, because every certificate serial has to be matched to every bar serial, and every package has to be checked for damage and scratches. He had to call over a counter clerk to help. The clerk heard what was happening and looked at Liu Yong with visible joy, because there is no commission on a buyback, only labor. It took all morning. 24.78 million landed in my account. I lost 600,000. Worth it. I now had 123 bars of clean, serial-numbered, provably purchased gold, minus 60 that had just gone back over the counter, and my cash was liquid again. I refused every investment product he offered and walked out with his 2 bottles of very expensive liquor, and I understand he was mocked by his colleagues for weeks. Then I went shopping. I want to be clear that this was not shopping the way you understand shopping. At the grain and oil wholesale market, I bought 100 tons of rice, which is 2,050 kilo sacks, 1,000 sacks of flour, 100 cases of cooking oil, 1,000 cases of salt, because once the sea freezes, extracting salt gets 100 times harder, and salt is cheap now and takes up nothing. 100 cases each of every seasoning they had. 1,000 cases each of instant noodles, sausage, luncheon meat, dried noodles. 100 cases of hot pot base, because if I was going to spend the next decade in a hole in the ground, I was going to eat well in that hole. 7 container trucks. Over 1 million yuan. The market owners treated me like a supermarket buyer and cut every price to the bone, hoping I'd come back, which I found genuinely touching. Then the farmer's market next door. Several thousand kilos of live fish, killed and cleaned on the spot, which cost an extra yuan a pound and took days to fill. 1 to 2 tons each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, mutton, eggs. Hundreds of kilos of dried seaweed, dried seafood, ginger, scallion, garlic. 3 tons of vegetables, 3 tons of fruit. The space stops time. Whatever goes in comes out identical, which meant every one of those fish would still be an hour dead in 9 years. Then the pharmacies. You can't buy medicine in bulk as an individual, so I spent an entire day walking into more than a dozen of them and buying my limit at each. 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, antivirals, oral solutions, and 126 bottles of the cheap vitamins that cost 2 yuan for 100 tablets. In the world that's coming, medicine is the actual currency, and a common cold at minus 50 will kill a healthy adult. I ordered several times that much online on top of it. The next day, I bought 500 tons of firewood, which is 25 containers, because after the freeze, the gas lines rupture and the grid dies, and most survivors spend the rest of their lives eating raw meat in the dark. Fire is everything. Then 800 tons of coal. Then windproof lighters, flints, storm matches. Then 22 generators of 3 different sizes, all the quiet gasoline models except 2 industrial diesel monsters for emergencies. Then tens of thousands of meters of electrical wire, because in the deep cold, anything exposed outdoors freezes and snaps, and there is nobody left alive who can manufacture more. I bought 20 rice cookers, 20 washing machines, 20 dryers, 30 electric heaters, 30 water filters, and pots and pans in nothing but alloy and stainless steel. For diesel and gasoline, I had to go back to Wu Guoliang because private fuel trading is illegal, and filling a car tank over and over would have taken me a year. You want 100 tons of diesel and 100 tons of gasoline. Do you think I run a filling station? I admit that was ambitious. But nobody knew how long that winter would last, and in 8 years, I never saw a sign of it ending. He thought about it and said he could manage 10 tons of each. Then he quoted me 2 kilograms of gold, which is over 800,000 yuan, for maybe 200,000 of product. Don't tell me it's expensive. I'm not going through the proper channels for this. It's an enormous risk. If you don't want it, forget it. 20 tons of gasoline, 20 of diesel, and I'll give you 5 kilos of gold. He gritted his teeth and took it. He also asked me, finally, what I was actually doing, because cold weapons, then winter combat gear, then oil, then medicine is not a shopping list, it's a symptom. I told him I was moving to Antarctica. He was starting to believe me. By this point, people were beginning to notice things about me, so let me tell you about the day I bought 200 coats. I was in a very good brand store looking for down jackets, because military gear is for going outside and hunting, and I also needed clothes for indoors, for years. 2 sales assistants were chatting by the register. This store sells coats at thousands and tens of thousands of yuan and does not get much traffic, and I had walked straight into the clearance rack, so both of them decided at a glance exactly who I was and went back to their conversation. I asked which of these is the warmest. The one with her back to me rolled her eyes, turned around, and said, "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." I'm asking which type is warmest, something that keeps you alive at -50. She cursed at me internally, walked over, and waved vaguely at a few items. "Bring me the extra large in that one. I'll try it." She looked at the size large hanging on the rack and said, "Try that first, and if you like it, I'll get your size." I was about to say something impolite when the door opened, and in came a girl I vaguely knew from high school, Zhang Juanjuan, with a tall, thin young man attached to her. The second assistant lit up like a slot machine. "Hello, Mr. Li. We've had many new arrivals. Please take a look." Zhang Juanjuan spotted me. "Chen Hao, you're here too?" I nodded and went back to ignoring everyone. I should explain that in her personal ethical framework, a man who is rich and handsome must be forgiven for absolutely anything. And everyone at school had heard I bought 25 million in gold, which meant everyone had decided I was worth at least 100 million. She was recalculating me in real time. The tall, thin young man, whose name was Wang Cheng, watched her watch me and did not enjoy it. The assistant came back with my extra large. I took my coat off to try it on, and Zhang Juanjuan went slightly pink, and Wang Cheng's face went the color of a bad oyster. I pointed at 3 more. "That one an extra large too, and that one, and that one." The assistant handed them over with an expression of pure sour milk. In her head, I was a poor kid trying on discount stock forever, which is the customer she hates most in the world. I was checking fit and range of motion, because I would be wearing these things for years or possibly decades. Zhang Juanjuan kept telling me how good I looked. I was about to ask her to leave when Wang Cheng finally cracked. "Feifei, if your classmate can't afford clothes, I'll pay. Tell him to stop making things difficult for the staff." The assistant looked at him like he was a saint. Zhang Juanjuan frowned. "Wang Cheng, don't talk nonsense." He pressed on, delighted with himself. "Am I? He's just a poor guy who can only afford the clearance rack. Does he have to go out and pretend to be cool in discount clothes?" I turned around. "You mean you're willing to pay for me?" His disdain deepened. He gave Zhang Juanjuan a look that said "see," and then, like a man granting a wish, "Yes, I'll buy every discounted item you liked." I looked him up and down. "Do you have money? Do you keep your word?" His voice went up a full step. "Of course, I'll pay even if you choose several." Now, Wang Cheng lacked nothing except a personality. 300,000 yuan a month in pocket money. A few discounted coats at 20,000 was a rounding error he was thrilled to spend to look enormous in front of a girl. Everyone in that shop, staff included, understood the situation. The freeloader was trying to make the rich regular pay his bill. So I told the assistant to give me 50 of each of the 4 styles I'd tried and wrap them. "What did you say?" I said it again. Both assistants stared at me with faces that were screaming, "How can a person be this shameless?" Wang Cheng made a noise. "You're kidding me." "I ask you, and you said you could afford several more. You don't actually not have the money, do you?" 200 coats, even discounted, an average of 3,000 each, 600,000 yuan. I was asking for 2 months of his allowance in one sentence, and it wasn't that he couldn't produce it, it's that he would never spend 600,000 yuan on a man. I was referring to the items you wanted to buy. Even Zhang Juanjuan thought I was bullying him. 200 warm coats is 10 or 20 years of wearing, and by then they'd be out of style. "I want to buy 200 pieces. He laughed at me, furious. "You're a poor loser who buys clearance. If you can afford 200 pieces, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa." "Call me Grandpa. Who knows if you'll just say it and let it out like a fart?" "No, at least a fart makes a sound." Zhang Zhuan laughed out loud, which was the single worst thing that could have happened to Wang Chang's afternoon. His voice rose enough to attract a crowd through the shop window. I always keep my word, but how do I know you're not scamming me by claiming you want 200? Simple, I'll buy these 200 myself. If I can afford them, you pay for everything else I buy in this mall today. And if you can't, then you can do whatever you want. There were maybe 20 people at the glass by then. He lifted his chin and looked at me down his nostrils. Fine, if you can't afford it, you kowtow to me. And call me Grandpa 3 times. I turned to the assistant. 50 of each. Pack them now. She curled her lip. Sir, that will be around 600,000. The subtext was, please stop. I took out a black card. Her eyes did a thing. She took it with both hands and examined it very carefully, because a card like that only exists above 10 million in deposits, and people in her industry can spot one across a room. Then she got me a chair. Then she got me tea. The total came to 582,366. I entered the PIN, signed the slip, told them not to bother wrapping it, just deliver it to my address, and the whole thing went through as smoothly as buying a bottle of water. She was already calculating her commission when I said the next sentence. Now call your manager. I'm filing a complaint against you. Wang Chang, meanwhile, had grabbed the other assistant by the sleeve and demanded to see the receipt. He read it 3 times. He could not process it. If you're willing to spend 580,000 on a bet, why are you shopping the clearance rack? Are you insane? He decided I was doing it to spite him. I wasn't. I genuinely needed 200 coats. He was just very loud while I was trying to work. Did you see clearly? Ready to honor the bet? He stood there doing math on his own dignity, and while he did, 2 very pretty girls walked into the store and came straight at me. Excuse me, are you Chen Hao? I am. I'm a fan of yours. You're even more handsome than in the photos. Then a few more came in, then more. The bank robbery footage had made me a minor national pet, and half the crowd at the window had recognized me and were now filming. Which meant that within 10 minutes, everyone within a kilometer knew about the bet. Wang Chang could afford to lose the money. He could not afford to be the man who reneged on a public bet in front of a phone camera. He pulled out a card and threw it at me. A bet's a bet. I'll cover everything you buy in this mall from now on. The girls actually cheered. So I went to a men's underwear store and bought 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear. 260,000 yuan. The staff had to call the manufacturer because no store on earth keeps that in stock. Wang Qiang leaned in and whispered through his teeth, "Is that enough? Know when to stop." He was now completely certain I was doing this to humiliate him. Why would a normal person buy 2,000 pairs of underwear? I narrowed my eyes and smiled at him with all my teeth. You said you'd pay for everything I bought in this mall today. What, backing out? I said it loudly. Zhang Zhuan turned and looked at him with open contempt, because if there is one thing that woman despises, it's a man without integrity. He pointed a shaking finger at me. Fine, you're very good, just you wait. Then he walked off and left the card behind, which was a tactical error. I bought 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermoses, 100 hiking packs, hats, gloves. I stopped only when the card physically declined. Then I tossed it to Zhang Zhuan, who had been trailing me around the mall for 4 hours in high heels. Stop following me. She informed me, helpfully, that Wang Chang's father was a shareholder in a listed company. Oh, I said. I had spent 8 years watching what human beings become when the heating fails. The schemes of rich children in a peaceful world were, to me, a very sweet little puppet show. Also, I had a room full of automatic rifles. Also, in 2 months, he was not going to be rich. At 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of truck wheels. I went to the warehouse door on my toes and looked out through the gap. A big truck, headlights off, rolling up to my gate. 2 men in black with their faces covered got out, and one of them had a build I recognized. I took a pistol out of my space and stood in the dark. Knock, knock, knock. Very polite. I opened the little door beside the main gate and stared at them out of the shadow. What is it? Oh my God, that's terrifying in the middle of the night, said Wu Guoliang, patting his own chest. Your package. Open the door. The truck came in, loaded to the roof with oil drums. and Wu Guoliang gestured at it and told me to check the goods. No need, I trust you. I did not go into the dark cargo bay. I stood in the open where I could see both of them, and I watched a man in his 50s and his driver roll 400 drums down a ramp by hand over 3 hours while I did absolutely nothing to help. I have never in my life turned my back on someone I don't trust. I had just traded over 10 million yuan of merchandise with a professional criminal. Money turns people into animals, and I was not about to bet my life on Wu Guoliang's personal character. Turns out that was the correct call. In the truck afterward, the driver complained. Old Wu, aren't you being too careful? We clearly had a chance back there. Wu Guoliang lit a cigarette and said, It's not that I'm careful, it's that the kid is careful. Didn't you notice he was wary of us from the first second to the last? The driver said he didn't see a weapon, and even if the kid drew, he couldn't be faster than you. I don't think so, Wu Guoliang said. Standing next to him just now, I had the feeling that if I moved, I would die immediately. Then he asked the driver if he'd noticed that old Ma had disappeared. He said he'd sensed old Ma was going to move on me that night. He said he'd even dropped the kid a hint. And then old Ma vanished off the face of Sanyuan City, without a mark on anything. It's not that I think too highly of this kid, he said. I think I underestimated him. Don't touch him again, and start stockpiling diesel and gasoline. I've had a bad feeling lately, like something is about to happen. Which is the only genuinely impressive thing anyone in that city did all spring. Once the truck was gone, I checked all 400 drums for tracking devices, opened several to make sure it was actually fuel, stacked them into a square, put my hand on one, and said the word. Item duplication. 22 charges became 21, and 400 more barrels fell out of nothing. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel became 40 and 40. This had been the plan from the moment I opened my mouth in that pawn shop. I was never buying 40 tons of fuel. I was buying the seed for it. Then I got greedy and learned 3 rules. Copies cannot be copied. I stacked the fresh 400 on top of the originals and burned another charge, and only the originals doubled again. So a copy is a dead end, which means I have to always spend the copies and hoard the originals forever. Only one kind of thing at a time. I threw a generator and some supplies in with the drums, and the basin ignored everything that wasn't oil. And copies can't be fed back into upgrades. The basin knows. However identical they look, however perfect the fuel inside them burns, something in there is not fooled. Which was disappointing, because if a copy could be copied, I'd have had 800 drums, then 3,200, and an infinite ocean of diesel by Thursday. Instead, I had 80 tons of fuel, 20 duplication charges, and a rule I would end up living by for years. The next morning, Xu Ming called with the survey results. I should introduce Xu Ming. He was a sharp, capable man in his 30s who I hired to find me land in Sha City on a 5-year contract at $500,000 a year, of which I had paid exactly 3 months, because in 3 months contracts would stop existing. I had told him to check the geology at 2 sites. The cliff by the fishing village had weathered rock and would hold for decades in current conditions, which is a lovely thing to say about a place you plan to survive an ice age inside. The hill behind a village in the west suburb, where a Taoist temple used to stand, was full of granite. So I bought a mountaintop, sight unseen, and flew down to look at it. Sha City in March is short sleeves and shorts, and girls on every street enjoying being warm. I took off my coat coming out of the airport, and under a thin shirt there were the beginnings of real muscle on my arms and chest. From the outside, I just looked fit. Only I knew that after 2 weeks of increasing my training load every single day, I was already a different animal from the boy who woke up in that bed. Not gym fitness, fighting fitness. Every muscle and bone tuned so that the whole body fires at once on a thought, resilient rather than bulky, strong without being slow. Because the cruelty of that world is not that you need supplies, it's that having supplies and no power to keep them is worse than having nothing at all. I had 2 months and change. I did not intend to waste an hour of it. The hill was a dozen meters high, flat on top, about an acre, sitting in a gap in a ring of mountains that would block a truly staggering amount of wind and snow. A village of 96 households and under 400 people sat at the foot of it, which suited me. Fewer people, fewer problems. The land transfer went through in an afternoon. 480,000 yuan. The seller was a middle-aged Taoist priest who was not remotely ethereal, more of a well-fed man in robes. He signed, took the money, opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, closed it again, and left in a hurry. That was a bad sign, so I asked Xu Ming a question. Did you ever ask why the temple was abandoned? Xu Ming went pale. He hadn't. He took out his phone immediately. Half an hour later, the three of us were in a restaurant, and the fat Taoist was stuffing meat into his face and mumbling. That's how it is. I wasn't trying to hide it. I've just been really short of money. He'd bought that hill 5 years ago, paid to build the cement road up it himself, then built his temple. Everything was smooth. He thought he'd retire there. Then the villagers came up the hill and explained that the mountain was their dragon vein and his temple was crushing it. They had sold him the land. They had known he was building a temple. Nobody said a word during construction. They only started once the building was finished, and every yuan he had was in it. From that day on, villagers stood at the bottom of the cement road every morning and stopped every vehicle from going up. A temple with no worshippers has no income. Then old women started coming to his gate to curse at him. You can't chase them off. You can't shout at them. He negotiated and finally handed over 20,000 yuan to make it stop. A month later, the road was blocked again, and the village chief explained that the 20,000 had covered last month, and that from now on it would be 20,000 every month. So he called the police, which is when he discovered the actual machine. All 400 people in that village, from 80-year-olds to 3-year-olds, stood up and testified that the money was a gift to the whole village. That is a rehearsed answer. That is a village that has done this many times. And extortion at 20,000 yuan is a chargeable crime. But the money had been split at 50 yuan a head, and the village was mostly people in their 70s and 80s and children. The police could only take the handful of able-bodied men and release them almost immediately. After that, the villagers stopped pretending. Every day, several women in their 70s rode a tricycle up to the temple gate and cursed until each of them was given 100 yuan. Call the police, and they'd sit down in his courtyard and cry that they had fallen, and it was his responsibility. The power line got cut. The water pipe got blocked. He finally paid for footage, caught the man doing it, handed him over, and that turned the whole village rabid. One man against 400 people who had been doing this for a decade. He lasted as long as anyone could. Xu Ming put his head in his hands and could not look at me. He offered to buy the land off me himself and take it out of his salary. I want to be clear, that salary was a lie. He had not received a single yuan of it yet and never would, because in 3 months there would be no banks. And he offered all 5 years of it to fix a mistake, which is not a thing ordinary people do. So I looked at Xu Ming properly for the first time. No need, this land is fine. Find me a construction team. We start tomorrow. Both of them stared at me. I have a solution, just do as I say. I did not, in fact, have a solution. I had a calendar. The shelter would take 2 months to build. By the time those villagers got organized enough to make my life difficult, they would be too busy watching the sky to bother. And if they came at me anyway, I have never had trouble with wicked people. You simply have to be more wicked than they are. Then the fat Taoist swallowed and pulled a yellowed booklet out of his robes with greasy hands. Young man, you're a good person. It was I who acted unfairly. This is something I used to keep healthy. The temple's gone, and I'm going back to secular life, so it isn't important to me anymore. Take it. I've always felt a connection with you. I looked at the oil stains on it and only accepted because he clearly meant it. That night, I sat up designing the shelter. Top half a dome above ground, bottom half a square basement. A circle sheds wind and holds structure, and of all shapes, it loses the least heat, which is exactly why people who lived in the Arctic built domes out of snow. Outermost layer welded alloy. Inside that, the explosion-proof steel plate they use in bank vaults, at least a meter thick. Inside that, the most cold-resistant constant-temperature material money can buy, then standard protective layers. A fireplace dead center so I could heat the place with no electricity at all. A flue at the top, every circuit run indoors where the cold can't reach it. A well, which turned out to already be there under the rubble. Then, going to bed, I noticed the booklet on the table. It was a picture book, a little stick figure doing poses. It looked exactly like the kind of kung fu manual they sell at train stations. I read 3 pages and sat up. The movements were resonance, not similar, the same family. Far more complex, far harder, and unmistakably the same thing that scientists and martial artists would supposedly invent from scratch 6 years into an apocalypse that had not happened yet. I got out of bed and ran the whole sequence. My body had 2 weeks of conditioning and 1 previous life of practice, and I could barely hold the form. By the end of 1 repetition, I was soaked in sweat, and my breathing was perfectly level, and I was warm from the inside out in a way resonance had never once managed. Several times better, not a little, several. I picked the filthy thing back up and turned to the cover. Someone had written "Nourishing Life Skill" on it recently, over a title that had been scrubbed off. If I had not lived through the apocalypse, I would have thrown this in a bin. So here's the problem I lay awake with. Resonance appeared in year 6, developed jointly, according to the official story. Either the story is a lie, or the story is a cover, or somewhere in that timeline, this exact booklet passed through somebody's hands, and now it was in mine, 6 years early. I decided not to think about it, on the grounds that I could not do anything about it, and also that I was not the only person who knew this sequence. The fat Taoist knew it too. For the next 2 months, I lived in Shaw City and watched a hole get dug. Excavators cleared the temple ruins, the basement went in, the walls went up, and I practiced nourishing life skill in every free hour and felt more improvement in a few days than the previous 10 had given me. Then, in the small hours of March 22nd, my phone rang. It was the man I'd hired to watch the warehouse in San Yuan City, and his voice was in pieces. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire. It had been raining in San Yuan City for 2 straight days. I want you to sit with that. A warehouse caught fire, at night, in the rain, while a man was sleeping inside it." I flew back that afternoon. 14 missed calls from the warehouse keeper, and now nobody answering. I pulled up to the gate and heard shouting inside. "Throw everything out of there! You can't do this. My boss will be back any minute." A line of men were carrying my crates out into the downpour and dumping them. Half of that stock was medicine. "What are you doing?" I said, and stood in the doorway. They stopped, because I was apparently making a face. A thin, middle-aged man came over, sized me up, and jerked a thumb at his own chest. "This warehouse is rented to me starting today. Kid, you burned down the landlord's warehouse, so he doesn't want to rent to you anymore. Take your things and get out." My warehouse keeper, a decent old man named Lao Zheng, was nearly crying with rage. "Even if we're moving out, you have to give us time. I told you the boss is coming." "That's your business. The warehouse is mine now." Even a fool could see the shape of it. A fire in the rain, a lease terminated the same morning, a crew standing by. "I signed a contract and the lease hasn't expired," I said. "Have the landlord come here with the breach penalty and talk to me. You've got 1 minute to get off my property." "Oh, all grown up and think you're tough? When I was running the streets, you were still drinking milk." He reached out and shoved me aside like I was a cat. I took his hand and twisted. The crack and the scream arrived together, and his right wrist stopped being a wrist. He was not a coward, I'll give him that. He ignored his own hand entirely and swung at me with the other one while working through an extensive vocabulary. I caught it. It was a weak punch. He had a fierce spirit and no skill whatsoever, which describes about 90% of frightening men. Click. Now both hands. I kicked him away, and he went face first into the concrete without a single arm to catch himself, and left 2 teeth on the floor. He rolled over and screamed at his crew to kill me, so 5 men dropped my crates and came. I kicked one out of the way, caught 2 incoming fists and pulled, and when they stumbled, I took both by the neck and put them down, and their screams stopped in the middle. The last one threw a punch from the side, ate an elbow, and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. 4 men down before I was warm. I was being merciful, incidentally. In the world I remembered, every one of them would already be dead. The last one saw my face, went backward, and ran into the rain. I walked over to the thin man. "Who sent you? Did you set the fire?" "Kill me if you dare, otherwise I'll definitely kill you." Which is when I remembered that in this world, at this moment, there is still such a thing as consequences, and told Lao Zheng to call the police. The order of peacetime saved that man's life. I want that on the record. The police arrived with an ambulance, and the thin man immediately became a victim who had been assaulted for no reason in his own warehouse. I gave my statement, Lao Zheng backed it, my contract checked out, and one of the officers said, "Take them in." Then the thin man, still perfectly calm with two dislocated arms, made a phone call. The phone rang outside the warehouse. Two men walked in, and I recognized one of them, Wang Qiang, with a smug little smile, and beside him a middle-aged man who could only be his father. Wang Dahai took an officer aside, said a few words, made a call of his own, and held the phone to the officer's ear. Then my own phone rang. My landlord. "Chen Hao, your workers almost burned my warehouse down. I'm not renting anymore. I'll refund the rest of the rent and the deposit. Please move out as soon as possible." That clause isn't in the contract, and the fire hasn't been investigated. Stop investigating. It's all your fault. Just move out. I'm begging you. I'll refund the whole month. He hung up and refunded 60,000 yuan within a minute. That is the sound of a man who has been shown something worse than losing a tenant. Honestly, I was nearly finished stockpiling. Moving was a non-issue, but being shoved out of my own building by a rich boy with a grudge is unpleasant no matter how you look at it. Wang Qiang came over and said quietly, so only I could hear, "This is what happens when you offend me. The real show has just begun. I'll make sure you can't stay in Sanyuan City." I raised my eyebrows, looked shocked, and said very loudly, "What did you say? You're not your father's biological child?" Every head in that warehouse turned. His face went the color of an organ. "I didn't say that. He's lying." Meanwhile, the officer Wang Dahai had spoken to came back, stood in front of me, and pointed. "Take this one in." "Wait, why are you taking me in?" "You're suspected of arson and intentional assault. Come with me for investigation." Wang Qiang's whole face was one sentence: "You're dead if you go to the station." As I said, they struck first. "That's just your side of the story. It can't be used as evidence." I smiled at him. "But that's not what you just said." Something moved behind his eyes. "The other side has more witnesses. We have the right to reinvestigate. Come with us." "But I have evidence." I took out my phone. "When I moved in, I installed several cameras in this warehouse. Whatever you two were saying in that corner should be on it. Here's the thing about me. The angrier I get, the wider I smile, and the colder my eyes go, and I have been told this makes me look like something that should be sedated." The officer flinched. Then he lunged for my phone. I stepped back 2 paces before his hand moved, because I had watched him decide. "Let me show you how it works," I said, and looked down and started tapping. He grabbed for me again. I slipped it. Once is luck. Twice, and everyone in the room understood that the college student had a problem. "Why did you suddenly try to snatch my phone? You scared me so badly, I posted the video online." I turned the screen around. Wang Dahai went green. He had personally confirmed with the landlord that there were no cameras in that warehouse, because who installs surveillance on a 1-month lease? The call he had just made was to the head of the Sanyuan City Public Security Bureau. If that man got dragged into a warehouse dispute on video, the entire network Wang Dahai had spent decades building was going to catch fire, and this time, not in the rain. He never had a chance to stop it. Several 100,000 people follow the guy from the bank robbery video. It was already everywhere. The thin man worked it out about 4 seconds later and went the color of paper, because if there were cameras, then there was also footage of a man setting a fire at 3 in the morning. "Take him away," the officer shouted, and this time they actually did. I did not resist. I got in the car smiling and let them take my phone, and on my way out I called over my shoulder, "I can walk, Lao Zheng. Hack the warehouse, get a truck, park it next door, and wait for me." Poor Lao Zheng stood in that doorway with his worldview in pieces, wondering whether he was going to get paid. The car had not gone 4 blocks before the officer beside me got a call and passed it forward. "Captain, someone's looking for you." So he was a captain. Good to know. His face went white, then red, then black. He said yes, yes, okay, yes, about 9 times. "Pull over." The car stopped. "You can go now." I smiled and put my hand out. "My phone?" "Your phone contains evidence. You'll need to cooperate with the investigation." I shrugged, got out, and walked away in the rain, and the captain sat there watching me go. His name was Gao Lei. Remember it. He's going to matter in about 8 months. I bought a new phone and a new SIM, took the video down, and deleted my accounts. I'd achieved what I wanted. Fame is still poison. If the apocalypse were not coming, that single move would have made me enemies in every direction, and a young man with no background and no protection can vanish into a country of 1 billion people at any time. But the apocalypse was coming, so I was afraid of nothing. A few days later, news broke in Sanyuan City that a prominent corporate shareholder was under investigation for trading power for sex with senior officials. That was Wang Qiang's father. It took down a great many people and cost one police captain his job. My eyes did not stop on any of that. They stopped on 4 words in the reporting. Tianqi New Energy Company. 3 years ago, my father worked in that company's electrical section. On the day he died, the chairman brought his son to inspect the floor. The son poured a drink into live equipment while my father was working on it. Short circuit, explosion, dead on the spot. Everyone present was handed an enormous amount of money and a confidentiality agreement, and the chairman called it a generous death compensation, and the matter closed. One of my father's friends came to me privately and told me the truth. I told my mother. I will remember the look she gave me until the day I actually die. Conflict, hesitation, disgust, and pity, all layered, all at once. She said she would look into it and that I should focus on my studies. The man who told me disappeared within the month. A few months later, my mother remarried. She married Zhao Huimin, chairman of Tianqi New Energy. The boy who killed my father is named Zhao Yuan. I spent my previous life trying to build a case and discovered that the Shen family owned Sanyuan City, that every trace had been swept, and that after the world froze, they founded the shelter that ruled what was left of it. I never got close. My one chance came at the very end and was taken away from me. So when the news said Tianqi New Energy, I sat very still for a while. Then the school called to inform me I had been expelled for non-attendance. Somebody was still pulling threads. Compared to what I had just remembered, it was less than nothing. I moved everything to Sha City and spent the next 2 months watching a dome grow out of a hilltop. On May 25th, it was finished. 2 months, 9 million yuan, all of it materials and labor. From the back, it looks like an iron ball half buried in a hill. No windows. 1 chimney, 1 entrance passage, 2 doors, both heavy explosion-proof, and you pass through both to get anywhere. Heated brick beds, a stove, heaters that need no electricity, every wire indoors where I can reach it, a pipe from the sealed well. One of the builders joked that it would survive the aftershock of a nuclear weapon. He was closer than he knew. And there were 6 days left until the sun did the thing. I spent a day setting up the inside, rugs in the living room and the bedroom, everything unpacked except the electrical appliances, which stayed in the space until the geomagnetic storm had passed, because a solar storm eats circuits whether they're plugged in or not. Xu Ming had nothing left to do, so I told him to go buy supplies and stack them in his rented room. That was the extent of my warning. He'd worked hard for 2 months, and I don't mind paying a debt. If he ignored me, that was going to be his business, and I was not going to remind him twice. Then I took a number out of my blacklist and called Guo Wei. Chen Hao? Is it really you? Where have you been? I saw you get taken away by the police in a video. Are you all right? He sounded delighted, which surprised me, until I remembered that his parents had been screaming at him for 2 months because their plan to buy a new apartment had stalled when I refused to lend him the money. I'm fine. Just been feeling low, so I'm traveling in Sha City. Want to come down for a few days? He agreed before I finished the sentence. Let me tell you about Guo Wei. After my father died and my mother went to live in another man's house, I put every feeling I had left into my friends. When the world froze and I still had money, I split my father's gold bars between a few people so they'd have a chance to live. When it was down to just me and Guo Wei with nobody else in the world, I took the dangerous job every single time. He sold me. At the end, at the last moment, when it mattered most. None of that has happened in this life. He hasn't done anything to me yet. He is also, by nature, a person who will do it the moment the price is right, and I am not interested in running the experiment again to be polite. He arrived 3 days before the flare, visibly thinner, apologizing constantly and watching my face while he did it. Chen Hao, I really treated you like a brother. That's why I didn't think it through. Can you forgive me? I'll definitely do more for you from now on. I gave him a smile that meant nothing and nodded. Stay a week. I'm covering everything. His whole face lit up. As expected, Chen Hao is still the same gullible Chen Hao. He'd only pushed too obviously last time. He also arranged for us to meet a girl from high school named Yang Yan, who is at university here, with a look that men give each other and that I have never once found charming. Everyone in our year used to pair the two of us off as a joke, and after hearing it enough times, I developed feelings for her out of sheer repetition. I hadn't seen her in 8 years, and I could not remember her face. We spent the last 2 days on the beach. Yang Yan looked at my stomach and asked when I'd gotten into such good shape. Guo Wei stared at Yang Yan. Yang Yan ignored Guo Wei. I put on sunglasses, lay back in a chair, and enjoyed the sun. In 2 days, people would be able to stare straight at that sun without needing sunglasses at all. June 1st, Children's Day. I ran nourishing life skill on the flat ground outside my shelter with dark glasses on and my eyes locked upward while my body moved, which I am aware looked insane. Several villagers watched from the bottom of the hill and discussed whether I was performing a ritual, and then discussed whether they should come up and ask me for money again, and decided, yes, tomorrow. Nothing happened to the sun. Nothing at all. Not one instrument on the entire planet detected anything, which, given the technology on this world, should be impossible. Then, halfway into the 6th repetition, the treasure basin turned to garbage. Not the numbers, the whole interface, scrambled nonsense, and the space stopped answering. I stopped breathing. Everything I owned was in there. Every ton of rice, every drum of fuel, every round of ammunition, 3 months of my life, and all of my advantage. And in that half second I understood, with real horror, exactly how much of myself I had handed to a thing I did not understand. Then the garbage resolved into words. Tianyun star. Apocalypse has reset for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure basin has detected that intelligent life has become the dominant species and has initiated a host protection plan. I read it about 6 times. Reset. 3rd time. I lived through the apocalypse. I died. I came back to a point 8 years earlier, and so did the whole planet. And I have been treating that as my personal miracle. If that counts as 2, then what is the 3rd? Unless it isn't counting me at all, unless before I was ever born, before there was a treasure basin, this world had already been wiped and restarted once, and nobody who lived through it ever knew. Then the words rearranged. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please be prepared. The thing was talking to me. 12 seconds later, the text vanished. The interface came back, and the space answered, and I would have called the whole episode a hallucination, except for the number sitting in the corner of my vision counting down in real time. I went inside, made coffee, and drank it in a bunker. I am not embarrassed to tell you that I was frightened, not by the sun, by the number 3, because if a reset happens when everything on a planet dies, then somebody has run this experiment twice already and thrown both results away, and nobody knows how many attempts are left, and I am the only living person who has been told that the counter exists. I put my head between my hands and hummed a song until the thoughts went away, because that is a genuinely effective technique, and I recommend it. Then I opened a laptop and read about ice ages until I calmed down. There have been several. The last one lasted 2 million years and only ended 10,000 years ago, and it killed essentially everything that wasn't built for cold. Long-haired animals survived. Saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, dire wolves, all enormous, all carnivorous, all faster than a man. And humans survived, with no technology and no medicine, standing about this tall, made of soft meat. Scientists say it was our creativity and adaptability. I have stood outside at -80. I have watched 100 people freeze in one night in a city with walls and fire. Creativity does not do that. And then, when the ice ended, every one of those magnificent predators went extinct, and the soft pink things inherited the planet. That is not an outcome. That is a result someone wanted. I closed the laptop. I had already posted, anonymously, days earlier, everything I knew about a solar flare that was about to happen, with the ice age attached as speculation. 3 months ago, I'd have been a lunatic. That day, with events already unfolding, it was a great deal easier to believe. Maybe a scientist somewhere noticed something. Maybe a country prepared. In 71 hours, every device on this planet would be dead, and after that, nobody could trace anything back to me anyway. The rest was up to luck. The next day, the counter said 47, and I sat in a hole in a hill and waited for the world to end, which is agonizing, so I trained until I couldn't stand up. Then a tractor came up my mountain. I had put a camera in the peephole of the outer door, so I watched 4 people climb off and walk around my shelter, looking it over like a used car. A woman in her 40s or 50s, an old man with a cane, a farmer in his 30s, a young woman. While they were still arguing about who had to knock on the giant iron ball, I opened the door and came out. The older woman immediately tried to get her eyeball through the gap. There was a second door behind me. She could stare all she liked. "What's up?" The farmer went first. "Young man, this round ball of yours has ruined the feng shui of our village. Several chickens and ducks have died recently. What do you suggest we do about that?" "What does it have to do with me if your poultry dies?" The older woman put her hands on her hips. "How can it not? They started dying right after you built this thing, and people might start dying in a few days." She was right, incidentally. In a few days, considerably more than a few people were going to die. "Then you should move out quickly," I said. "If you wait any longer, everyone in your village might die." Rural people are extremely sensitive about that sort of remark, which I knew. "Hey, how dare you curse us? You brat. If you can't speak properly, Uncle will teach you how." And the farmer slapped me across the face with a hand the size of a dinner plate. That was planned before they came up the hill. Young people are easy to frighten. One slap and they go quiet. And with an old man, a woman, and a girl in the group, they could fabricate any crime they liked afterward, and I'd never dare call the police. There was a very loud slap. It was much louder than they'd expected, and the person wearing it was the farmer, because I had caught his wrist on the way in and returned it with interest. He stood there with his brain rattling and his cheek swelling at a visible rate, and all four of them were briefly amazed that a boy would fight back against four people, and also where the strength had come from. Then the old man with the cane, seeing his son hit, swung the cane at me on the strength of being old. I stepped aside. He missed. He then rolled his eyes back, said ouch, and lay down on the ground with his eyes shut. That was the signal for Plan 2. "Dad, what's wrong, Dad?" The young woman rounded on me. "You hit my father." I didn't even touch him. I looked down at the old man on the ground. His eyelids were twitching. "All four of us saw it. Don't try to weasel out." The older woman knelt down, gathered him up, and began to wail. "Oh dear, how heartless. City people bullying us country folk. If you leave me, I'll kill myself against this iron ball. I won't go on living." The daughter started sobbing about his poor health. The farmer clenched his fists and demanded 50,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. "If you don't pay, we'll call the police and get reporters to expose you." "Okay," I said. All three of them lit up. "Call the police immediately." They did not call the police. The farmer went to the tractor and came back with a wood chopping knife and told me I'd be paying with my father's life. So I made a thoughtful face and walked around the old man twice, examining him professionally. I could have called the police myself. I had a camera on my door, and there was nothing they could do to me. But I'd recently had an experience with the Public Security Bureau of this country, and it had left me in a certain mood. I had several ways to get rid of these four. I picked the most satisfying one. I stepped on the old man's hand. "Ah!" His eyes flew open. I turned to the farmer, who hadn't caught up yet. "I cured your father, so you don't have to make me pay with my life now, right?" There was a long silence on that hilltop. Then the old man started genuinely screaming, because it turns out I'd broken it, and he'd only meant to fake an injury. The other three were about to come at me when I said, thoughtfully, "Why don't you take him to the hospital first, and I'll reimburse the medical costs later?" That stopped them completely. There is nothing more infuriating than winning an argument you were enjoying. The older woman nearly choked on the curse she had loaded. You have to compensate medical expenses, nutrition expenses, emotional damages, and lost wages." "Okay, you go on ahead. My house is right here. I can't run away. Treatment is the priority." They loaded him onto the tractor and drove down the mountain, thoroughly victorious and deeply unsatisfied. And the farmer paused to inform me that if I didn't pay, I'd regret it. I was not going to pay anything. If they could still get up my mountain once the blizzard started, I'd consider it money well earned. Then I walked toward the trees at the edge of my hilltop, and someone in them was watching me. Since I came back, I have been extremely sensitive to being looked at. I can feel it inside 50 meters. And the moment I stepped off the flat ground, my phone rang, and whoever it was ran, and I got one blurred black shape going into the deadwood and nothing else. The screen said, "Guo Wei." What? Chen Hao, guess who I ran into down here? Who? Zhao Yuan, the son of the richest man in Sanyuan City. My hand closed on the phone. He talked to me first. He knew I was in Sha City. He set up a diving trip tomorrow, and he specifically asked me to bring you. Chen Hao, you actually know a top-tier heir like that, and you've been hiding it? That's really not fair. He kept talking. I stopped hearing him after Sha City. Zhao Yuan, in this city, right now. 200 kilometers from the family that owns the police in his hometown, without his father, without the network, in a place where nobody can save him. There was a crack. It was the screen of my new phone. Chen Hao? Chen Hao? Give me an answer. Are you coming or not? Yes, I said. Of course I'll go. The birds in that grove went up all at once and left. 1 in the afternoon, June 3rd. 21 hours on the counter. I got to the private yacht dock and saw Guo Wei from a distance, laughing enthusiastically at a young man with a white buzz cut whose back was to me. Chen Hao, why are you so late? Young Master Shen has been waiting a while. Guo Wei said that, standing at his shoulder, in a reproachful voice. Same as last life. He finds a bigger tree, he changes sides, and he does it so fast it's almost a talent. Zhao Yuan turned around. A pale face that had been drinking for a decade, and a look he pointed at me like he was checking the price on a cheap product. I knew that face. In my last life, this man beat people to death for a remark he didn't like, and helped himself to any woman he wanted, and ruled Sanyuan City like a warlord. Right now, at this exact moment, he was just an unpleasant rich boy who hadn't gotten there yet. It's all right. Good that you're here. Get on the boat. Bodyguard in black stopped me at the rail. Sir, I need to check you for dangerous items. Guo Wei was already through and being extremely agreeable about it. I was invited here for fun. Is this how you treat guests? Normal procedure. Then I'm not playing. I turned to leave and he moved and blocked me. What, I can't leave? Sir, if you're not carrying anything dangerous, just let me search you. This is young Master Shen's yacht. Give our young master some face. The boat left the dock while he said it. Who does he think he is? Why should I give him face? Do I even know him? And Zhao Yuan strolled over and delivered the line he had planned in advance. Da Chang, this is my half-brother. How can he be so ungrateful? Every head on that deck turned. The bodyguards looked at me with shock, and then with a kind of contempt you can taste. Guo Wei's mouth actually opened because he had known me for years and never heard a word of this. My mother married the man who ordered my father killed. This was the first time I had ever laid eyes on the son. What are you talking about? I don't know you at all. He made a great show of remembering. Oh, right. You didn't come to your mom and dad's wedding. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Zhao Yuan. I'm your mother's stepson. She's a good mother. She treats me even better than her own son. I want to describe what I did next accurately because I am proud of it. I closed my fist. Then I opened it. Then I lowered my eyelids until nothing showed, and I smiled at him. Oh, is that so? It seems you really enjoy being someone else's son. His whole face changed. Say it again? Guo Wei leapt in to smooth it over. Look at the sea. Isn't the weather nice? Ha ha. And he was not doing it for me. Let me lay out the arithmetic on that deck. 1 host, 8 enormous men in black, me and Guo Wei. Everyone staring. 2 hours to an uninhabited island. I let them search me. There was nothing to find. In the cabin, Zhao Yuan swept a glass onto the floor, and Da Chang reported that I'd been exercising and probably had some skill, and that he'd handle it in the water. Zhao Yuan slammed the table and said killing me like that was too easy, and how dare I betray him, and he would make me regret being born. Da Chang pointed out, cautiously, that this was still a country with laws. Do the one that came with him, too. I'd like to note that Guo Wei had been on that boat for 20 minutes. We surfaced from the cabin, and Zhao Yuan came back out cheerful, describing a beautiful little island with an exceptionally beautiful underwater environment that we absolutely had to see. Guo Wei nodded so hard I thought his neck would go. 2 hours later, we anchored off an island with a clean beach and green trees and nobody within 10 kilometers, and a bodyguard cheerfully announced our gear was ready. While we suited up, Guo Wei finally noticed things. A stranger invites you out, brings 8 enormous men, takes you somewhere empty. He tugged my sleeve and made frantic eyes at me through his mask. I laughed and said, "Why are you squeezing your eyes like that? Did you get sand in them?" Da Chang looked over. Guo Wei gave a sick little laugh and said his eyes were a bit uncomfortable. It's fine, it's fine. I was not going to expose him. He'd have run, and I needed everyone in the water. The underwater world down there is genuinely beautiful, and I swam at the front and enjoyed it, and if it hadn't been for the murderous attention on my back, it would have been a wonderful trip. Near a coral reef, Zhao Yuan made a hand signal. Da Chang pulled a knife off his thigh and came up behind me. Guo Wei, who was at the very back because it was his first dive, watched a man raise a knife over his best friend and his legs stopped working. He looked at Zhao Yuan and found him excited. Then he turned and swam for the surface, having decided in under 1 second that I was finished, and immediately began thrashing in place, because in his panic he had forgotten to drop his weights. I felt the water move behind me. I turned into it and the knife went past my ribs. Da Chang was not expecting me to turn. He kicked and came in again, and I finally understood what the blade was actually for. My air hose. This was an accident. This was a 19-year-old who suffocated on a fun dive. I couldn't dodge in that resistance, so I grabbed his knife hand, and when he reached for my mask, I grabbed that too, and then we were just two men wrestling on the seabed. His face went from ferocious to shocked. He was pulling with everything he had against an iron clamp. I got a foot into his chest and kicked him a full meter back, and when he came forward again, I reached behind me and brought my hand out holding a pistol. I would pay money for a recording of his eyes. He had searched me. He had personally confirmed I was carrying nothing. He had watched me change into a wetsuit in the open. There is nowhere on a human body to hide a handgun in those circumstances. He genuinely believed he was hallucinating from the depth. Then his chest opened and he stopped believing anything. 3 shots into the vitals. A bullet travels hundreds of times slower in water, but so do arms and legs. And at that range, even a professional cannot get out of the way. He died never once knowing how a gun got under the sea. Guo Wei watched all of it, with his eyes coming out of his head, wondering whether the person down there was the man he'd known for years. Zhao Yuan was the fastest of the 3 of us. As my gun came up, he was already swimming for Guo Wei, and he got there first and pulled him in front of himself and mashed the deflate button on his own vest. A handgun underwater has a range of about 1.5 meters. The gap was opening. My eyes went cold, and I fired anyway. The bullet went through too much water and too much interference, and instead of Zhao Yuan's head, it took Guo Wei through the neck. His eyes went enormous behind the glass, and the regulator fell out of his mouth, and a cloud came up around him. That is how the man who sold me in my last life died, shot by me through the throat, while being used as a shield by a stranger. I had been planning something much slower. I lined up again, and a school of fish crossed between us, and when they cleared, Zhao Yuan was 2 meters out, and my second shot lost its energy halfway and drifted to the sand. He let Guo Wei go and started climbing. He looked back at me the whole way and made a throat-cutting gesture because nobody had ever made him look that pathetic before. Then he learned about buoyancy. I put my air to maximum, dropped my weights, and went up faster than a man who was already burning himself out. Any diver knows you do not ascend like that, and he was doing it anyway because I was closing. I stopped chasing 4 meters below the surface and let him look back at me and enjoy it. Then I put the pistol away and took out something black, the interdiction crossbow. I tied a rope to the bolt and put it through him from below. He broke the surface and got his regulator out and was about to shout for the boat when he noticed a shaft coming out of his own stomach and the water going red. His bodyguards actually got into the water to pull him up. Then I hauled on the rope and dragged him straight back down. The pain took him out. I don't have the crossbow in my hands anymore at that point, just the line, and I swam him away under a boat full of men who were diving with no air and could only get a few meters down before their lungs sent them back. By the time they got proper gear on, we were gone. I dragged him up onto the island's beach like a dead dog and threw him on the sand. He was already a mess. Decompression from that ascent had swollen his whole upper body. The wound was white from the salt water and going to be infected within hours. He'd swallowed enough sea to be barely alive. I gave him first aid. I left the bolt in because pulling it out would have killed him immediately, and I had questions. He coughed a lung of water out, and the coughing tore his stomach, and he convulsed on the sand. Then he saw who was standing over him, and every ounce of the local warlord left his face at once. "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money." "Why did you want to kill me?" "I didn't mean to kill you." I put my hand on the wound and pushed. When he came back from wherever that sent him, I asked again, and this time he was extremely cooperative. You exposed Wang Dahai's business online. It dragged my dad's company in. The stock fell for a week. I just wanted to teach you a lesson." So I was here because of a bet in a clothing store. Then why did you kill my father? His face changed. What are you talking about? What father? 3 years ago, you visited the factory. You poured a drink into live equipment, and an electrical engineer died on the spot. Do you need me to help you remember? I put my hand back on his stomach. No, I'll talk. I don't know your father. My dad made me do it. The wronged have their culprits. Go find my dad. Please let me go. I went very still. Your dad made you do it. Why? He swallowed. Because he had his eye on your mother for a long time and wanted to have her, and she said cheating would ruin her reputation and refused. So my dad told me to kill that engineer. There it is. Not an accident. Not a rich boy's carelessness. A man wanted my mother. My mother would not have an affair, and so the obstacle was removed by a teenager with a soft drink, and then she married him. The person who killed my father was my mother. I was forced, he said quickly, watching my face. If I didn't do it, he'd have cut me off. He has other sons outside the marriage. Then an engine sound came across the water, and something like hope moved in his eyes. One last question, I said, and leaned in. Ask, I'll tell you everything. He wanted more questions. Questions take time, and his men were coming. What does hell look like? Go and see for me. I pulled the bolt out of his stomach from behind and put it through his heart. The engine got louder. His eyes filled up with hate and refusal because he had a glorious life ahead of him, endless money, and how could he possibly die at the hands of an ant he had come here to play with? A strong enough will to live can drag a man back to clarity for a few seconds. I saw it happen. I lifted my hand to finish it, and a needle went through my back. I rolled sideways, and the sand where I had been standing exploded, and the bang arrived after. Sniper rifle. If I had not moved, that was my head. The yacht was 200 meters out, and 7 barrels were pointed at me, all flashing. I went sideways and backward, and something took a bite out of my arm anyway, and I ran flat out for the tree line while the beach came apart behind me. Only in the trees did the crawling feeling stop. I want to be clear about the part that shook me, and it was not the pain. It was that a family of civilian bodyguards, in a country with total gun control, in peacetime, had a designated marksman with a rifle on a pleasure boat. Those were not retired soldiers. I had spent my whole previous life certain I understood how powerful the Shen family was. I had been nowhere close. I found a ravine, took disinfectant and a dagger out of the space, and dug the bullet out of my own left arm. That is not a nice sentence to write, and it was worse to do. In my last life, I took considerably worse injuries with no medicine at all, so I told myself that while I was doing it, and it did not help even slightly. Bandaged, sprayed, 2 anti-inflammatories, clean clothes out of the space, water, and a can of luncheon meat, and I sat in a hole on an uninhabited island and thought about my situation. Nobody had come after me, which meant either they'd taken Zhao Yuan's body and left, or they were still on the island waiting. I went up to the high ground and looked. The yacht was gone. The body was gone off the beach, and on the far side of the island, a bright orange lifeboat had been dragged into the trees. If I hadn't been standing on the highest point of that rock, I would never have seen it. A lifeboat means someone stayed. Which was, in fact, exactly what I wanted, because that island is not far from Sha City, and it is also not swimmable, and the lifeboat is a lifeboat. The sun went down. The counter said 17. I opened my space and got dressed properly. 16 layers of military cold weather special forces combat gear, which I had paid an enormous amount of money for. In summer, on a tropical island, I obviously did not put all of it on. I stripped out most of the thermal layers, put a vest under the jacket, added a tactical helmet, and pulled on thermal night vision. Then I waited for it to get dark, because the best time to start killing people is when they can't see. The forest at night is black and full of mosquitoes. 5 men in black lay in 5 separate positions in the bushes with their necks and hands being eaten alive, not moving, waiting. They'd come out for a day trip. The only rifle was hidden on the yacht for emergencies. They had never once considered that a simple dive would produce this. Then it started to rain, and one of them asked over the radio whether they should keep waiting. The answer came back from a man they called Number 2. Wait. The island's too big. 5 of us can't sweep it, and if we split up and go into that jungle to fight an assassin one-on-one, that's suicide. He has to leave eventually. It's a patience contest, and if we don't get rid of him to atone for this, none of us has a good ending either. They had concluded, from the professionalism of the whole thing, that I was a planted assassin who had come aboard in the target's own skin. Perfect disguise, ruthless execution, weapons cached underwater in advance. What else could it be? One of them pointed out that young Master Shen had said this was his stepmother's son. Number 2 said, evenly, that young Master Shen had checked. He was an ordinary college student, and if you tell Mr. Shen that an ordinary college student produced a crossbow underwater, killed Da Qiang, and nearly killed his son, will he believe you? Are 8 men who have risked their lives for years unable to handle one student? An assassin in disguise is a more logical story. It is also a much better excuse. Nobody there was ever going to guess the truth, which is that nothing had been hidden underwater at all. I lay down 200 meters away in the rain and felt genuinely grateful, because heavy rain covers footsteps, and because 5 warm bodies in a cold jungle light up in thermal like lamps. I did not use the interdiction crossbow. It's powerful, and it's loud. I used the quiet one, the short-range model I'd picked up on my last collection run, and I sprayed it white so it wouldn't shine. I stepped only on bare stone and soil. At 200 meters, I stopped and waited to see if they had infrared. They did not. I put a bolt through a man's head. The sound of a bolt cutting leaves is small, and in that rain it was almost nothing. But number 2's ears twitched anyway, and his warning shout and the body hitting the mud arrived together. "Get down!" 4 men flattened into the mud and stopped moving, because there is no moon, no light, and no way to know where death is coming from. "Watch out! The other side has thermal!" Number 2 crawled to the man with a bolt in his skull and understood the whole situation immediately. Now they were in the worst position in warfare. Advance, and you don't know where the enemy is. Retreat, and you're a silhouette on an open beach. I put a second bolt through a torso and watched the thermal, and the heat didn't drain, so he was alive, so I'd missed the vital. The grass and bushes at ground level were ruining my accuracy, so I picked a pine and went up it like a lynx, put the crossbow back into my space to climb with both hands and both feet, found a foothold, brought it back out, and fired. A chest. Then a 4th man looked up and called his friend's name, and I put one between his eyebrows. "Northwest, in the tree," number 2 shouted, and then he did something I did not expect. He stood up, zigzagged 10 meters, leaned into a trunk, and shot the exact branch I had just been standing on. Not the tree, the branch. In the dark, in the rain, at over 200 meters, from a pistol. I was already 4 meters away in a different tree, because snipers move after firing, and I am not an idiot, and that shot still put ice down my back, because there is no possible way he saw me. The last man of the 4 decided to copy his boss, stood up to get behind a trunk, and number 2 screamed, "Don't get up," and it was already too late. The last thing that man saw was a bolt arriving at his eye. 5 bodyguards, 1 left. He was behind a tree with rain running down his face and a bolt through his right arm, with a barb on the head and a piece of his own flesh still hanging off it. He had been a well-known international mercenary and a marksman. He had left that world because his own comrades sold him on a job. Of the 8, he was the least sociable, the quietest, the one who ate alone. He'd known for a long time that he would die at someone's hands. Losing your shooting arm removes more than half of you. His face did not move at all. He took a breath, went completely still, calculated where I had to be from the sound of the last bolt, stepped out from cover, and fired without hesitating. I felt it coming a full half-second before it existed. Not a noise, a wrongness, worse than the sniper on the beach. I let go of the branch and threw myself backward, and the bullet went through the space my chest had been, and then I was falling through open air, which is the single worst place a human being can be, because you cannot dodge and the enemy only has to lower his barrel. Except I had a rope in my hand the whole time, and the rope was already tied to the trunk, and I flipped back onto the branch. He shot me in the shoulder. I had defied physics, returned to a branch he could not see, in the dark, in the rain, and he put a round on me anyway. The vest ate it. The impact still knocked me off the tree, and falling, again, the crawling arrived, and this time it was screaming. I let go of the rope, which was not enough, so I put a riot shield in front of my body. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds landed on it within the width of a hand, at my head, my throat, my heart. He had predicted that I would let go. I hit the ground on rotting leaves, rolled, and got a tree between us, and I sat there with my heart trying to leave through my ribs. If I did not have the space, if I could not put objects into my hands out of nothing, if I had been a tenth of a second slower, 3 bullets, Head, throat, heart. The vest covered one of those. Then a scream came out of the dark 200 meters away. I went to thermal and found the last man on the ground, convulsing, alone. No other heat signature anywhere. I did not walk over. I put a bolt through him from cover first, and he did not react to it at all. Then I approached. He was bleeding from his mouth and his nose, his face twisted, his dollar body kicking. My bolt was in his thigh. He genuinely did not care. He looked up and saw me and could not believe I was alive. You, how could you, not be dead? I picked up his pistol and put it against his head. What's wrong with you? It's a genetic breakdown. A what? After effects of unlocking the gene lock. He coughed a mouthful of blood. Gene lock. The rumor from the 6th year of an apocalypse that had not started yet. Sitting in front of me, in peacetime, dying of it. How do I save you? I want to be honest. I did not want to save him. I wanted the information, and this was the first human being I had ever met who had one. Pocket. I found a box sewn into the lining of his coat. One blue pill. I broke it in half and put half in his mouth, then stepped back 2 paces and put the gun back on him. He swallowed it with the blood, and his body slowly stopped fighting. Ask, he said. I don't have long. He knew exactly why I was helping. How do I unlock the gene lock? Tell me, and you get the other half. He actually smiled. Do you know what the gene lock is? I shook my head because I did not. I don't know who named it. I only found information after I opened mine. There are 5 of them in the human body. Stage 1 shuts out every external distraction in your brain. You can recall anything you have ever seen once. In a fight, you can use everything around you, and your brain calculates like a machine. Stage 2 gives you perfect control of every gram of strength in your body and every muscle. Even with 50 pounds of force, you can kill a boxing champion. He'd never gone past the first. What opens it? Pain. Extreme pain. Be more specific. I don't know the specifics. The first time it happened, I was in shock, and I don't know how I lived through it. So those shots you fired at me, that was the gene lock. And this state now, is that the gene lock too? That's right. I opened it, and my body can't take the after effects. This was my 5th time. My genes are at the edge. If I hadn't opened it tonight, I might have had a while longer, even with the medicine to hold me. Ugh. He brought up black blood that smelled like something dead. What is that pill? It controls the after effects. It also repairs injuries. It's no use to me now. Then he looked at me with cracked, bloody teeth and said, You want to know where it comes from? Answer me one question, and I'll tell you. Go ahead. How did you dodge that shot? I calculated every reaction you could have. Logically, you should not have been able to. That question touched my single largest secret. I looked at his eyes going unfocused, and I decided that a dying man's peace of mind was worth the trade. Because I blocked the bullet with something. Total confusion crossed his face. He could not imagine what. But he had what he came for, which was the knowledge that it had not been his mistake, and he smiled. It's no big deal telling you. This was made by the Shen family. Everyone thinks the Shen family is an energy research company. The Shen family is in a great many fields. It is much bigger than you think. Why are you telling me this? He gave a bitter little smile. I'm alone in the world, and I'm not a Shen. They give me money, I work. What happens to them after I die has nothing to do with me. Then, almost kindly, you dodged all 3 shots I fired inside the gene lock. That's impressive. Unfortunately, you won't live long after you leave here. The Shen family will not let you go, and you will not escape annihilation. His nose started bleeding again, and his color improved, which is a thing that happens right at the end. Let me tell you something else. Zhao Yuan isn't dead. The family's medication is keeping him alive. He won't die that easily. I said, What? His lips moved, and no sound came out, and his head tipped over. I checked his pulse. Gone. He never let me feed him the other half. I searched him. A satellite phone, a radio, magazines, and an identity card. Sun Guang. I looked at the photograph for a long moment. Ordinary features. And a facial structure that was, allowing for 8 years and a mask, not entirely unlike mine. I kept it. I want you to understand what I had just been handed, sitting in the mud with a dead mercenary at my feet. The Shen family manufactures a drug that opens something inside human genes. The Shen family is training people to do it. And in the world I remembered, when the freeze came and everything collapsed, The Shen family ruled an entire city, and I never once understood why. I had spent my whole first life as a frog looking up out of a well, and Zhao Yuan was still breathing. I collected every bolt out of every body, took the spoils, and went looking for the lifeboat. It was almost 1 in the morning, and the counter said 9. I had to get back, find him, and kill him before the storm hit the planet. Then I got to the beach and discovered that the sea, in a rainstorm, at night, with no moon, is not a thing you take a small boat onto unless you are actively trying to die. So I went back into the trees, pitched a tent on high ground, and lay in it, not sleeping properly, because even there I did not dare go all the way under. Then I remembered the satellite phone in my pocket and made a call. Yang Yan, there's something I need you to do. I told Yang Yan that a friend of mine was dying and I was stuck at sea and couldn't reach anyone, and could she please check the hospitals for me, and there'd be a very large red envelope in it. She was going to ignore me until I said 20,000 yuan, at which point she did not sleep and took taxis around Sha City all night. By dawn, the rain had stopped. I passed the battlefield on my way to the beach and looked at Sun Guang one more time. He had been dead for 4 hours. The skin had come off most of the bodies, and the rain had taken the flesh with it, and in places, the bone was showing. 4 hours. That is not decomposition. That is a body that has been fundamentally broken from the inside and is simply falling apart now that the will holding it together is gone. That is what a gene lock does to you if you go back to the well too many times. Extremely accurate prediction, extremely precise shooting, calculation no human being should be able to do. A terrible double-edged sword. I pushed the lifeboat into a flat sea and ran the engine for 3 hours to the coast of Sha City, and by then, the counter said the storm hit the planet in a little over 10. Yang Yan, did you find him? Found him. Sha City First Hospital, 8th floor, Intensive Care Ward 1. There are so many specialists here for the consultation. Who is your friend? How is he so important? She yawned. She'd found him at the first hospital she went to and sat on it for hours, because if it looked too easy, I might change my mind about the money. Thank you. I've sent it. I put the boat in my space on an empty beach, put on a cap and a mask, and got in a taxi. The counter said 26 minutes. On the 8th floor of that hospital, a dozen of the most famous doctors in the country were standing outside a door, all of them men who normally have waiting lists measured in months, all of them here for one patient. Inside, Zhao Yuan was under bandages and tubes and breathing about 4 times a minute. The woman with them was in a very expensive suit dress and had a beautiful, exhausted face and something bitter behind her eyes. Her name was Chen Shufen, and she was Zhao Yuan's mother. Zhao Huimin had divorced her years ago and had not spoken to her since, and last night he had phoned her for the first time in years to say their son had had an accident and he was busy in Sanyuan City, and could she please go and deal with it. She'd only understood how bad it was when she arrived. The doctors did the thing doctors do, which is to look at each other and then say the words in the correct order. Young Master Shen's injuries are too severe. It's unclear what's keeping him alive. The will to live is extraordinary. But this kind of injury would normally have. We can only do our best. She broke down and begged them. Then one of them asked, carefully, that they had found a special substance in his body, that this substance was sustaining the last of his life, and did anyone know what he had taken? Every specialist in that corridor leaned in, because they all wanted to know. She had no idea. She turned on the bodyguards and demanded to know what they had fed him, and whether there was more. It's gone. That was a life-saving drug Mr. Shen had us keep. There was only one. But the delivery is on its way. One of them answered a phone and said, "Hello, yes, 8th floor." Then he hung up and told her the medicine had arrived downstairs. She actually said, "That's great. Jin Bin is saved." 48 minutes on the counter. I walked into the inpatient building and pressed the elevator button, and a man came and stood beside me. Black clothes, heavy build, cold face, a case in his hand. I did not look at him. I looked at his reflection in the elevator mirror, and everything about his posture was one of Zhao Yuan's people. The doors opened. I got in like a normal person. He got in. I pressed 7. If he was Shen family, he was going to 8. He stepped forward and pressed 8. The building was nearly empty, and we went straight up without stopping. At 7, I clutched my chest and folded over and went down. He glanced at me and stepped back because that is what he wanted to do. The doors opened. There is never anybody standing outside those elevators. I lay across the threshold with my body in the door track so it could not close. He had to move me, or he was not going anywhere. He frowned, tightened his grip on the case, walked over, bent down, and reached for my collar to throw me out into the corridor. The instant his hand touched me, I came up into his chest with a dagger and turned it. His eyes went enormous. He fell into my arms. He had never in his life imagined a man committing murder in a building with a camera on every ceiling. I left the blade in him so I wouldn't be wearing him, laid him down out in the 7th floor corridor, took his case, and slid back in as the doors closed. In the 4 seconds of that ride, I opened the case, took the contents into my space, and put a pistol in. The doors opened on 8, and I walked out. Chen Shufen came at me with her hand out. "Are you delivering the medicine? Where is it?" I looked at her face and confirmed the resemblance and walked past her toward the ward. "Wait!" One of the bodyguards stepped in front of me. "Why haven't I seen you before?" The other one closed in behind me, front and back. I kept my eyes down and my voice low. "I'm in charge of guarding the pills. Mr. Shen needed them urgently this time, so he sent me to deliver." Now, read that sentence again. It can mean, I am the man who normally guards the medicine, and I have come out today carrying something else. It can mean, I have come to deliver medicine. Which one it means depends entirely on what the listener wants it to mean. They relaxed slightly. Open the case. I had not looked inside it either. I set it on the floor without hesitating and undid the clasp, and every specialist in that corridor crowded in because they all desperately wanted to see the thing that keeps a dead man breathing. I lifted the lid with one hand and reached in with the other. The first bodyguard took a suppressed round in the chest at contact distance. I want to note that ordinary people have only ever seen a gun on television. 12 of the most respected doctors in the country stood there with their mouths open and made no sound at all. The one behind me was faster. His hand was already moving to his side. I turned and fired upward, and it went through his chin and into his brain and out the back of his head. Then everyone understood. Chen Shufen screamed and fainted. The corridor became noise. I pushed the ward door open, confirmed the face on the pillow, put the barrel against his head, and fired 3 times. Blood and brain across the white pillow, and then the long, flat tone from the monitor. That one is not coming back. 3 minutes had passed since the man in the elevator, and the hospital security team had already seen it all on camera and were coming up the stairs with batons and shields. 35 minutes on the counter. I put the gun away and walked out, heading for the fire exit, and a hand closed on my trouser leg. Chen Shufen had woken up. She had fainted from fear, and the gunshots in the ward had dragged her back. She was on the floor with her eyes red and streaming, holding my leg with both hands. "You killed my son. You killed my son, didn't you?" I pulled. She did not let go. I looked down at a woman who had just lost her child and felt nothing at all. "Your son killed a lot of people. You know that, right? He deserved to die. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for not raising him properly." She screamed at me. "He killed someone, so the law can punish him. What right did you have? What right?" And then, because she was not finished, "Besides, even if my son kills people, they're lowly, ordinary people. My son was born noble. Killing a few low people and sending money is an honor for them." Without those 2 sentences, a mother destroyed on a hospital floor would have been genuinely moving. I said, "Since that's the case, let the law punish me." Then I kicked her off my leg and ran for the stairs. And behind me, she hauled herself up and screamed after me with her voice going out. "You killed my son, and I will make your parents, your brothers, all your relatives, and all your friends pay with their lives. No matter where you run, I will make sure you die horribly." I stopped. I should have realized sooner that a thing like Zhao Yuan does not grow by itself. It is a family product. She saw me stop, and something in her caught up with her mouth. No, I was joking, I shot her through the forehead and did not look at her again. 5 floors down, I heard boots coming up, opened a stairwell window, checked, and jumped from the 2nd floor. Rolled, stood, and walked into a crowded registration hall where 6 security guards could not possibly watch everyone. I went into a toilet and came out in different clothes with no cap and no mask, and left through the front doors at a normal walking speed while men with radios ran past me. If today were an ordinary day, they would have pulled every camera in that hospital and had my face by evening. Screening footage takes time. There was no time left. 28 minutes. I got in a taxi and watched people on the street through the window, ordinary people walking around in a warm afternoon in the last quiet hour that world was ever going to have. My post hadn't worked. That was my conclusion, sitting in that car. Then the taxi radio buzzed. Attention all vehicles. This is the official security bureau. At 10:05 local time, a solar storm will arrive at Tianyun Star. For driving safety, all vehicles are requested to pull over immediately and stop for 10 minutes. No penalty will be issued for illegal parking within 10 minutes. I sat there with my mouth slightly open. My last life, when the storm hit, every vehicle on the road died at once. Cars stopped at speed, trucks jackknifed, chain collisions closed entire cities, and enormous numbers of people died in the first 90 seconds of the apocalypse, before any of the rest of it started. Out the window, traffic police I had not seen a minute ago were on every corner. Every light on the road ahead was red. All across the country, cars were pulling over. Somebody had listened. Then my phone rang. I looked at it and hung up. Gao Mengjie. In my last life, from the day she remarried to the day I died, 11 years, that woman never contacted me once. She lived in Sanyuan City as the director's wife of the largest shelter in the province, and I fought dogs for food 2 kilometers outside its wall. I only worked out after the apocalypse that a mother like that could exist, and now, on the morning after her stepson's death, she was calling. 7 minutes. I threw 100 yuan on the seat and got out and ran. The electromagnetic pulse does nothing to a human body. The geomagnetic storm that comes with it does. Almost everyone gets dizzy and sick. People sensitive to magnetic fields go down completely. I went down completely last time, 4 kilometers to my hill. I scanned a shared bicycle and rode it at 50 in a bike lane, and a traffic officer shouted at me to stop. 31 seconds. Every billboard and every light in that city was already dark. The hospital had power 20 minutes ago. Somebody had cut the grid on purpose. I dropped the bike, got the outer door open, sealed it, pulled the camera off the peephole into my space. 5 seconds. Key into the second door. 3 seconds. Inside. Door shut behind me. I threw myself into a beanbag chair. 1 second. And the last thing the treasure basin put in front of my eyes was a line I had never seen before. A solar storm is approaching. A geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is being rapidly generated. Source material. Then everything went black. Here is what happened to the world while I was unconscious in a chair. The 1,000 or so satellites around this planet lit up like a fireworks display and stopped existing. Debris from them hit the manned stations like shrapnel. Every screen in orbit went black and then went bright, and the people up there had known since the night before and had no way home. Then the pulse came down. Every device on the planet with a circuit in it died. Not devices in use, all of them, plugged in or not, in a drawer or on a wrist. In a century where everything from a kettle to a car has a board inside it, that is the entire built world. Aircraft in flight came straight down. Ships and submarines became scrap metal floating in place. Household appliances sparked in empty kitchens, and the lucky ones only smoked. People ran out of burning buildings, and some of them, like me, were unconscious from the magnetic field when the fire arrived and never woke up. Transformers caught, power stations overloaded, hydro, nuclear, all of it, and some of them did considerably worse than blow a fuse. The whole planet lost electricity in the same minute. The half of it that was in darkness stayed dark. Every person in a hospital bed being kept alive by a machine died in their sleep. Then the cars. Everything moving stopped moving at once, and on every road in the world there were pileups of dozens and hundreds of vehicles, and when people reached for their phones to call for help, the phones were dead too, and nobody in the world could reach anybody, and the fires spread. Within a few minutes, Tianyun Star was on fire. If you could have stood in space, you would have watched the technological era of an entire planet end in about 4 minutes. I have to tell you the strange part. Because my power was off, and because every appliance I owned was inside my head instead of in the building, none of it touched me. And because I had put a warning on the internet, Ximing country shut down its entire national grid that morning as a precaution. Cities went dark by choice, cars pulled over by order, and when the rest of the world burned, we had casualties, and we had vastly fewer of them. I have never told anybody that, and I never will. There is one more thing that happened while I was face down in a beanbag chair, and the treasure basin recorded all of it, and I could not see any of it. This reboot is generating a large quantity of source material, which will accelerate the evolution of all life on Tianyun star. The spark has been detected in a safe environment. Absorb the source as soon as possible to complete evolution. The spark has been detected as unconscious. Assistance program activated. Treasure basin starting up automatically. Startup complete. Beginning absorption. For a day and a night, with my eyes shut and a faint gold light between my eyebrows, invisible material came out of the air and went into my body, my cells, and my genes. If you had looked at my gene chain that night, you would have seen it breaking apart and reassembling faster than any process in nature. It is essentially identical to unlocking a gene lock, which is famous for hurting more than any human being can bear. Because I was unconscious, I did not feel a thing. Every living creature on the planet was drinking the same stuff. Animals absorb it fastest, then plants, then us. And among us, it varies enormously. Nothing on that planet absorbed as much as I did that night. I woke up in the dark, in a bunker, feeling like I had not eaten in 3 days. Started a generator, threw the switch, and the lights came on in the only building in that province with lights in it. My watch said 11:34, same as last time, a day and a night. I took out a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef, boiled hot pot base, sliced it in, and ate 5 pounds of beef with fresh vegetables, and was still hungry. When did I become such a big eater? Then I turned on the tap. I had insisted, over the objections of every builder on that hill, on a traditional, unpowered pumping mechanism for that well. Electrical pumps have circuits. Circuits are gone forever. The water ran. Outside, it was pouring rain and about 22 degrees, which for Sha City in June is a shocking number, and for the rest of the world is nothing yet. Here is the schedule, from memory. Day 1, 10 degrees colder and heavy rain, and everyone thinks the power is just out. Day 3, the temperature drops more than 20 degrees, and there is hail and typhoon and blizzard in the same week, and people finally panic and go out to loot. Day 4, another 30 degrees off in one day with a 20-degree swing between morning and afternoon. Minus 50 in the south. Don't ask about the north. Human beings need time to adapt to temperature. The sun did not give us any. Hospitals filled up with no power, no equipment, no ambulances, and no medicine, and people died in the corridors faster than anyone could count them. So I put on a coat and went out to steal, because there is no such thing as too many supplies, and because there was no longer a single working camera on this planet. Coming down the hill, I noticed I was pedaling at 50 without effort, which was so strange that I was still thinking about it when I came around a corner into a group of people. Matching raincoats, resolute faces, military green collars underneath, and in the middle, protected on all sides, a girl in a white dress. I braked, and it was not enough. One of the middle-aged men in that group stepped forward and kicked my front wheel. If a normal person kicks a bicycle at that speed, the normal person's leg breaks. Instead, the bicycle went backward with me on it, and I got it under control several meters away, and looked down and found the bumper under the front dented in. Who goes there? Hands went inside raincoats. I scratched my head and apologized profusely, and asked if the gentleman's leg was all right, because after 8 years down there, I can play an ordinary young man very convincingly. He did not answer. He just looked at me with an expression I did not enjoy. Then the girl, impatient, said, "Uncle Goo, never mind. He didn't do it on purpose. Let's hurry up. It's raining. My clothes are soaked. Hey, you hit us. We're not paying for that bicycle." They stepped aside. I rode past them, and only after a few hundred meters and a corner did the pressure come off my back, and I discovered that I had a thin, cold sweat right through my shirt. If it had come to a fight there, even with surprise, I was not confident. I did not care in the slightest who they were. I had shopping to do. On the main roads, cars were parked neatly along the shoulders instead of piled into each other. Pedestrians walked around in 2s and 3s, some hurrying, some carrying bulging bags. Some people had already started stockpiling. Some people were still certain this was a local outage. By the time they understand that the power is never coming back, that the environment is going to keep getting worse, and that people are dying everywhere with nobody to care, They will also understand that this city is now a place where you can do whatever you want. People buying supplies with money today will be taking them for free in about a week. I intended to get in front of that. Everyone else was hitting supermarkets. I went to the port. The southern port of Sha City is an ocean of shipping containers, rows of cranes, and cargo ships still docked, more of them than I expected, because if the state told cars to stop, it probably told ships to stay in harbor too, which meant my post had done something. Most of the management had gone home in terror. There were no cameras, there was no sound but rain on steel. I put my hand on the first container and thought about it. From the outside, that container was still sealed and intact. Inside, it was empty. Watermelons. An entire container of watermelons, which in a world where fruit will not exist in 4 days, is genuinely fantastic. I went down the rows opening blind boxes, coconuts, clothes, all short-sleeved, which taught me something depressing about Sha City wardrobes and how many locals would freeze in them. Snacks, frozen seafood, household goods. Imported cars worth millions each, which were probably scrapped now, and which I took anyway because space costs me nothing. Appliances, handicrafts, industrial supplies, a container of medicine, a container of luxury handbags, which was funny, and a container packed with 2,000 cardboard boxes of seeds. Hundreds of millions of them, small enough that a box holds tens of thousands. They will not grow. Almost every plant on this planet is about to die, and the world will not have a color other than white in it. I took them anyway. I could not physically make myself leave them there. Hundreds of containers in, and the space was barely touched. That box holds 20,000 of them. Then, somewhere in the rows, metal started banging. I went and looked around a corner and found 5 masked men chopping a container lock with a stolen fire axe. Somebody else had had my idea within a day. I was impressed, briefly. They had no space, so all they could do was break in and carry, with no vehicle, in a port the size of a district. Also, in the rain, that noise carries. 2 managers in raincoats were already jogging toward them from several hundred meters out. The lock went. The 5 of them poured inside and started screaming at each other about brand names, and I quietly emptied the container next to them while they did it, and then the managers arrived. "Hey, what are you doing?" One of the 5, a man named Zhang Bo, looked at a container full of designer handbags and did the math on his own life. He owed a lot of money to people who remove limbs. There were no cameras. If he handled 2 men, nobody would ever know. He picked up the fire axe and went at them. Both managers went down. One of them curled up and begged. Then he turned to his 4 friends, dripping, and said, "Aren't you going to make a move?" And they did. That scene is extremely educational for people who have lived their whole lives inside rules, and I did not stay to watch, because in a week, that would be a Tuesday. 2 hours later, I had most of the port, and it was getting dark, and I turned to leave and ran into the same 5 men. 3 of them had lost their raincoats. The clothes underneath were so soaked that the axeman's green jacket was no longer green. They had gotten about half a container moved before 3 more staff came looking. 5 deaths, then 8. By that point, they had stopped being frightened, which is a thing that takes about an hour. "Brother Lee, it's that kid from before," the one with the buzz cut came at me screaming with the axe up. I reached into my raincoat and took a suppressed pistol out of nothing and put a hole between his eyebrows. He walked 2 more steps on momentum and dropped. The other 4 came back to themselves all at once. The bald one hit his knees with his hands over his head. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to turn myself in." He thought I was police. I would like that on my record. Zhang Bo screamed that we've already killed enough today to be shot. He's 1 man with 1 gun, all of you. 3 shots, 3 men. The last one nearly got a hand on my arm. 5 bodies in 1 exchange. Of the whole Robin Hood operation, only the bald one was left, on his knees, and he had wet himself. I was walking over to close that out when my ears moved. Footsteps, many of them, in time with each other. I got behind a container, and a full squad of armed soldiers came around a stack a dozen meters away. "Who's there?" The Sha City garrison was based on an island. There are no working boats, so they'd rowed. I went backward through the container rows and got clear of one squad and walked directly into another one coming the other way. A dozen barrels came up. I stopped, raised my hands, and made my face frightened. "I'm a student." Every gun came down a few degrees, which tells you something lovely about that army. They searched me. My pistol had been in my head for 4 seconds. They found nothing. An officer came over, confirmed my age, and asked which school and why I was here. Sha City Arts College. I picked Yang Yan's school. Students get the benefit of the doubt. Also, I actually was a student, technically, before I got expelled. I wanted to go back to school, and I got lost without any navigation, which, with no phones and no taxis, is the most believable sentence in the world. Student card. I didn't bring it. Would an identity card work? He nodded, and I took my card out of the hidden pocket inside my phone case, which they had not searched, and he checked it and gave it back. Clean clothes, no blood, no weapon, 19 years old. Nobody could possibly connect me to a pile of corpses. His name was Chen Jing, and he could not connect me to it, and he did not believe me anyway. Come with me to the front, and I'll have someone take you back to school. That was not ideal. They walked me to an open area with several hundred armed soldiers in it, and 100 port staff in uniform, and a fat man who was clearly the port's leadership crying at an officer. And, tied up with rope between two guards, looking like a man watching his own funeral, the bald one, who chose that exact moment to look up. I turned my back and stepped behind the tallest person available. What are you hiding from? The tallest person available was Chen Jing. He looked into my eyes for slightly too long. Then another squad arrived and reported that they'd found 2 students at the port exit who said they were lost. And I turned around and had the single luckiest moment of that entire week. One of them was Yang Yan. She'd taken my 20,000 yuan and gone shopping with her roommate, fainted like everyone else, woken up to a dead phone and a changed world, and gotten lost trying to walk back to campus. Yang Yan! Chen Hao? She came at me visibly relieved, because in a strange place, surrounded by armed men, a familiar face is worth a great deal. Chen Jing said, "You two know each other?" "Yes, we're classmates," she said, delighted, and dropped the word high school entirely by accident. His whole face changed. He decided he'd been overthinking it and went to find someone who knew the roads. Behind us, a soldier reported to Chen Jing that the murderer had confessed, that he and his accomplices had killed the port staff, and that his 4 accomplices had been shot dead by a young security officer in a black raincoat. Chen Jing thought about a black raincoat for a second. "Take me to the murderer." They gave us a soldier named Xu Gang to walk us home, a kid of 21 who had been 6 weeks from finishing his mandatory service when the world ended and had instead become a real soldier overnight. 5 kilometers, an hour on foot, 5:27 in the afternoon and already going dark. I could not simply leave because an officer had already looked at me sideways, and if I peeled off and never arrived at that campus, my identity would fall apart the moment his men came back. Yang Yan's roommate was named Yang Li, and she talked continuously. "Soldier, why is Sha City out of power? How long to fix it? How are we supposed to live? My phone's broken too. Are you going to repair it? If you can't, I don't have money for a new one." Xu Gang explained, patiently, that a solar storm had damaged the grid, that leadership had already sent people, that everyone should stay on campus, and that in a couple of days, troops would come to distribute emergency supplies. What supplies? Food, candles, matches, lighters, that sort of thing. Candles? Oh my God, I'm going to have to live by candlelight? How scary is that at night? I knew what was coming and did not say it. Even if the wires survived, everything outdoors freezes and snaps. Every machine that manufactures a precision part is dead. Nobody is going to repair a transformer by hand in a blizzard. The power is never coming back. Not in her lifetime. Not in anyone's. My father used to tell me that decades ago, before the grid reached everywhere, people used candles and torches, went to sleep when it got dark, and got up before dawn, worked themselves half to death, and were all in tremendous physical condition. This storm had just taken this species off the internet by force. And then the cold was coming, and survivors would start caring about their bodies again in a way nobody had in 3 generations. Something moved in the back of my mind. 3rd reset. Accelerate evolution. It went past too fast to catch. Meanwhile, behind me, the conversation had moved from the power outage to me. "Chen Hao, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Yang Li came forward to tap my shoulder, and I caught her wrist without meaning to, and was surprised at my own reaction speed. "Ow, that hurts." "Sorry, I was thinking about something." She stood very close and looked at my face carefully, and I know what she saw because I have been told. I look like neither of my parents. My father's features were ordinary and my mother's were soft, and my face is cut with a very precise knife, deep-set eyes, high nose, thin mouth, and a 1 centimeter scar on my brow bone that has been there since before I could remember. My father always said I fell out of my crib. My eyes used to be clear, and it made the whole face gentler. Now they are cold, and when I am not smiling, people instinctively stay a meter further away than they meant to. That is what Chen Jing noticed and could not name. My face was fine. Faces can be faked. Eyes cannot, and a 19-year-old does not have those. Yang Li was much less sensitive. She rubbed her wrist and said, "Fine, I'll forgive you because you're handsome. So do you?" "No." Her eyes curved into little crescents. Yang Yan got between them immediately, in the tone of a woman defending property. It got darker. The rain stopped. The temperature dropped at least 5 degrees off midday, and both of them were in shorts and short sleeves, hugging each other. Yang Li whispered to Yang Yan to ask me for my jacket. Yang Yan, who had been about to anyway, said confidently, "Chen Hao, could I borrow your jacket for a moment?" No, I was not going to risk a cold for a stranger. There is no such thing as a mild illness in the world that was 3 days away. Her smile froze on her face. "How can you have no manners at all?" "Gentlemanly manners? Is that edible?" Yang Li laughed out loud, which she stopped doing about 90 seconds later because it was now genuinely dark and she tripped and went face first into wet mud. Xu Gang took a flashlight out of his pack and turned it on. She screamed at him for not doing it sooner. He explained, quietly, that the army had very few flashlights and batteries left, and they had to be used sparingly. She was too angry to speak and too frightened of soldiers to say it. She stood up with half of her soaked, shaking, and came at me with a pitiful face. "No," I said, before she opened her mouth. "How could you be like this? Are you even a man?" We reached the gates of the arts college in total darkness. The automatic gate was dead and locked. The guard in the booth saw a uniform, asked 3 questions, and let us through the small door, and then asked Xu Gang whether he had a flashlight because he could not see anything. Xu Gang said, "Sorry, I only have one." The guard sighed and nodded and did not push it, which is the sound of a man who has already understood more than the students have. The campus at night was black and silent, and we walked toward the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, I stopped. "What are you doing?" said Yang Li, who now actively disliked me. "Don't speak." There was a faint rustling in the air, and it was getting closer, and it was getting louder, and it was coming from above. "Where's the nearest building?" "Why are you asking? We'll be at the dorm in 10 minutes. Let's go." Yang Yan at least heard my voice and pointed. "The gymnasium is a few hundred meters that way." "Run, it's hailing." Then I took the flashlight out of Xu Gang's hand and ran. Whether they followed me was not my problem. Xu Gang was behind me immediately because he was a soldier and his legs made the decision without asking him. The 2 girls could not keep up and could not see, and the only light in that entire campus was a dot bobbing away from them across a field. "What are you running for, you lunatic? Wait for us! We can't see you!" The rustling became a roar. Yang Yan, remembering what I'd said, squeezed everything a dance student has out of her legs and ran for a building she could not see. Behind her, Yang Li fell. "Xiaoqin, I fell. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared." Yang Yan paused for exactly 1 second. Then she gritted her teeth and kept running. A moment later, there was a scream behind her, and then nothing. The first hailstone that hit Yang Yan was the size of a marble and took her in the forehead. The second was the size of a fist and took her shoulder. The third was the size of a human head and went past her nose into the ground. "Chen Hao, save me!" Nobody answered, so she ran and cried at the same time. And while she ran, something happened inside her that she could not feel. Her jeans started breaking and reassembling, and a girl with no training at all began dodging head-sized ice with an agility that should not have been possible. Then, a few meters short of the door, she simply ran out. Her legs went, her vision went, and the last thing she saw was a shape coming out of the dark, picking her up and carrying her. I was standing under the eaves of the gymnasium, watching Xu Gang carry her in. He had taken a hailstone to the helmet and several more elsewhere, and was bleeding through his sleeve. I did not have a mark on me. I had gotten under that roof before the first stone landed, and then I had stood there and watched 3 people struggling in the dark. Xu Gang looked at me with something close to hate. "Aren't you classmates? Why didn't you help when I was in danger?" I laughed at him. I want to be honest, it was not a nice laugh. Aren't those two women classmates? Why didn't she save the other one? We had both heard Yang Li calling from several hundred meters away, and Yang Yun had made it here, and Yang Li had not. He had nothing to say. Why didn't you save her? Because she was afraid of dying. Because other people's lives are not as important as your own. Because that is what human beings are, and it takes about 4 days without electricity for that to stop being a philosophical question. I took my flashlight back and walked inside, found a fitness room with mats in it, and offered it to them. You two sleep here. I'll sleep somewhere else. Don't follow me. Wait, your classmate is having some kind of attack. Yang Yun was curled up on the floor with her limbs twitching and her face distorted, and I recognized it immediately because I had watched Sun Guang do exactly this on an island 2 days ago. I pushed her shoulder. Nothing. Shu Gong folded a cloth into her mouth so she wouldn't bite through her tongue, laid her flat, turned her head, and started massaging her hands and feet, and I have to say his instincts were excellent. I knew what she was going through, roughly. I had half a blue pill in my space, and I decided not to use it, because number 2 had told me that his genes only started breaking on the 5th unlock, and this was her first, and people survive their first. Also because I did not want to. Shu Gong looked at me. Are we just going to stand here and watch her? What do you want to do? Carry her to a hospital on foot? It's still hailing. The school has a doctor. Where are you going to find him? Also, you are you. Don't drag me into this. Aren't you classmates? How can you stand by and watch someone die? That's the second time you've said that. I think I was clear the first time. He took a candle out of his pack, lit it, took my flashlight, and said he was going to find the school doctor, and left. I watched him go and said, mostly to myself, there is nobody left in this world I would risk my life to save. I sat cross-legged in the corner and watched Yang Yan instead. She was soaked through with sweat and in an enormous amount of pain, and if you want to know whether I felt anything, the answer is no. 10 minutes later it stopped and she opened her eyes. Where am I? Am I not dead? The gymnasium. Were you having some kind of attack? An attack? I'm not sick. I fainted and then everything hurt. I asked her whether anything unusual had happened right before, whether she had felt anything, and she said no, she had just been running and terrified. Who saved me? Was it you? It was the soldier. She went quiet, and in that light I could not see her face. Where's the soldier? He went to get the school doctor. Then, after a long time, very softly, why? I looked at her. Why didn't you wait for us? If you'd gone slower, if you'd lit the way, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have died. Her voice climbed. Why have you become so cold-blooded? You killed Xiao Xiao! She had been conscious through the whole seizure. She had heard everything. She had also heard Yang Li call her name and had not turned around, and she could not carry that, so she put it on me. I sat there and looked at her, and something in me went cold enough that she felt it and backed into the wall. Call me cold-blooded. Call me selfish. That world taught me, with a great deal of blood, never to hand my heart to anybody. And here is the practical problem. She hated me now. She might also be somebody who could open a gene lock. I took a dagger out of nothing behind my back. Then footsteps came down the corridor, and I put it away. Shu Gong came in, holding a man's sleeve, and behind him was a man in a white coat with a medical case. His face was already bruised and swollen from the hail, and he'd found the doctor anyway. The doctor knelt straight down. Yang Yan, are you all right? Is anything else wrong? They knew each other. He examined her and then turned around and said politely that Yang Yan had a lot of external injuries and he would treat and bandage them, and would the two gentlemen mind waiting outside. Yang Yan lowered her head shyly. We went out and closed the door. The instant it shut, Yang Yan threw herself into that man's arms and started sobbing. While he had been leaning close to examine her, she had used his body as a screen, tugged his coat, and written the word "help" on his palm. Because a minute earlier, by candlelight, she had seen my reflection in the window glass. She had watched a dagger appear in my hand out of thin air. Doctor, someone's trying to kill me. And he patted her back gently and said, tell me slowly what happened. And there was something in his eyes that had nothing to do with concern. Outside the door, Shu Gong told me the escort mission was complete and it was time for him to go back. Then he took his only personal ration out of his pack and handed it to me. Share this later, and blow out the candles when you sleep. They'll be very precious soon. He left before I could refuse. A few steps down the corridor, I said, actually, you don't need to blame yourself. If you hadn't run with me, all three of you would be dead. He stopped. He had been in the army for less than 2 years. He was 21. He was afraid, and he was afraid of dying. And the moment I said the word hail and grabbed his light, his body ran before his conscience got a vote. That is why he went back out into head-sized ice for a woman he did not know, and why he risked it again for a doctor. Saving one made the other one weigh less. I could hear him not turning around. Then he nodded at the wall and went. I stood there holding a soldier's only meal. I am not a good person. I do not, however, pretend that good ones don't exist. They do. They just die very quickly, and every one of them is one less problem for the rest of us. Now, about the school doctor. For 2 days, that campus had been a disaster. Most students had gone down with the magnetic field on the morning of the storm, and many had not woken up, and the teachers who were still standing carried them to the school hospital, where they were mostly handled by one man. He had started out treating them properly. Then he noticed that nobody was waking up, that nobody was in danger of dying, that the cameras were dead, and that the police could not be reached. So he began going through the unconscious for anything worth having, and when one of them woke up and started screaming, he killed her and put her in an empty refrigerator inside a garbage bag. That is a door that only opens one way. Over the next day, he went through more than a dozen of them and dosed the ones who stirred, and 2 of those never woke up either. The whole school was in chaos. Nobody noticed. Anyone who asked about a missing girl was told she had already left. And that evening, he was in the middle of it when he heard a shout and saw a military uniform and nearly died of fright, and then discovered Xu Gang only wanted help. He came to the gymnasium, and Yang Yan asked him for help, and he found out Xu Gang was leaving, and he made a decision. He had told her he loved her. He had told her he could kill me for her, that he would do anything as long as she was with him. And she thought about a dagger appearing out of thin air, and decided she did not want to die, and agreed. She never once asked herself the only useful question in that room, which is why a school doctor would be so comfortable with murder. He blew out the candle, and everybody lay down. I will now tell you the most important habit I have. I cannot sleep in a room with strangers. Not will not, cannot. Also, the moment I laid eyes on that man, I could smell it on him. There is a specific looseness to somebody who has recently killed and gotten away with it, and I have been surrounded by that smell for 8 years. Also, since I came back, I can feel a gaze in the dark like a hand. So when the candle went out and he shifted his weight to lie down, I used the noise of his movement to cover the noise of mine, and I moved. Then I lay in the dark with my eyes open and waited to see what would happen. An hour later, cloth rustled. Yang Yan's hand came out and touched him, and both of them were entirely awake. He stood up, took a scalpel out of his pocket, and stepped out of his shoes so his feet would make no sound at all. She sat up holding her own chest, because she was afraid her heartbeat would wake me. She crossed the room to the exact spot where I had been sitting, raised the scalpel, and drove it down. It did not hit anything. Where are they? Are you looking for me? I turned the flashlight on from 2 meters away, and the whole room went white. Yang Yan screamed. He got one hand over his eyes and pointed the scalpel at me with the other. How did you get there? I remember you sleeping right here. Oh, because I slept somewhere else after you blew out the candle. Impossible. We didn't hear you move. And where did that flashlight come from? I don't know whether to call you clever or stupid, I said. All I had to do was move while you were moving. Your own noise covered mine. And the flashlight, obviously, came out of my backpack. Then I looked at Yang Yan and smiled at her. By the way, you two are up in the middle of the night. Are you trying to kill me? I want you to understand that I had opened my eyes a long time before that. He was fast. He was not fast in any way that mattered. I crossed the gap, took the scalpel out of his hand, and put it into his chest to the handle. Don't! Her voice arrived after it was already in his heart. He looked down at his own chest with an expression of pure administrative confusion and went over backward. Since I woke up from that magnetic storm, everything about me has been wrong. Speed, strength, reflexes, all of it, further past my old numbers than I had any right to expect. Yang Yan was nailed to the floor by the wall, shaking. Don't kill me. Then, in despair, I can be your girlfriend. Please don't kill me. You can do anything to me. Please, Chen Hao. We were good friends in high school, right? Actually, I've always liked you. She was trying to arrange her face into adoration, while her eyes were still full of the last 10 seconds. Okay, I said. Then I'll give you a chance. Her eyes came up. I'm going to shoot you. If you can dodge, I'll let you go. I took a pistol out of nothing, and she looked at it like a ghost. I'll count down from 3. 3. Despair. 2. And something changed in her face. I did not say 1. I fired. Her pupils contracted to pinpoints, and she shifted her body a fraction, and the round that no human being on this planet could have avoided went past her. Her whole face lit up with the joy of a person who has just survived. I fired again. Blood opened on her shoulder, and she went down. I can only dodge 1, I said, and I was genuinely a little disappointed. Here is what I actually wanted. I needed to know whether an ordinary person could open a gene lock, and whether a life or death moment was the trigger, and I did not have another test subject. Now I was 70% sure. She started to ask me why I hadn't kept my word, and then went down convulsing instead, and this time she did not lose consciousness, which meant she got to experience the whole thing. 8 seconds. That was the gap between the dodge and the collapse. Her ears and nose and mouth bled, and her eyes went red, and she looked at me with an expression I could read perfectly. Kill her. 17 minutes later, the after effects finished, and she passed out, and I put a knife through her heart and finished it. Then I put both bodies into my space, because I did not want anyone finding either of them. It was past 3 in the morning. The room, which had been over 10 degrees when we lay down, was now barely 10. Outside, it was probably 5 or 6, and the wind had started rattling the windows. I changed into warmer clothes and left. There were bodies on the road out of that campus, killed by hail, and some of them were not pleasant to walk past, and I did not slow down, because I have seen far too many. I want to note one thing. That hail fell on Sha City at night. In Sanyuan City in my last life, it came in the afternoon. I pulled the SUV out on an empty street, drove down to the bridge, and dropped every corpse I was carrying into the sea like dumplings into a pot. Then I washed the truck out and drove it home, because it has a high chassis, and when you meet a body on the road, you do not have to get out and move it. A few people in dark apartments heard an engine below their windows at 4 in the morning and told their spouses they were dreaming. At dawn, I switched back to a bicycle, and there were far more people out than the day before, and they were all young adults. Yesterday, they were in short sleeves. Today, everybody was in a jacket, and almost all of those jackets were thin, because this is a city where it is summer 11 months of the year, and nobody owns a coat. The fog was thickening, and a few snowflakes were coming down, in Sha City, in June. At that point, even the most oblivious person on that street understood. Yesterday, they were fighting over food. Today, they were fighting over clothes and bedding. Lips were purple, hands were red and cracked, and they were all still outside, because they had children and parents at home who needed warm things, and there is no possible way to know how many of those people made it back that day. A blizzard was 2 days out. I passed a row of shuttered shops and looked at the people shaking on the pavement, and I broke the windows. Just walked along and put them all in. People went in and took curtains and carpets and anything they could wrap around a body. Order was already coming apart. In a world like the one coming, that is not a moral failure. That is just Tuesday. Around 6 in the morning, I got back to Wolong Village, which sits between me and my hill, and I had spent the whole ride planning to go around it because I knew exactly what those people were. Except that morning, the entire road out of that village was blocked by a crowd. A dozen of them, with kitchen knives and hoes and machetes and sticks, standing in a ring in the middle of the road, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Kill it! Guodong, hurry up! It's freezing, and I've been craving dog meat for ages. What are you afraid of? It's just a beast. There's loads of us. Then why don't you go first?" In the middle of that circle was a dog, a big one, covered in wounds, its coat so filthy you could not tell what color it had started as, teeth bared, blood on them, turning slowly to keep all of them in front of it. And its eyes did not match. The left one was sea blue, the right one was scarlet. Nobody wanted to be the first one bitten, so they were all waiting for someone else to be brave, which is the entire history of that village in one sentence. The village chief, who was the oldest man there, made the decision. "Jiangdong, Guodong, you two are the strongest here. Go." Neither of them wanted to. "Uncle, if you're going to talk like that, I'm going home. You can't always make us stand up for you." "That's right," said Jiangdong. "Last time you made me go up that mountain, and that bastard broke my dad's hand, and I still haven't gotten my money." Jiang Dong had spent the previous day standing outside my door, hammering on it and screaming until he lost his voice, and I had not come out, and he had been in a mood about it ever since. He also had several thousand yuan in medical bills and nothing to show for them. He had privately promised himself that the next time he saw me, he would make me pay. And then, out of the fog, a bicycle came around the bend. I braked. The whole village turned around. Jiang Dong pointed at me with a wood-chopping knife and shouted, "You brat, I've finally found you." He forgot about the dog entirely and came and stood in my way. Pay up, my dad's medical bills, emotional damages, lost wages, nutrition costs, 500,000. I thought it was 50 last time. Last time was last time. A few days ago, meat was 10 yuan a pound, and now you can't get a pound for 50. How is that the same? The rest of them closed in around me, because in that village, whatever anyone extracts gets divided among everyone, and 500,000 yuan is worth considerably more than a dog. What if I don't give it to you? Heh, let's see if the things in our hands agree. You're not thinking of calling the police, are you? Go ahead, call one. They knew phones were dead. That is the thing about that particular village. They had been running a business on the exact boundary of what the law will bother with for over a decade, and the law had just gone away, and they had noticed within 72 hours. Kid, we call the shots in this village and every mountain around it now. Pay up or we break your legs. Young man, said the village chief kindly, if you don't pay, they might beat you to death with those. Think it through. And behind his back, he made a hand signal. Jiang Dong saw it, and his whole face went warm with joy, because now he got to have his slap back with 13 witnesses instead of 4. He walked up and swung that dinner plate hand at my face with everything he had. The other villagers arranged their faces for a show. Crack! 2 teeth came out onto the road. He spun halfway around and sat down in the dirt with his head ringing. And I want to be clear, I did not hold back at all that time. 13 armed people went completely silent. They had absolute numerical superiority, and every one of them was holding metal. And the boy had not just fought back, he had fought back like that. Jiang Dong went insane. Nobody except his own family had seen the first slap. This one had an audience. I'm going to kill you. He got up, picked the chopping knife off the ground, and swung it at my head. 2 voices shouted at once, one of them the village chief's, and he heard neither of them, because there is a small percentage of people who will make one decision in 1 second of rage that ends everything they have. I watched the blade come and did not move, which, from the outside, looked like a boy frozen in terror, and several of them looked away. Then a shadow crossed the road. 2 sounds arrived together, a scream and a gunshot. The dog had it. It had gotten out of that circle and not run. It had circled around through the weeds at the edge of the cement and waited, and when Jiang Dong went for me, it came out of the grass and took his leg. He was also shot in the side, and the knife rang off the road, and he went down. The dog was already 20 meters away. Every person on that road jumped except me. Don't move! Drop your weapons! Hands up! 2 police officers came out of the village with their sidearms out and faces like weather. They had been sent around the villages and counties to advise people about keeping warm and storing food. Every other village had gone fine. In this one, they had asked for the village chief and been told he was outside beating a dog, and they had walked into an attempted murder. 13 people looked at Jiang Dong bleeding in the road and then at the gun and dropped everything they were holding at once, which made a lot of noise. Squat down, in a line along the roadside. I squatted down obediently right next to Jiang Dong, who was not dead yet, and who was staring at me with an expression that would have skinned me if it could. If you get looked at like that by a dying man, you are supposed to feel uncomfortable. I leaned over slightly, kept my lips still, and said at a volume only the 2 of us could hear, "Go to hell without worrying. You won't be alone. I'll make sure your parents and your sister go down with you." His eyes came out of his head and he kicked twice and stopped. An officer came over to check him. By then, my face had arranged itself into the enormous relief of a young man who has just survived something. "The perpetrator is dead. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No. Thankfully you arrived in time. These villagers were extorting me." The village chief hit his knees, squeezed out tears, and started wailing about heaven, and about how could he face old Li's family, and while he wailed, he made a hand signal behind his back with the other hand. Liu Chang, the young man beside him, picked it up instantly and pointed at the teeth on the road with an expression of grief and outrage. That bastard broke Jiang Dong's father's hand, We went with him to ask for medical costs, and he refused and knocked Zhang Dong's teeth out. Sir, look at the teeth, then look at his face. The officer did look. There were teeth. Zhang Dong's face was badly swollen. Yes, he only fought back because he was pushed to the limit. You beat a man like that, and he isn't even allowed to fight back? Zhang Dong died so tragically. What about his elderly parents and his unmarried sister? Is there any justice left in this world? They had done this dozens of times, possibly hundreds. It was fluent. Nobody hesitated. Nobody contradicted anybody. The officers frowned and asked me if I had hit him. He came at me with a knife first. That's when I fought back. Okay, next time, run first. Protecting your own life is what matters, understand? And one of them patted my shoulder. I looked slightly surprised, and this time it was not acting. That village's reputation had gotten to those two long before I had. Sir, he hit someone. Why are you siding with him? Even a fight is not a reason to kill. There are more than a dozen of you, armed, pointing weapons at one unarmed person. Whatever he did after that is self-defense. We saw it with our own eyes when we arrived. Were you planning to commit violence in the street? We had those to beat the dog. Where's the dog? They looked around. There was no dog. There had not been a dog for some time. Every one of you stays in this village pending investigation. Understood? Under any other circumstances, they'd have been taken in and this would have gone all the way. But the two of them had a great deal more urgent work than a village, and everyone knew it. They pulled me aside and took a statement, and I gave them the truth. The staged fall, the hand I accidentally broke, the 50,000, the 500,000 this morning. They nodded. It matched what they had already guessed. Why don't you come into town with us? We'll find you somewhere to stay. It's not peaceful these days, and this place is remote. We can't look after you out here. They meant those people will come for you the second we drive away. I'm not going. One of them took me a few steps off and lowered his voice. Once we leave, they'll cause you trouble, and we won't be able to help. I looked into his eyes. He meant it. That man was genuinely, personally worried about a stranger on the 4th day of the end of the world. I'll be fine. I've learned some martial arts, and my house is safe. They can't do anything to me. He tried twice more and gave up. If anything happens, go to the nearest station for help, all right? I nodded. Nobody was going to be asking for help, and if anybody did, it was not going to be me. Behind him, 13 villagers were looking at me with expressions that had stopped pretending, and a couple of them were making gestures. I smiled back at them. The officer noticed my face and turned around, and every one of them was instantly a bereaved farmer. He caught enough of it anyway. Everyone back to the village. Don't go out for the next few days. The chief stays. I got on the bicycle. Before I left, I looked at the weeds where the dog had been. Empty. Maybe I had accidentally gotten it out of a bad spot. It had certainly gotten me out of one. A grateful dog, genuinely. I actually felt a small pang about having abandoned the sled dog idea after that warehouse fire. Then I got to the top of my hill, and there was a dog sitting on the flat ground in front of my door. I got off the bike and grinned like an idiot. Were you waiting for me? It said nothing at all and looked at me. I put the bicycle away into the space in front of it because a dog is not going to file a report. Then I checked its face out of habit. It was staring at my hand, head tilted, both eyes narrowed slightly, and I swear to you, there was a question in them. That hand had just made an object cease to exist, and it wanted to know how. That is a very smart dog. I took a few steps toward it, and it stood up and took a step back. So I stopped, and felt sillier than I want to admit. It looked like a stray. Strays get abandoned, and then they get hurt, and then they stop letting people near them, and that is not a thing you can argue with. I had taken a container of pet supplies from the port 2 days earlier without thinking about it, so I pulled a bag of dog food out of nothing and put it on the ground. Food. I'm going in. And I walked around it and toward my door. 4 steps later, there was a very familiar weight on my back. I turned around, and it had the bag of food in its mouth, and it was following me. Something clicked. Was it you spying on me in the woods the other day? Then I laughed at myself, because I had just asked a dog a question. It put the bag down, opened its mouth, and said, "Woof." I stopped laughing. Was it you? You want to come home with me? Woof. It picked the food back up, came a few steps closer, stopped, and checked my face to make sure I did not mind. Then it walked all the way up, lay down on the ground at my feet, wagged its tail very carefully, and looked up at me. That is what a dog does when it has decided and is not sure it is allowed. I crouched down and put my hand out toward its head, and it flinched and then made itself not move and let me put my hand on it. Everything about that reaction told me what its life had been. If I hadn't accidentally saved it that morning, it would never have come within 10 meters of a human being again. Shades like we're quite destined to meet. I looked into those ridiculous mismatched eyes and said, seriously, let's go home. From now on, we depend on each other. And it looked back at me like it understood every word. Inside, I checked it over, and it was much worse than it looked. Under all that filth, there were patches of skin simply gone, and most of the wounds were fresh and still open, and I had not been able to see any of it through the matted coat. And it had jumped a man with a chopping knife anyway. You're a real man, I said, which is a stupid thing to say to a dog, and I said it anyway. Untreated, those would kill it in a few days. I'm going to fix this now. I have to shave you, and it's going to hurt, so bear with it. Shave, disinfect, suture, ointment, bandage, then half a tube of anti-inflammatories. 3 hours. No anesthetic because I did not have any that was safe. It did not flinch. It did not make one sound. It lay there and let me do whatever I needed to do to it for 3 hours. You really are a tough guy. Then I put a blanket over it. Because of the matting, I had shaved the entire animal, so it was now completely naked, covered in stitches, and looked so absurd that I had to stop and get control of my face. It was also extremely thin. You could conduct every rib. It followed me into the kitchen and lay down at my feet. Your stitches will pull. Go and stay in the living room. Its tail went down, and it left obediently. By the way, shouldn't I give you a name? It stopped in the doorway and turned around and looked at me with enormous hope. I looked at a naked, stitched, shivering, extremely dignified animal and considered my options. A platter? Iron Man? Blue and red? Its face fell apart. I'm joking. How about Demon King? Woof. Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof. So that was settled. I made a lot of meat for lunch and discovered he preferred it raw, so I took out a large piece of beef instead, and then a man and his dog sat in a bunker eating enormously while the temperature outside dropped through the floor. And then somebody started hammering on my door. There were about 40 of them outside, young and old, men and women, everyone carrying a farm tool or a stick. 2 of them were hitting my door with hose, which was producing marks on the door and nothing else. Granny Wang was in the middle of the crowd being held up by her daughter and wailing about white-haired people burying black-haired ones. We tear this door down today and avenge Zhang Dok. That brat must pay with his life. Zhang Dong had been shot by a police officer, and they knew it, and they could not do anything about a police officer, so it was going to be me. For over a decade, that village had extorted outsiders and never lost. This was the first time they had ever been on the wrong end of anything, and the chief had gathered a third of the village before the patrol car was out of sight. He had also worked something out that the rest of them hadn't. The power was gone, cars had stopped, and it was snowing in June, and if that continued, this might be the end of the world. He had begun thinking about his own future. I opened the door and came out. They were cold and impatient, and one of them came straight at me, pointing his finger in my face. You dare ask what we want? Debts must be repaid. Murderers pay with their lives. You! I took the finger and snapped it. The sound and the scream arrived together. I let go, kicked him in the stomach, and he folded and could not get back up. Speak properly if you want to speak, I said. I hate people pointing at me. They backed off, and then their eyes went hard again, because they were not good people either. The village chief stepped up. Young man, this time you started it. Hitting people is a crime that gets you jail. I nearly laughed. There is a saying online about people like this. You reason with him, and he acts like a thug. You act like a thug, and he tries to reason with you. You're very young. A criminal record affects your whole future, he continued, watching my face. But we don't have to report it. Compensate our village for its losses, and we'll consider this and Jiangdong settled. How about that? We can't let it go. Kill him. Kill him to pay for my son. The chief flicked his eyes, and somebody clamped a hand over Granny Wang's mouth. So, do you want to consider it? He rubbed his hands together and looked over my shoulder at the shelter. You want money. His eyes did something greasy. As for money, a token amount is fine. We don't need much. Just give us the house behind you, and that'll do. There it was. The ATMs were dead. The banks were mobs. He knew perfectly well that money had stopped existing 4 days ago, and he wanted the only structure within 50 kilometers that was going to be standing in a month. I have to admit, of the 400 people in that village, he was the only one thinking clearly. Get out. His smile went off. Young man, think it through. If it weren't for those 2 meddling officers this morning, Zhang Dong would have hacked you to death. Every one of them believed that. They had watched me stand still under a blade. You don't know yet, do you? Things are in chaos out there. If a murder happens somewhere, you dump the body and nobody investigates. I urge you to consider carefully. Is your own life more important or a few possessions? They all picked their tools back up. I want to say something here because it matters. If the Shah City garrison had not turned up at that port 2 days earlier, I would have killed every person on that hilltop and gone back inside to finish lunch. They were on their way out anyway. Old man, if you want my things, take them off my corpse. Enough talking. You don't know what's good for you. 2 of them came at me with hammers, which do not kill instantly, but do produce fractures and internal bleeding, and in a world with no medicine, that is much worse than dying. Granny Wong stopped struggling and got comfortable. I took the first hammer by the handle and pulled the man attached to it, and swung him into the second man's hammer, and the second man's hand came apart, and I kicked him, and his hammer went spinning off and hit a third man in the head, who dropped where he stood and did not get up. Several women screamed. The chief went backward into the crowd. Several of you together! Cut him down! 5 men with chopping knives came in. I pulled the blade from behind my back and went at them instead of away. Ordinary people attack with ferocity and no technique and no experience whatsoever. Against somebody who has fought for 8 years to eat, they are clay chickens. I stepped inside the gap between 5 swinging arms and opened the nearest throat, moved around the spray, and put my hand through another man's back. 2 down in about a second. The other 3 froze with their knives still up. That is what happens to people who have never seen it. Fear of death is instinctive, and watching a companion go is a physical blow. But when you are in it, you do not get to stop. As long as you can move and they are not all down, you keep going, or you die. 3rd one through the neck. 4th across the throat. The 5th finally turned to run and got about 4 steps. I pulled the blade back out and looked at the rest of them. So what if he knows kung fu? The chief screamed. Even a novice can kill a master with enough punches. He's got 2 hands and 1 knife. All of you at once. They looked at the chief. Then they looked at the knife, which was still dripping. Oh my God, murder! One of them dropped his hoe and ran, and then it went through the whole crowd like a current, and 40 people turned around at the same instant. Don't run! Nobody heard him. Nobody had heard him for about 4 seconds, which is the exact lifespan of that kind of authority. They ran straight over him. By the time the hillside was empty, the village chief was lying on my flat ground covered in footprints with something broken inside him, unable to speak. I walked over and looked down at the man who had run 400 people so tightly that the state itself couldn't touch him. Give somebody like that a year in the world that was coming, and he would have owned that entire district. I put the knife through his heart and took him. He came back for one moment at the end and stared at me, and I think what actually killed him was not the blade. It was that his own villagers had trampled him. I was gathering bodies when the shouting started halfway down the mountain. Help! Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer! There was a wild boar on my mountain road. It was much larger than a wild boar should be, and it was going through 40 fleeing villagers on a path with a cliff on one side. They went off the edge or into the rock face. There is exactly one way down that hill, and on flat ground nobody outruns a boar, and each pass it made took somebody away on its tusks. It stopped after more than a dozen of them were down. Then it bit into the neck of one of the bodies and started eating, and it narrowed its eyes while it did, the way an animal does when something tastes good. The villagers running for their lives did not look back and did not notice. I noticed. Ordinary boars do not attack unprovoked, and they do not eat people, and its eyes were red, and it was enjoying itself. I stood on that path and felt everything in me go cold. Mythical beast. In my last life, when the cold came, the plants died, and the herbivores died, and the surviving predators came out of the deep forest and started hunting us. For 3 years we hunted them back, took heavy losses, and got meat out of it, and everybody treated it as a nuisance while the authorities worked on restoring technology. Then in the 4th year, the first beast tide came. Ammunition is finite. Even at full production, the state could not make bullets faster than we fired them. The animals got bigger, their coats got longer, and they started changing in ways that had nothing to do with fur, and we started calling them monsters. Scientists found a substance in their flesh that accelerated it. By year 6, an ordinary bullet would not go through them. That was when humanity finally understood that we were going to have to change too, or stop existing. That was year 4. This was day 5. The boar stopped eating and turned its head and looked at me. Its eyes were scarlet, and they went straight into the oldest part of my brain, and I found my grip tightening on the knife without deciding to. These things are not just tougher, they are faster, stronger, and considerably smarter. In my last life, I once helped kill one of these with several other men. Afterward, the group argued about the split, and Guo Wei was nearly murdered on the spot, and he never hunted one again. I could not have taken one alone with anything I owned, so I gave up hunting them for 8 years. I am not that man anymore. The knife went back into the space, and the interdiction crossbow came out. The boar saw it and understood, which tells you everything, and charged. And then, for the first time in weeks, the treasure basin spoke. A first-order source beast has been detected. Kill the source beast and absorb the source power from its body. Source beast, source power, which was fascinating and cost me the shot. I fired too fast, and instead of the soft spot above the eye, the bolt went through its snout and out under its jaw, which pinned its mouth shut and made it substantially angrier, and did nothing else. It came in at a speed I could not dodge sideways, so I dropped the crossbow into the space, threw myself flat, and rolled, and half a ton of animal went past me. You cannot take one hit from that. The tusks go straight through a person, and the impact turns the inside of you into soup. It ran on for 10 meters, slowed, and turned. The knife was back in my hand. 12 meters. For that animal, 12 meters is nothing. It came, and as the distance closed, it got so large that my heart went sideways, and my hands went cold, and my eyes, strangely, got very calm. I stepped off the line at the last instant and dragged the blade across its flank. Half a meter of wound opened, and blood went everywhere, and I did not feel good about it for 1 second, because I could feel through the handle exactly how little I had done. Skin and a finger of meat. On an animal that size, that is a scratch. The web of my own hand split from the recoil. An ordinary boar would have come open like a bag. It turned, furious, and came again, and this time I was too close and too slow, and there was nowhere to go, so I went forward. The head filled up my whole field of vision, and the tusks were right there, and my scalp physically crawled, and every alarm a human body has went off at once. And then something inside me broke. The boar slowed down. Everything slowed down. Every scrap of knowledge and every fight I had ever been in arrived at once, in order, all at the same time, and my brain went into a state I have no words for. Wind, force 4 northeast. Road gradient 27.6 degrees. Target speed 19.8 meters per second. Burst 13. Contact in 0.7 seconds. Fatality 99.99%. Optimal evasion angle. Optimal attack angle. Optimal attack point. All of it in about 1/100th of a second. And then my body simply did it, without waiting for me, the way a machine executes an instruction. I came off the line at the exact angle by the exact margin, and my arm put every gram I had into the neck at the perfect moment, and I let go of the handle immediately so half a ton of momentum would not take my shoulder with it. The boar went a few meters, turned again, and was still not dead. It was, however, much slower, and it staggered as it came around, gathering itself for one last try. And it turned its head directly into a bolt. The crossbow had been back in my hand from the instant I released the knife, and I had fired at where its eye was going to be, so from the outside it looked as though the animal had turned around and run into the arrow on purpose. It went through the socket and into the brain. It swayed twice and came down like a building. My eyes cleared. I looked at my own hands. So that is the gene lock. No wonder a man in a pitch-black rainforest could shoot a branch he could not see. Inside that state, a human brain is a computer. It lasted 3 seconds. Then, the after effects arrived, and I found out what everybody had been complaining about. A few minutes later, I could stand up. Unlike Yang Yan, I did not lose consciousness. It did not last as long, and, most interestingly, it did not hurt very much. It hurt. It was nothing like a life worse than death. Individual variation, apparently. I filed that. Then I crouched by the corpse and thought about how you absorb something. Unclaimed source power detected. Absorb? Yes or no? Yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Note: absorption must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and cannot be recovered. I looked around at an open hillside covered in bodies, put the boar into my space, and walked home, because I was not going to stand in the open for an unknown length of time holding hands with a corpse. Inside, I told the Demon King to stay in the living room, took the boar out in the storeroom, put my palm on the fur, and said yes. Something came up my arm, warm at first, then a wave of comfort that went from my skin into my cells and, if I am honest, somewhere further in than that. 2 minutes and it stopped, and I sat there feeling faintly cheated, the way you do at the end of a very good meal. Is that what evolution feels like? Then I stood up and immediately noticed I was walking faster. I tested my grip, stronger. Overall, about 10% better across the board. 10% off one animal. That is the entire mechanism of the next decade of human history, and I had it on day 5. Everything I know fell into place at once. Source material fills the air, and plants and animals drink it passively and change. Humans cannot. We have to take it deliberately, which is why somebody eventually had to invent resonance. And why 2 years of resonance in my last life made me strong enough to help kill one of these. And I had a booklet in my pocket that was several times better than resonance and would not officially exist for 6 years. I ran Nourishing Life Skill right there in my living room and felt the same warm tingle, weaker, but the same. Then I ran Resonance to compare. Not even half as good. I took that filthy, oil-stained booklet out and looked at the scrubbed-off title. If I ever meet that fat Taoist again, I have some questions. Ordinary people can open gene locks. Beasts have already started changing on day 5. Whatever this apocalypse is, it is not the one I lived through. I looked over at a naked, stitched, ridiculous animal lying on my carpet watching me and patted his head. Demon King, let's get strong together. Woof. We're eating wild game tonight. Woof. The meat, incidentally, was excellent. Not tough at all, no gamey smell, firm and sweet. I ate 7 pieces of rib. He ate 2 extra and licked his mouth and looked at me like I was holding out. That night, we went outside so I could digest, and because he had no fur, I cut down one of my 200 coats and put it on him, and he was extremely dignified about it. It was snowing hard. Half the county below us was black. Here and there, a faint light where somebody had a candle. Demon King, there will be no more lights in those houses, not ever. And standing on that hill, I finally understood what this apocalypse actually is. Humans had been sitting at the top of the food chain, comfortably, for a very long time. And this is a forced re-entry into competition. That is why the first 2 resets happened. We stop improving ourselves and start relying on tools, and tools can be taken away in 4 minutes by a solar flare. For years after the freeze, we tried to rebuild the machines, and the animals kept evolving and reproducing several times faster than us, and we fell behind one step at a time until there was nothing left. I was the only person alive who knew that, and it sat on my chest like a stone. The Demon King looked up at me, and then came over and pressed his shoulder against my leg and stood there. A man and a dog on a black hill in the snow. The blizzard ran for 3 days. -31 outside, over 20 inside, and I spent it in shorts and a t-shirt doing Nourishing Life Skill and drinking fresh juice while the villagers who had run down my mountain died in their beds. They had wood and gas cylinders and candles, which is more than the city had. What they did not have was a single window that could survive a temperature drop of 40 degrees, and on the first night, most of the glass in that village came out of its frames. They patched it with boards overnight. A third of them had fevers by morning. Most of them moved into rooms with no windows at all. The old ones went quietly, over several nights, in the noise of the storm. When it stopped, the sun came back, and for about 10 minutes people were happy. Then they noticed you could stand directly in it and feel nothing. The snow had put a meter over the whole city. Ground floors were gone. People with windows climbed out to dig their own doors clear. People without had to come down from the 2nd floor. My doors open inward. I had thought about that in March. I got dressed properly for the first time. Waterproof windbreaker, thermal layers, snow boots, insulated gloves, windproof hat, face mask, ski goggles so the glare off the snow wouldn't blind me, skis on, and the Demon King, whose fur had already started coming back in a soft fuzz, in his ugly modified coat. Let's go. Don't run too fast, watch the turns. He was gone before I finished the sentence, across the snow like a horse. Down in the city, people were out in everything they owned, and you could tell exactly who was warm by looking at their lips. A young man jogged after me, fell over, got up, and caught me at a stoplight that would never work again. "My name is Joe Long. May I ask your surname, elder brother?" "Speak your mind." He looked at my clothes with undisguised hunger. "Where did you buy that? I'd like one too." "A mall in the city center." Hey, don't go! How much? Do you have any spares at home? Could you lend me one?" The Demon King stopped and made a noise, and Joe Long looked up at an animal considerably larger than any dog he had ever seen and decided to have a nice day. Then he spat at my back and told the snow what he thought of me, and then went and asked the next man in a down jacket the same question and got told the same thing. Remember him. He comes back. The shops that had still been trading a week ago were finished. People were breaking windows with tools and hauling out clothing and food, and in some places taking it off each other, and in a couple of places doing worse than that in the street. Order was gone. Completely in 11 days. I stopped in front of a gold shop. I want to explain why, because from the outside it looks insane. The treasure basin can predict the arrival of the apocalypse. It uses words like source power and source beast that nobody in my last life ever heard. It stores, it copies, it holds time still, and it gave a dead man a second life. Whatever that thing is, upgrading it has never once failed to pay, and every upgrade eats precious metal. Currency was over, jewelry was worthless, which meant that for a very short window, I was the only human being on this planet for whom gold was still the most valuable substance in existence. I told the Demon King to stand back and put a hammer through the tempered glass. At my strength that turned an entire storefront into gravel in 3 swings, and there was no alarm and no staff, and the whole street just watched. I went counter to counter and took gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds into a backpack. Not into the space. Into a bag, by hand, because if the next visitor finds intact counters with nothing inside them, somebody eventually starts asking what kind of thief does that. 8 shops that morning, 3 of them large, hundreds of millions of yuan before the world ended. The Demon King stood outside each one, and a few people who came to get a share changed their minds about it. Several other people watched a man loot metal that cannot be eaten or worn, and quietly concluded I was an idiot. At noon, I sat down in a shop I had already emptied, used the backpack as cover to take out beef patties, and split them with him. Then a family of 4 came past. A middle-aged couple with big bags, a girl of maybe 17 carrying one, and a boy in his early teens carrying nothing. "This place is taken," I said. "Rest somewhere else." The parents turned to go, and the boy did not. "Is this your house? You think I can't walk in wherever I want?" He kicked the broken glass and came in, and the girl grabbed his sleeve and said, "Ah Cho, don't cause trouble," and he threw her hand off and kept coming. Then he saw the Demon King and stopped. Then he saw the beef. At which point the parents came in too, and neither of them could look anywhere else. 11 days without cooked food and without meat. For people who ate hot meals 3 times a day their whole lives, that is a long 11 days. Young man, it's such a waste feeding good meat to a dog. The Demon King raised his head and looked at that woman with an expression that said he would very much like to try human instead, and she went behind her husband. The husband swallowed and said, "Young man, you should keep a dog that big on a leash. What if it bites someone? Why don't you tie it up for now? If you're afraid of being bitten, leave. You've already interrupted our meal." Then the boy said, "Mom, I want a meat pie." "Mom will make it at home. Let's go." "There's no meat at home. There's no hot food. I want a meat pie, and I want it now. I'm not leaving until I eat one." I looked at him, and he stopped talking. Then the mother tried to trade me a bag of summer clothes and curtains and carpet for 3 pies, then 2, then 1. "Please, my son hasn't eaten meat in days. He's gotten so thin from hunger." The Demon King looked at that round-faced, round-bellied child and then tilted his head at the woman, visibly wondering why she was saying words that were not true. "No. They'd rather feed dogs than trade," the father snapped. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Let's go." They went out. I put another patty in the Demon King's mouth. He did not take it. He lifted his head and looked at the street, and the boy tore loose from his mother and came running to grab the food out of my hand. "Give me!" 2 things happened at once. Something went cold in my chest, and the Demon King moved. He took the boy's hand off. 2 screams, one from the child, one from the mother, and the Demon King spat the hand out onto the floor with an expression of profound distaste. the way you'd spit out something that had gone off. And outside, on the street, people started screaming about something else. "Stop!" the father shouted at me. "Your dog took my son's hand, and you think you can just leave?" He ran up to grab something. It's mercy that my dog didn't kill him. I patted the Demon King's head. "Next time something tries to snatch, bite it to death." He nodded and then turned and looked thoughtfully at the boy, evidently considering whether to start now. "Have you no humanity?" Outside, the screaming got closer. A crowd came down that street at a dead run, and behind them was a cat. I want to be precise. It was the size of a lynx, black and brown, and it moved considerably faster than any of them. Every time a paw landed on somebody, it went through them and took a piece away. It knocked people down and did not finish them. It simply mauled and moved on to the next. It was playing. Then it jumped, cleared the entire fleeing crowd, landed in front of them, and looked at the human beings in front of it with what I can only describe as amusement. At 100 meters, the basin spoke. "A first-order source beast has been detected within 100 meters. And the Demon King stood up beside me, absolutely rigid, and stared at that cat with an intensity I had not seen on him before. He shifted his weight twice and looked up at me, and the question was completely legible. "You want to take that cat?" He nodded. "Do you need help?" He put his head against my chest and pushed me back a step, which is dog for stay out of it. "Okay, go." Now, understand that this was a stitched-up stray with fuzz instead of a coat, who had been starving 3 days earlier. He went out into the street, and the cat forgot about the humans entirely. While they fought, the family behind me had an argument. "Honey, take Acho to the hospital." "Do you know what the hospitals are like? There are no doctors left. More people have died in those buildings than anywhere in this city. And there's a giant cat outside. How are we supposed to get anywhere? Are we going to watch him die?" Then the girl said, quietly, "Mom, tie his arm with a rope first. It'll slow the bleeding." And the woman, who had been a devoted mother for the last 4 minutes, turned around and became something else. "What do you know, you brat? Do you want to cripple your brother?" "I saw it online. If he keeps bleeding like this, he'll die." The father crossed the room and slapped her off her feet and put every bit of what he could not do to me into it. "You want to watch your brother die, don't you? You useless thing. Why didn't you stop him coming in? Why didn't you grab the meat for him? Why weren't you the one who got bitten?" She went down onto the broken glass with her hands out. Neither of them looked at her again. The mother kept going, at volume. She stood up without any expression at all and started picking the glass out of her own palm and looked at her bleeding hand, and something arrived behind her eyes that I recognized immediately. Out in the street, it was going badly for both animals. The cat was limping, the Demon King had 3 deep cuts across his face, a centimeter from an eye, and there were gouges on his legs down to the bone. I had my hand near my hip, and I was 2 seconds from ending it. The cat twisted and swung, and the claws went through the Demon King's coat, and there were feathers everywhere, and a girl behind me screamed, "Run! They're going to kill you!" The middle-aged couple had gotten around behind me with a knife each while I watched a cat fight. "Damn it, ungrateful little..." The father gave up on quiet and told me, in detail, that his son was dead because of me, and that he was going to chop my bones up and feed them to the dog. "Stop talking to him and kill him. You can wear his clothes. I want the meat." They had been planning it since the second they saw my ticket. Originally, they had intended to leave, come back at night, use the girl to draw the dog away, and then do it. Their son getting his hand removed had simply accelerated the schedule. Woof! Out on the street, the Demon King heard my situation, put the cat into the ground with one paw, and bit down on the leg he had already crippled. He took it off in one pull. Then he was on top of it, and it clawed at his legs, and he put a foot on its neck and broke it. But by then, the thing that was happening behind me had already gone somewhere else. Because the girl who had been too frightened to speak all afternoon pulled a cleaver out of somewhere and went at both of her parents. Nobody in that room expected it, including me. She was small, and she was enormously strong, and she took the father's neck 2/3 through on the first swing. The mother turned around into the second one and went down. The father's artery had gone, and he was already convulsing. The mother came up off the floor with a fruit knife and got the girl once in the arm, and the girl did not stop and put the cleaver through her head, and then kept going after she had stopped moving. She only stopped when there was nothing left to hit. Then she stood up, walked over to her unconscious brother, and said very quietly, "Let's go to hell together, little brother." I did not intervene in any part of that. She came toward me holding the cleaver, dropped it halfway, and stood there completely empty. Just kill me. Why would I kill you? I was genuinely confused. I kill people who threaten me or my interests. She had not attacked me, insulted me, or gotten in my way. She had warned me, and then she had solved my problem for me. I killed my parents and my family. Shouldn't a person like me be killed? I found that funny. What does it have to do with me that you killed your family? Besides, some people don't deserve to be parents. And I thought about Zhao Mengjie while I said it, and something went across my eyes, and I patted the Demon King and said, "Let's go." Outside, some of the people who had run were creeping back to look at the dead cat and looking at the animal standing over it and deciding not to. I had the Demon King pick the corpse up, and we left, and the crowd descended on the one leg he had torn off, because meat is meat. 2 blocks later, I stopped and said, without turning around, "Come out." She came around a corner covered in blood, carrying a sack. "Why are you following me?" "Can I come with you?" "No." "I can do anything. Don't let my size fool you. I'm very strong. I can take hardship, and I don't eat much at all." She was selling herself as hard as she could. I already have a partner. The Demon King made a noise beside me. "Don't follow me again. I don't hesitate to kill people." "My name is Qin Shuang," she shouted after me. I did not turn around, and she stood there and then went a different way with her jaw set. I ran into her again that afternoon, outside my 13th gold shop, holding a fire axe. "You're following me." "I'm not. I came to this shop to look for something." Then I noticed the axe and understood that she was there for exactly what I was there for, and felt slightly ridiculous. I walked past her and she called me back. She put down her sack, which had gotten a great deal heavier in one afternoon, opened it, and pulled out a double handful of gold. "These are for you." "Why?" "You need gold, don't you? I did 4 shops this afternoon. It's all here. I can collect this myself. Even if you waste your time on it, I'm not taking you in." I know. Her hands came down and she held on to it and looked at the ground. "I know I have a worthless fate and I can only rely on myself. I just wanted to thank you for not giving me a push when I was at the bottom." "No need to thank me. I didn't do anything. I think it exists, so it exists. This gold is no use to me. Take it." I wanted that gold. I do not take things for free. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll trade you for it. I took out a strip of anti-inflammatories, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandage. Before the world ended, trading 40 kilograms of gold for that would have gotten me committed. In a city where every pharmacy had been stripped in 72 hours, it was daylight robbery in her favor, and she had a knife wound in her arm that was going to go septic and kill her inside a week. Then I added a few packets of instant noodles, because I had noticed something. She carried 40 kilos of gold, a full sack, and a fire axe, all afternoon, having been stabbed that morning, and had never once looked like she was carrying anything. That is not strong. That is something else. Her eyes went red, and her hands shook when she took it. "Thank you. I have to go. It gets dark soon." It was 3:45 in the afternoon. "May I have your name?" I thought about a dead mercenary on an island and an identity card in my pocket. "My name is Sun Guang." That night, I locked myself in the storeroom with a dead cat and absorbed it. Same warm current up the arm, and then something considerably better than last time, and then my body shook once. The gene lock opened by itself. Not the 3-second version. This was different. My head was as clear as the first stage, and the power in my body kept climbing while I stood there, and I had the distinct and stupid feeling that I could fight that boar bare-handed. I threw a punch at nothing, and the air made a noise. My brain measured it for me, because it does that now. 10 times what I had before. 10, not 10%. This is stage 2. I jumped and touched my own ceiling. I jogged and crossed the storeroom before I had finished deciding to, and stopped a hand's width from the wall, precisely, because a stage 2 gene lock gives you perfect control over every gram of force in your body. Ordinary people who get suddenly strong break their own bones learning it. 8 seconds. Then I went down on one knee, and the after effects were milder than the first time, which should have been the other way around. 2 source beasts absorbed in 3 days. That is what did it. Now, the gold. Several hundred kilos of it on my living room floor, plus silver and rose gold and diamonds, glittering all over the carpet like the world's tackiest crime scene. Diamonds, incidentally, the treasure basin refuses. It has no interest whatsoever in a stone that human beings talked themselves into. It only wants metal. Upgrade item duplication. The floor emptied and the number moved. 4 became 45, then 93, then 189, then 381. Every level doubles the gain of the last one, and every level doubles the cost. I went from 22 charges to 381 in one evening, and the next tier wanted 1.24 million wealth points, which is 1.24 tons of gold. So I switched to the space instead, because that was cheaper. And after 4 upgrades, the interface said something I had not seen before. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points to obtain full storage space. Full. I sat down with a pen and did the arithmetic, and the pattern broke at the end. Every previous step doubled. The final step quadruples. 10 upgrades. 10 is the ceiling. The space had been upgraded 9 times, and there was 1 left. If item duplication also caps at 10, then to finish that one, I needed 20.82 million wealth points, 20 tons of gold. I opened my map of Sha City and looked at the shops I had already crossed out, and understood immediately that this city did not contain 20 tons of gold. Bank vaults do. Bank vaults are also multi-layered, blast-rated, and cannot be opened by anything I own. Unless I did not have to open them. I put my hand on my own bedroom wall and tried to reach through it into the living room. A needle went straight through my brain, and I broke the connection and ended up crouched on the floor while the Demon King circled me, making noises. I'm fine. I was not fine. I spent an hour testing cups and tin boxes and cabinets and established the rule. Reaching through a container works if the container is under 5 centimeters thick, and the denser it is, the thinner that limit gets. Alloy plate cuts off at about 3. A bank vault is not 5 centimeters of anything. So I went and did it the boring way, and cleared out every remaining gold shop in Sha City over the next 2 days, which came to a few dozen kilograms, and got me to 153,000 short of a complete storage space. And on the 3rd day, I got it, and the interface went to garbage, and gold light came out from between my eyebrows, and lit up my entire living room, and the Demon King's mouth fell open, and he drooled on my carpet, because it was the first time in his dog life he had seen a human being glow. Storage space complete. The volume of the space increases as the user's source power increases. It can store living beings. I read the last 4 words about 6 times, then I looked inside. The space had gone from a room to a horizon. Nearly 10,000 containers of port supplies, which had filled a third of it 2 days ago, now took up about 1/10,000th, and it had divided in 2. One half was still the old vacuum. The other half was land. Bare, gray-black soil, the size of a football field, with a sky I could not see. Living beings. I did not test it on the Demon King. He is my partner, and if something went wrong, I would never have forgiven myself. So I went down the hill and found a villager. He was standing at the bottom of the mountain kicking snow and describing my ancestors at length, having just spent his morning trying to convince his neighbors that maybe they should postpone 40 funerals until after the blizzard season, and being told by every household that their father was not going to be left to rot in the wilderness. That village was going to hold traditional funerals for every person who had frozen to death, in a snowstorm, at -30, because one person suggested it and everyone agreed. He was the only person down there thinking straight, and I could hear him blaming me for all of it. I put my hand on his shoulder. Nothing happened. He turned around, and we both had a moment. Me, because the space had refused. Him, because he recognized me. I knocked him out. Then it worked instantly, and he appeared face down on the soil inside my head, and I pulled him back out onto the snow. Then I woke him with a handful of snow down his collar and tried it while he was conscious, and it refused. Resistance. I told him that whatever he felt next, he must not resist, or I would kill him, and he nodded so hard his neck cracked. It went easier, still refused. So I took him by the throat. I want to be accurate about this. I did not enjoy it. I needed the boundary condition, and there is no polite way to find one. As he started to go out, my hand went empty. He was in the space, coughing, and I pulled him back out before he could look at anything. I did it several times. The rule is, a living thing enters only when it cannot resist or its will is broken. Inside, time runs normally, and it can breathe and move around. Less useful on people than I had hoped, but animals have weaker will than people. Then my ears moved, and I lay down flat on the snow and listened, and stood up with a very serious face. At least 2 large things were moving toward this village. In the current environment, the odds were not good that they were ordinary. I snapped that man's neck, and there was something like relief in his eyes when I did it, because he had had the worst morning of anyone's life, and I ran for home. 5 wild boars came into Wolong village at dusk. That village had food and fires, and about 200 surviving people packed close together in one small place, which, in a city of dispersed high-rises, is the single most attractive smell for 100 kilometers. There was not one evolved human in it, and if there had been, it would not have mattered. I stood on my hilltop in the dark and listened for a while, and then I went inside and shut the door. Demon King, want to play a game? I had to explain it 3 times before I could get him into the space, and when he arrived, he leapt straight up, spun around, and started barking in a tone I had never heard from him. I pulled him out immediately, and he threw himself at me. Second attempt, he was fine, and then he was better than fine, and started running around a field the size of a stadium like something released from prison. Demon King, can you hear me? He looked up and turned in a circle, searching for a voice with no source. Try digging. His back legs went, and there was a hole in about 4 seconds. Then I pulled him out mid-dig, and he stood in my living room with soil on his nose, deeply confused, and looked up and found me grinning like a lunatic. Because the space holds a source beast, people cannot be trusted. I have proof of that spanning 2 lifetimes. Animals can. If I could not build an army out of human beings, I would build one out of the things that were currently eating human beings, and I would carry the entire thing inside my own skull. I crouched down and put both hands on that ridiculous half-furred head. Demon King, we're going to get strong, fast, and one day I'm going to make you the king of the source beasts. The village went quiet around 4 in the morning. I went down at first light, and there was nobody left. Houses opened up, blood inside, no bodies at all. The boars were gone too, which meant there were more of them somewhere in those mountains. I felt nothing about it. If anything, it was convenient. Nobody was going to be knocking on my door about feng shui anymore. Then I put on a face mask, shaved my head down to a buzz cut, and took out an identity card belonging to a dead mercenary. Sun Guang had ordinary features and a facial structure not unlike mine, and with a mask on, I was close enough that a tired soldier checking 100 people an hour would not blink. I went to the east suburb because the army had started distributing supplies, and I wanted to see who was running what was left of my country. There were thousands of people outside a place called Xinghai Apartment, many of them barely able to stand, some of them having walked through the night with sick relatives. A horn cut through it. Silence! Everyone form 5 lines. Anyone who causes trouble, kill. That last word came out of him with no decoration on it at all, and then a long rank of soldiers worked their bolts in unison, and 3,000 desperate people got into 5 lines. The man with the horn was in a green military overcoat, square, rugged face. One eye was clouded from an old injury, which does something to a face that no amount of good conduct undoes. Somebody called him General Lin. The system was simple. 1 identity card, 1 bag. Family collection required documents. Lie or double dip, and you lose the right forever. A man at the front started shouting about how his son takes his wife's surname and how dare they, and a gun barrel arrived against his forehead, and General Lin explained the policy again at considerably shorter length, and the man went and collected his 1 bag very quickly. The line moved much faster after that. Inside, there were 2 soldiers every meter along the route. Not because they needed that many, because a bag of food at the entrance is a riot, and a bag of food at the end of a guarded corridor is an administrative process. Whoever designed it understood people. I registered as Sun Guang, said I used to be an accountant, coughed a bit, and collected a black bag containing instant noodles, 3 pieces of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and frozen vegetables. A man near me opened his, threw it on the floor, and shouted that this was a week's food, and were they trying to starve everyone? And a soldier picked it up and said, flatly, that if he did not want it, he could go and find his own, and that these had been brought back by men whose hands and feet were frostbitten. Some of them had lost fingers and toes doing it. Even the army in that city had no proper cold weather gear, because it is a city where it does not get cold. He took his bag back and left. On the wall, there was a very long notice with a pen and paper beside it so people could copy it down, and I copied it because it told me everything about what these people were building. Sand, cement, steel, all worth contribution points by weight. Circuit boards, appliances, car parts, precision components, wire, all worth points. And then the other direction. 5 points for a packet of noodles, 10 for 5 pounds of charcoal, or a liter of diesel, or 1 candle. 20 for a cotton coat or a single battery, 200 for a military flashlight, 500 for a place in the shelter, 1,000 for a blade, 3,000 for a crossbow or a pistol. And at the bottom, in the position where a scratch card puts the jackpot, 5,000 points for a gene pill, 10,000 for a stronger one. I stood in front of that notice for a while. The military had them, of course they did. If a private company like the Shen family had them, there was no possible way the state didn't. They also, I noticed, were dangling them as a prize, which told me two things: that they knew what they were worth, and that 10,000 points is a number nobody in that building would reach for years, which meant it was bait, not a product. What I actually wanted was the crossbow at 3,000. The rest of the list also told me the army had a stock of pre-storm sealed or underground equipment that had survived the pulse. Flashlights, megaphones, radios, small things. They were not going to hand out anything real. I came out at 3 in the afternoon and the sky was already going, and within 200 meters of the gate, I picked up several sets of eyes. 2 kilometers later, on an empty street, 6 masked men split into 2 groups and closed both ends. "Kid, hand over what you've got and we'll spare your life." I lifted the bag. "For you." He came forward to take it, delighted. I took the fruit knife out of his hand, put it in his stomach, pulled it back out, and went at the 2 behind him before any of the 6 had adjusted. A minute later, there were 6 of them in the snow. Now, when I collected them, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, and I could not locate it anywhere. So I did not use the space at all. I checked all 6 were dead, got up, and walked away like an ordinary man. Long after I left, somebody stepped out onto that street carrying a severed head. If I had still been there, I would have recognized the face, because it belonged to an old woman who had cut the queue in that supply hall an hour earlier and gotten pulled out of it by a cheerful young man. The cheerful young man looked in the direction I had gone and said, to nobody, "Interesting." Getting home that night, Wolong Village felt wrong. There is no bird song in a frozen world and no insects, so the dark out there is not quiet, it is silent, and the entrance to that empty village looked like a mouth. I put on infrared and walked in with a weapon out. 4 minutes of nothing. Then a red streak crossed the goggles and vanished behind a roof. Whatever that was, it was moving between buildings above street level. I waited. It came again, closer. I put a round into it and it fell off the air and hit the snow and got straight back up and came at me. An ape. Arms like tree trunks, palms bigger than a wash basin, running on all 4s between the houses. At 100 meters, the basin confirmed it. I put the gun away and took out a knife instead because I wanted to try something. If the space holds a source beast, and I can only ever have one demon king, then I needed to know whether I could take one that had never met me. It swung, and I got out of the way and put the blade into its forearm, and it went in about an inch and stopped, held there by muscle. That is better armor than the boar had. It brought the other arm down at my head. I let go of the knife and threw myself backward, and the snow where I had been standing went up in a cloud. Then the gene lock opened. Everything went cold and precise, and I had its whole anatomy in about 1/10 of a second. Apes are not built like boars. The arms are the modified part, absurdly strong and absurdly tough. The body is not. It spread those arms and closed on me, 2 meters of reach on both sides, and there was no gap anywhere. So I stepped on the arm and went up it and landed on its shoulder. Left hand in the fur. Right hand put a military knife deep into the side of its neck, precisely, past the artery, because I did not want it dead. I leaned down beside its ear with about 5 seconds left on the clock. "Submit to me, or I will kill you." It could not understand a single word. It understood perfectly. It stopped fighting and went completely still, and if I could have seen its face, I would have seen an animal that has just discovered its life is in somebody else's hand. I reached for the space and hit resistance. I pushed the blade in another centimeter. No resisting. 5, 4, 3, 2. The ground under my feet went empty, and I landed in the snow alone. Inside my head, an enormous ape stood on bare soil, bleeding from the neck, and after a few seconds it reached down, took a handful of dirt, and pressed it onto its own wound. Then it looked around. I came out of the gene lock and the weakness hit, and I did not fall over this time, and I stood in a dead village with a pistol out and infrared on until it passed, because at night, outdoors, another one could arrive at any moment. I remember thinking very clearly, if the Demon King were here, this would be safe. That was the whole problem. He was the only thing I could not risk. So the ape was the test subject. 2 days later, I confirmed a living thing can stay in there indefinitely with no ill effects, and from that day on, whenever I went out, my dog came with me. I also learned that different species do not communicate especially well. I asked the Demon King to go in and make friends. I explained it carefully. He went in, and what I got was 10 minutes of an ape running in circles while a mostly bald dog chased it barking, wearing an expression I can only describe as menacing enthusiasm, because he had learned to smile off a tablet screen and it had gone extremely wrong on a dog's face. I held my forehead and pulled him out. Also, watching him, I realized I had no idea what breed he was. I compared him against a film on my laptop. Demon King, you're an Alaskan Malamute, aren't you? He blinked at me. Woof. Well, that was that mystery solved. For the next 2 weeks, I hunted gold in the outer districts, which was slow and thin, and got nowhere near 20 tons, and I was starting to feel it. Then I ran into Joe Long again. Third time. That city was not that big. 3 men had him on the ground in a side street with a knife already in his leg. He saw me, screamed for help, watched me keep walking, and then decided that if I was going to watch him die, he was taking me with him, and grabbed for my back. I turned slightly, and he missed, and then he tripped over my foot and went face first into the snow. I looked down at him. He glared up at me, got up to keep running, and by then, it was too late. While they worked him over, he pointed at me with pure venom and told them that I was dressed extremely well and must have food at home, and that I had a dog, and that killing the dog would feed them for days. They liked that. 2 of them came at me with knives. Then Boots came around the corner, and one of them, who had clearly done this before, hissed that the idiot had shouted too loud, and pulled Joe Long up and shielded him and covered the blood with snow, and another put a knife point in his back and told him to say nothing. A third informed me that if I asked for help, they would kill me first. The soldiers came, and the leader looked at 5 men standing around in various postures, and at me, whose clothes were obviously different from everyone else's, and asked, "Is that so?" Joe Long was hidden behind the biggest one. He turned his head to make a signal, felt a blade go through his coat, and did not move. Everyone in that street stared at me. Behind the big one, Joe Long's face was one enormous silent scream. Blink. Blink now. Save me too. I looked at him and shook my head at the soldiers. I was not kidnapped. His face came apart. Then a shout came from another street and the squad left at a run. The 3 of them relaxed. One told Joe Long to take off his clothes and his shoes and get out, and he did it faster than I have seen anybody undress, and while he did it, he looked at me and mouthed, "Serves you right." Then the leader turned to me and said, "Kid, look, we only want your things. We won't." I took his head off. Then the second. Then the third. Joe Long, halfway out of his trousers, turned around at the noise and got a view he would have carried for the rest of his life if he had had one. He understood instantly why I hadn't asked the soldiers for anything. He hit his knees and started hitting his forehead on the snow. "Big brother, spare me, big brother, spare me." I raised the knife, and he found, at the very last moment, the one sentence in the world that could have stopped it. "Brother, I know a place with lots of gold." I put the blade against his neck instead of through it. "How do you know I need gold?" "The story about you taking that big dog and smashing up gold shops has been going around for a while," he said, with a smile like a wound. I heard about it. Cold sweat was freezing on his forehead. "Where?" "I used to work at a company. My boss had a habit of buying gold and—" He stopped. "Are you joking? How much gold can one man buy?" No, it's a lot. I heard a lot of people gave him gold. He was my big boss." Then he looked up at me and did something clever, which was to refuse to say where until I took him there, on the theory that a location is worth less than a guide. "Get dressed. Take me." Then I put a golf ball in his mouth and a face mask over it, because I did not want him shouting on the way, and he spent 2 hours walking through a frozen city trying to communicate his feelings with his eyebrows. The villa district near the east suburb had gotten shorter. 3 meters of snow. The ground floors were gone. 3-story houses were 2-story houses. I threw him onto a second-floor balcony and jumped up after him, and he landed badly, and then met a pair of cloudy yellow eyes through the glass and nearly went over the rail. It was a corpse. Middle-aged man on the floor, middle-aged woman on the bed, obvious violence, and the whole house stripped. Somebody had been here. He got the ball out and shouted, "This is my boss!" and then looked at the ransacked rooms and looked at me and went gray. "Why don't we look again? Maybe the gold's still here." He did not believe that. Nobody leaves gold. You look. I'll watch you look. Every room was cleaner than a flood. He got more and more desperate and kept checking my face until he opened a study and shouted that the safe was still there. Small, very heavy. No power and no cutting gear, which is exactly why it was still there. Even if that thing were solid gold, it wouldn't hold much. There must be more.
There has to be. Does your boss have any strange habits?
He scratched his head, thought hard, and produced, "Does liking rock music count?" A middle-aged senior official in a state institution. Rock music. He built a soundproof room for it. He'd invite people over to listen, but he never let anyone touch the equipment. I went back to the room with 6 enormous speakers in it and put my hand on the first. Normal. Second. Normal. Third was more than twice the weight of the first 2. I pushed my mind inside it. Gold bars. Square ones, about 10 kilos each, and that speaker had 53 of them. How long was your boss a leader in his unit? 20 or 30 years, I heard. That explains it. The next speaker had another 50 odd. So did the 2 after that. Over 200 bars, more than 2 tons. 500 million yuan before the world ended. I have to admire it. He kept his entire life's corruption inside furniture in his own living room and then invited colleagues over to sit next to it. And men his age do not like rock music, so nobody ever came back a second time, and you only ever switch on the front 2 speakers anyway. While I was working my way along the wall, Joe Long was behind me with a razor blade out of his pocket, walking across a carpet that ate his footsteps. He could already see my expression when it happened. "What are you doing?" I had turned around some time ago. He froze, and I took his head off because he had stopped being useful about 30 seconds earlier. Then I tried the safe, since I was there, and pushed my mind through 8 centimeters of steel with my temples screaming, and got it open, and it contained some cash, 2 small bars, and jewelry, which was worth less than 1 bar out of a speaker. I took every stick of wooden furniture in the house, too, because wood is fuel, and most people had not worked that out yet. I checked 2 more empty villas and found nothing, and I was about to leave when I heard something fall into the snow behind me. A girl in a beige down jacket was climbing out of a drift and patting herself off. Fox fur trim around the hood, covering half her face. I knew her instantly. She was the girl in the white dress in the middle of that escort on my second day, the one whose Uncle Goo had kicked my bicycle back at me. At the time, I had only registered that the man was dangerous. Now that I was stage 2, I could look back at that memory and understand exactly what he was. He had unlocked a gene lock, and he had been trained, which meant she was somebody's daughter, and probably somebody important. I turned around and walked away. She followed me. I walked faster. She followed faster. "Hey, wait, don't run!" She had been kept in a villa, and had gotten bored and gone out for air, discovered the world was empty and white and silent, become frightened, and latched on to the first human being she saw. "Hey, why are you running away? You're acting suspicious. Stop right there." Then she pulled a pistol. "If you run again, I'll shoot." I stopped and turned around. "Why are you following me? Is this road yours?" "Who said I was following you? I just saw you acting suspiciously and thought I'd ask you a few questions." She was exactly, precisely, a young lady who had never once in her life been outside the shape of her own family, delivered into an apocalypse without noticing that one had happened. "If you follow me again, I'll kill you." She went 2 steps back on instinct and then went red. "Kill me?" "I'm the one with the gun. I'm ordering you to take me out of here right now, or I'll shoot." I stood there and did arithmetic, which was, her backing is clearly heavy, and killing her creates a problem, and not killing her creates a different problem. I turned around and left. And then footsteps came down that street very fast. Uncle Goo had come back from visiting a friend, found her gone, and run. He checked her over from head to foot with his hands, worried and furious at the same time. "Yufei, are you all right? Why did you sneak out?" 6 more men closed around her. Then he pulled her behind him, looked at me, and said, "Who is that?" And she looked at me, and she was embarrassed. And instead of saying she'd followed a stranger and pointed a gun at him, she said, "I was walking along the road, and he said he was going to kill me." I want you to understand that she said that so that a grown man would scold a rude stranger for her. Every one of those men reached into their coats. I do not blame her for what happened next. That is a lie. I blame her entirely. But I will say this much for her. She genuinely did not know what world she was standing in. And by the time she found out, It was over. Forget it, Uncle Gu. Look, I'm fine. Let's be magnanimous. Nobody moved. They were her guards. Someone had just tried to kill their charge. It did not matter to them whether it had been an intention or a sentence. Yufei, step back. He stamped once and came at me like something fired. I had my pistol out before he finished the step, because here is what 8 years teaches you. Explaining yourself at that moment is worthless. Even a man who is unsure will secure you first and ask afterward, and I do not hand my safety to anyone's conscience. I shot him at 4 meters. And Gu Wen's eyes went blank, and his body moved a hand's width, and the round went past his ear. His face changed completely. Kill him on the spot! 6 pistols came up, and in the second and a half it took them to draw and cock, I put 2 rounds not into Gu Wen, but into the 6 men standing in front of the girl. They could not dodge without exposing her. 2 of them went down. The remaining 4 fired. And the gene lock opened by itself, and I dodged 4 bullets in the open, which is a thing that happens in films and does not happen in life. Gu Wen saw it, and his pupils shrank. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. He had just realized I was one of maybe 1 in 1,000 people alive, and that if I had wanted her dead, she would have been dead before he got there. The other 4 stopped firing and stared. Too late. Once you have drawn, the word misunderstanding is retired. 3 shots, 3 men. Stop. It was a misunderstanding. If you join us, whatever you did before can be wiped clean. Because 100 ordinary men are not worth 1 person who can open a gene lock, and he was willing to trade 6 corpses for me on the spot. I laughed at him and shot the last man in front of the girl and put the gun on her. He deflected the round with a shot of his own, which I want to acknowledge, and closed the distance and came in with a punch that had wind behind it. I caught it. He was not surprised to be caught. Inside a gene lock, he was faster than his own instincts, and he had been living in that state for 5 years, and he was about to explain to me that experience beats. I closed my hand and twisted. There was a small, dry sound inside his arm, and the arm bent into a shape arms do not make. Impossible! He looked at me like a man seeing a ghost, because there is exactly one thing that does that, and it is a second stage gene lock. Take a closer look before you act next time. He tried to tell me it was a misunderstanding one final time. I put my hand on his throat and closed it. He stared at me all the way down, and I think what he could not resolve was not that he was dying. It was that a man had opened a second stage by himself in a world 11 days old, and that all of it had started with 1 sentence from a girl who had been bored. She screamed and fainted. Nobody was standing on that street but me. She had wanted her uncle to scold a rude stranger. Before the world ended, that sentence would have produced an awkward afternoon. I stood there for a moment with the intent to finish it, and then thought better of it, because I wanted to know who her father was before I made an enemy of him. So I took her, and every corpse, and every trace, into the space, and left. Except I did not get to leave, because the gunfire had woken up the neighborhood. 20 or so people came out of villas all along that road, and they had all seen the same thing through binoculars from behind their own curtains, which was 1 man standing alone in a street full of bodies and a great many pistols lying in the snow. A father and 2 sons got there first, with a tang sword, a horizontal sword, and a straight sword between them, because somebody in that house collected blades. The younger son did not want to go. Dad, that person is scary. What are you afraid of? His gun's empty. You watched him throw it down. But I saw him twist a man's head off with his hands. His father looked at him like he was slow. Have you been watching too many movies? At this distance? Look at him. He's standing completely still. He can't move. He's badly hurt. The elder brother put an arm around the younger one and explained the world to him. Risk and reward are proportional. When the poor run out of food, they will come and rob us. And if we don't protect ourselves, even the neighbors will eventually come. We've all learned martial arts. Think of it as slaughtering pigs. Behind them, more people came out, because once 3 men are walking toward free guns, the calculation changes for everyone. Run faster! We can't let the Wang father and sons get the guns first. Honey, go, I'm right behind you. If someone else gets them, we'll be at their mercy. Over 20 people came down that road at a jog, including 2 elderly ones, all of them already treating my belongings as theirs. They were correct about one thing. I could not move. The after effects had not passed, and I was standing upright by willpower. I was not, however, alone. I reached into the space, where a very bored dog was in the middle of chasing an ape for the 4th time that day. Demon King, prepare for battle. He stopped instantly. The elder son came in first with his sword up and a professional eye, having correctly identified that my stance was unstable and my hands were shaking. Then a black shape appeared out of nothing between us. He saw a shadow.
He did not see what it was. His neck was gone before his brain finished the sentence. Clear the area, I said. Kill them all. 23 people found out what a source beast is in the space of about 90 seconds, and I am not going to describe it because there's nothing in it worth describing. The father got a paw. The younger son wet himself and got swatted into the middle distance. A fat man arrived at what was left of him, screamed about monsters, and turned around considerably faster than he had come. 2 of them tried to sneak toward me while the Demon King was busy at the far end, and he abandoned the kill mid-stride to come back for them, because in his head there is exactly one human being who counts, and everything else is livestock. When it was over, I understood something important about myself. A gene lock is enormous power with no endurance whatsoever. 8 seconds of God, then 30 seconds of being a bag of laundry. Against anybody who knows that, it is a death sentence. I would have to fix that. But I was never going to be alone again. I went and looked at the girl, who was still unconscious, and did not kill her. That night, in a warm room, she woke up on bare soil inside my head, with a wolf-sized dog and an ape standing over her, and fainted again, and I had to have the Demon King pour a bucket of snowmelt on her. Shut up. Make another sound, and I'll kill you now. Don't kill me. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. My dad has money. You can have anything. Who are you? Gao Yufei. I'm a university student. I lived in... Uncle Gu brought me from school to the villa. You said your father is the most powerful man in Sha City. Who is he? Something recovered behind her eyes, and she said, My dad's an officer. He's a major general. You're lying. The major general in the Sha City forces isn't named Liu. She was genuinely shocked that I knew, which told me she had never once had to lie to somebody who had done homework. Sorry, I hadn't finished. My father is a staff officer to a major general. A staff officer is the most powerful man in the Sha City military. My dad saved that major general's life. That's a special connection. Even a major general has to listen to him. He's the most powerful man there. His name was Gao Zhiyuan. She described him for me, and she told me about her family, and she knew absolutely nothing about gene locks, and by then she had started looking around the space with more curiosity than fear. Where is this? Where are you? Can you let me go? You can ask my dad for money. He'll give you anything. And underneath her jacket, out of sight, both hands were closed into fists, because when she got back, she was going to have her father shoot me for Uncle Gu. She was never going to get back. Demon King, kill. I stopped paying attention after that, because I had 2 tons of gold bars to feed to a bull. That upgrade took the item duplication count to 1,478. When I checked the space afterward, the girl was dead, and she had not been killed by the Demon King. The ape had done it, and was standing there with red and white matter up its forearm. The Demon King was next to it looking encouraging. Demon King, did you order that? He lifted his head, extremely pleased with himself, put out one paw at the body, and barked at the ape, and the ape immediately punched it again. A source beast that commands other source beasts. I gave them both an extremely good dinner. Outside my hill, Gao Zhiyuan found out the next morning. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin, plain features, and a hooked nose that did not match the rest of his face, and 1 daughter, left to him by a wife who had died, and he loved that girl in a way that was already not entirely healthy before any of this started. He got the report and put his fist through a table. They searched that villa district down to the foundations and found nothing, because I had shoveled every centimeter of blood-stained snow into my space and had the Demon King smooth the whole street flat, and a night of fresh snowfall had covered even that. Every survivor they could find in those basements had heard nothing. He started working through them one at a time regardless, until General Lin found out and had every one of them released, and those people spent the rest of their lives cursing their bad luck, without ever knowing they had walked away from 2 separate disasters that afternoon. Over the following week, the number of patrols in Sha City more than doubled, and the number of arrests went up, and the number of clues stayed at 0. I spent that week in my shelter, and I did not waste it. Because there was one thing I could do that nobody else on this planet could, which is that I could exhaust my mind and then get up the next morning and find that it had gotten slightly bigger. I put my hand on the wall between my bedroom and my living room and pushed my mind into it until I was dry heaving on the floor, and then rested 3 hours and did it again.
The stat that measures a mind, whatever it actually is, went up 2 points a day. And on the 7th day, standing in my living room in shorts, I felt something inside me that had not been there before. Something faint, moving through me like a second bloodstream, and it felt so good, it was almost embarrassing. Source power. Absorbed by the nourishing life skill and turned into whatever this was. I spent 2 days learning to move it. Then I gathered all of it, spread it through my whole body, felt something like a static shock come up out of my chest, heard a click somewhere inside my ribs, and the gene lock opened on command. Success. Then I turned around and grabbed my dog. He had been in the corner of the living room, and he had seen my face, and he was already pressing himself flat into the wall with his mouth slightly open and an expression that said, clearly, "Here we go again. Don't come any closer." I carried him outside and threw him in the snow. -31. Shorts and a t-shirt, and I was warm. Demon King. Training. He shook the snow off, and I was already coming. He used the roll I had taught him to slip the first punch, got up and lunged, and the punch had been a feint, so I withdrew it, moved 2 steps into the direction he had chosen, dropped, and swept his legs out from under him. He went face first into the snow. I told you last time, human moves are dishonest. Watch the body, not the hand. Get up. You attack first this time. He got up and gave me a look of profound personal grievance. 10 seconds later, the gene lock timer ran out, and the moment my aura dropped, his dog eyes lit up like a slot machine, and he came at me grinning. I rolled away and said, "Training's over, time for dinner," and jogged inside. Behind me, in the snow, there was an extremely long howl of protest. You have no martial ethics. I bribed him back with barbecue, which had recently become his entire personality. He would stand next to the oven every evening and stare at it subtly for hours. That was my 6th self-opened gene lock. It did not work every time, but it was getting longer, and the collapse afterward was getting shorter. Meanwhile, in the east suburb, Gao Zhiyuan went to a detention center and opened a cell. They had been arresting looters for 2 weeks and putting them in a room built for a dozen people, several hundred at a time, standing room only, no food, no bedding, in the cold. Excrement froze on the floor, which at least helped with the smell. They ate each other occasionally. The jailers dragged the bodies out periodically and did not otherwise intervene, on the grounds that in a world like that, rehabilitation is a joke. He stood in that doorway and offered food, warmth, and freedom for information about Garden Road on a particular Wednesday. Several hundred starving men all remembered something at once. He listened to lies for an hour, then put a dagger through the neck of the next man who lied to him, and after that, they were considerably more careful. And then one of them said he had seen 2 men going toward the villa district. One was a neighbor of his named Zhou Long. The other wore a black windbreaker, a black hat, a mask, goggles, and very good boots, and he had stared at them a bit because he was envious. The man who provided that clue did not get out. Gao Zhiyuan had no intention of wasting supplies on somebody who was going to be dead in a week anyway. But Zhou Long's employer records went across his desk that afternoon, and Gao Zhiyuan stood up so fast his chair went over because he recognized the name of the man's boss. That boss owned a villa on Garden Road, which is how, 2 days later, my face went up on walls all over Sha City. I only found out because I went out to hunt. I had gone up into the back mountains in a white combat suit with a crossbow I had painted white, because a crossbow is a jungle weapon. A pistol is not enough gun for a source beast. An AK is enough gun to bring every animal within 2 kilometers, and quiet matters more than power when you are the one doing the stalking. 3 hours of nothing, which taught me something depressing about how few tropical animals had survived. Then I found a clouded leopard eating a frozen deer it had dug out of the snow. It was larger than a Siberian tiger, which is not a size clouded leopards come in. I closed to 100 meters and the basin confirmed it, and I felt genuinely pleased, because a leopard is a speed animal, and speed is the one thing I did not have in the space. 2 bolts, both hind legs, because I wanted it alive. It went down and could not get up. Everything about that was easy, and it was only easy because I had spent 25 million yuan on equipment 3 months earlier. If I had been the man I was in my last life, holding a fruit knife, I would not have gone within 100 meters of that animal. I walked up with a straight sword I had taken off a dead man in a villa. "Submit to me, and I'll spare your life," it screamed at me. Apes are clever. Cats are not, and a cat that is dying is exactly as cooperative as a cat that is not. So I stopped wasting my breath and let the Demon King out. Let's see who's fiercer. He landed, heard that, grinned, and walked toward it very slowly. Size-wise, it was a kitten in front of him. It tried to stand and fell over and made a threatening noise. He put one paw on its head and pushed it into the snow, and no amount of struggling did anything at all. Good dog. I tried the space. It resisted. Give it a taste of its own medicine. He lifted a paw, and when the leopard picked its head up, hit it across the forehead. It stayed down for quite a while. I have sparred my dog several hundred times, so I have an extremely precise sense of what he can do. He is not the fastest thing I own. He hits like a falling wall. Even at second stage, I was only slightly stronger than him. If I took one of those to the head, I would also lie down. Second attempt, and the leopard and the Demon King both vanished out of the snow. Demon King, that leopard's yours. Make it obedient. 2 excited barks, and on the way home, I chopped down about 40 dead trees with an axe and put them all in the space, because wood was going to be worth more than gold, and almost nobody had noticed yet. Then a blizzard shut everything down for 3 days, and when I came out the other side, my face was on a wall. 2 portraits. One was Joe Long. The other was an extremely accurate drawing of exactly the clothes I had been wearing that day. Below it, a reward that made my eyebrows go up. I went and stood next to a man who was reading it and asked, casually, what the story was. Brother, you're from out of town, aren't you? Those have been up 3 days. Those 2 killed someone very important in the military. Look at that reward. I check it every day. You should check it too. If we find them, our families never worry about food again. There are no cameras anymore. Finding one person is harder than finding a needle. Looking for supplies is more practical. He sighed enormously. Who doesn't know that? I'm just dreaming. How do you survive in this world without giving yourself a little hope? Fair. Why is everyone on the street so jumpy? He lowered his voice. It's that notice. Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black windbreaker gets grabbed and dragged to the east suburb by people who want the reward. Now nobody dares dress like the picture. I had, thank God, left my goggles at home that morning. Joe Long was on that wall too, which told me the whole story. They had found nothing. They had one witness who had seen 2 men walk toward a villa, and rather than lose the guilty, they were happy to hang the innocent. He also told me the army was recruiting evolvers, quietly, and that anyone who qualified went straight into the officer reserve with permanent shelter residency and guaranteed supplies for life. So the state had already worked out that ordinary people were opening gene locks. I thanked him and went west instead of east, because the east suburb was now the one place in this city where somebody might be standing outside a gold shop waiting for a man in a black windbreaker. Which is when a short, thin man in an old felt hat and an enormously oversized cotton coat came the other way down the street, and as he passed, drifted in toward me and put his hand toward the knife on my belt. I caught the wrist. And he shouted first, "Help! Someone's robbing me at knife point!" A patrol came at a jog. He looked at me with a sly little face and hissed, "You little bastard, aren't you going to let go?" Before the world ended, Xiao Jun had been a habitual thief who had retired, on the grounds that there were too many cameras. The apocalypse had brought him out of retirement like an old boxer. He worked people who were walking alone, and if he could not steal from them, he made a scene, and if the soldiers left, he followed you and tried again, and if that failed, he killed you and took everything down to your underwear. Several people had already died that way. What's going on? Sir, this man is trying to rob me. Look, he's holding my hand, and he has a knife. The soldier did not jump to a conclusion, which I appreciated. Is that so? He was trying to steal from me. I caught him. I stole from you? Why would I steal from you? Look at my clothes. They're barely enough to keep me warm, and look at yours. He was extremely good, and while he was shouting, a small question went through his own head, which was, why are this man's hands so warm? Do you have evidence? I let go. No. And you? You say he was going to rob you. Do you have evidence? Isn't the fact that he's carrying a knife evidence? The soldier looked tired. Everybody was carrying a knife. If that were the standard, the detention center would have needed a second building. Without evidence, we can only escort you home safely. Xiao Jun made a great show of reluctance, gave me a confident look, and mouthed, "We'll see." I smiled under my mask, which nobody could see, and my eyes went somewhere cold. So can I go? The soldier nodded. I put my hands in my pockets, and something fell out of one and landed in the snow. A a large piece of beef jerky, dark and shining and covered in chili and cumin, sitting on white snow in front of a man who had not eaten meat in over half a month. Both of them looked at it. I picked it up very quickly, put it back in my pocket, and left without looking back. Xiao Jun went around one corner with the patrol, told them he needed to visit his second uncle actually, thank you, and was gone. I slowed down. 2 minutes later there was a gaze on my back like a hand. I turned into a narrow alley between old houses, and the gaze disappeared, which is what a professional does. He went over a wall to get ahead of me, 2 more minutes, then a heavy object dropped behind me. I turned around, which is exactly what he was waiting for, and Xiao Jun came out of a gap with a knife and a grin, thinking about jerky. His wrist deformed in my hand before it reached me. The knife rang on the ground, and I put a fist through his face. I did not intend for it to do what it did. His whole face went in, and his nose flattened into his skull. He was still alive, which tells you how badly built human beings are. And I was drawing back for the last one when a voice came from above. "Do you need any help?" I looked up through the snow at a young man sitting on the roof, extremely relaxed, one leg hanging off. The one from the queue. When did he get there? Why did I not feel it? And in that half second of me looking up, the dying man at my feet grabbed my ankle. I stumbled forward, and Xiao Jun lifted a face that had no structure left in it and drove his fingers at my eyes. My pupils shrank, and not because of his face. Because a man who is 30 seconds from dead does not produce combat instincts like that. Gene Locke. Was that a coincidence, or... I got a palm in front of it, and his fingernail went through my hand, and I rolled clear and came up 2 steps back. 3 seconds is all a first stage gets. I did not have to fight him. I had to wait in front of somebody who was clearly not friendly and give away nothing. He got up to follow me, and the timer ran out, and he went down, convulsing. I looked up. The roof was empty. He stopped moving. Dead? I did not check his pulse. I took his head off, because I do not check pulses, and then I scraped my boot on the snow and walked out of that alley without once going up to the roof. Behind me, on that roof, a sword slid back into a sheath. Tisk, tisk, so cautious, no curiosity at all, how boring. He was crouched there holding a drawn blade the entire time, waiting for me to come up. Who exactly are you, to make me feel threatened? Then he was gone across the roofs in a few jumps. I climbed a different building afterward, and looked at his footprints and thought about the first time I had seen him, at the supply hall, when he had pulled a queue jumper out of the line and then gone back and stood in front of me. 2 encounters, no friction between us, nothing said. I do not believe in coincidences. Almost every coincidence in this world is manufactured by somebody with a reason. That was the first time I put Jolei in a mental drawer, and I want you to notice that I did it before I knew a single thing about him. 2 weeks passed. I collected about 500 kilos of gold from surrounding cities and got close to the last item duplication upgrade. I hunted with the Demon King and the Leopard and the Ape. I trained the gene lock up from 8 seconds to 11 to 18, and the collapse afterwards stopped happening at all. And on a rare clear day in Lunan City, I heard screaming from a square. There was a white tiger in it, 5 meters of animal, sitting in the middle of an open plaza that used to be a shopping district, and it was not eating, it was hunting, and it was in no hurry. A woman's legs went, and she sat down in the snow, and it took her head off and went to the next one. People ran, and it outran them, and every so often it jumped clean over a fleeing crowd to land in front of them and look at them with what I can only describe as entertainment. A man was screaming for help with his legs already inside its mouth when I got to the edge of the square. He saw me, and there was actual hope in his eyes. Then it threw him up in the air and bit him through the chest. Then it looked at me. A second-order source beast has been detected within 100 meters. Second. In my last life, second-tier animals showed up years into this, and by the time they did, they had first-tier animals following them around like an entourage. This was month 1. It came at me across that square, and it was very fast, so I did not try to beat it in a straight line. I used its own charge to get up onto the roof of a 3-story shop, took the high ground, and shot it. The bolt went in half its length, which tells you what an interdiction crossbow does, and it roared, and 1 bolt was not going to be enough for that much animal. It leapt at my building. I put a second bolt into it in midair, did not wait to see, and jumped off the other side into 3 meters of soft snow, which for my body at that point was a stair. It came around the building. It had a bolt in its left leg, and it did not care. I threw the crossbow aside, because reloading a crossbow with a tiger arriving is a way of dying with your hands busy, and drew a pistol. 3 shots at the eyes. It slipped two. The third took an eye. Then it went completely berserk and came in with its mouth open. I opened my gene lock and went past those teeth and put everything I had into the side of its face. My arm swelled up when I threw it. The head went sideways. The whole animal staggered. So I hit it again in exactly the same place, because a skull is the weak point of everything alive, and a concussed animal is not an animal anymore. Then I did it 11 more times. By then, people had stopped running and had come back to watch, at a distance, which is one of the more consistent facts about human beings. My God, is that a person? I finally believe a man could kill a tiger. This one's worse than the story. Some of them were looking at the crossbow I had thrown into the snow, and their eyes were doing arithmetic. The tiger went down. The crowd actually cheered. I ignored them, drew a dagger, lifted an eyelid, and put it into the hilt and twisted, and the thing that had been unconscious stopped being anything. And a man broke from the crowd and went for my crossbow. I pulled the dagger out of the tiger's eye and flicked my wrist. It went through his throat and out the back of his neck, which is a thing I did not know I could do, and everybody else changed their minds simultaneously. I picked up the crossbow, broke it down and packed it, pulled my bolts, and hoisted several hundred kilos of tiger onto one shoulder. Then I walked to the edge of the square and said, "Get out of the way," and they parted. Except one old man, who stood exactly where he was and looked at the meat on my shoulder. "Young man, that tiger's so big you can't finish it alone. Could you leave some for us? You don't seem like a selfish type. Why not help us to the end, save us, and then give us a piece of meat?" That sentence put every person in that square on the other side of a line, and every one of them worked it out at the same moment. Weapons started coming out of coats. They had forgotten that if I had not walked past, all of them would be inside that animal. I do not have morals, and I cannot be blackmailed with them. There was a flash of light, and the old man's head came off while he was still standing in front of me, because hesitating in that moment is how you get swarmed by hyenas. Who else wants some? I'll send you down, and you can hunt the tiger yourself. Nobody else wanted any. I walked between two rows of people carrying a bloody blade and a dead tiger, and nobody said a word. Behind me, a thin man with dyed yellow hair asked his friend why they hadn't jumped me, since a man named Wang Dahai had put a price on my head months ago. His friend looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "The apocalypse is here. Who is doing contracts? Let's follow him and see if we can get some meat." They followed me into an alley about 10 minutes later. Two of them came in first. Very reasonable. "We don't need much, just a leg." "If you want what's mine, you'd better be able to take it." One pulled a pistol and started a sentence about not offering me a toast. I flicked a shard of glass into his forehead because I had picked up a habit of carrying broken glass in the space, on the grounds that it is silent, concealable, and entirely sufficient for people. His friend got most of a plea out. Then I stood up, dropped the point of the sword, and said toward the alley mouth, "Since you're already here, all of you at once." A dozen more came in with homemade weapons, and it took a few minutes. Yellowhair, waiting outside, watched a dozen men go into an alley and nobody come out, and then walked up to the entrance, looked in, and sat down in the snow. "Brother Huang, should we still play?" "Stop following me. Let's go." Back home, I locked myself in the storeroom with the tiger. The current came up my arm hotter and heavier than either of the first two, and my body temperature went up like a switch, and I started sweating through every pore, and gray-brown filth came out with it. Then the power arrived. I opened the gene lock, and it came faster than thought. I took a steel bar as thick as my wrist out of the space and tied it in a knot with my hands. The 1,000-pound tiger lifted with one arm. And the timer read 32 seconds. 8 to 32. At that level, the difference between two fighters is measured in fractions of a second, and I had just been handed half a minute. And then, while I was still enjoying myself, the basin said, "A second-order source beast has been detected within 100 meters. Excellent. A live target for exactly this. I went through my own front door at a speed that damaged the frame, and stopped, and stared at my dog, who was standing outside with something in his mouth. The Demon King? I looked around. There was no other animal anywhere. "It's you again, you idiot?" The Demon King's face said, "What?" He spat out what he was carrying, which was a green fruit. I ignored the fruit and grabbed his head and turned it around in my hands. "You advanced?" He was bigger than he had been that morning. His eyes had gone deeper, the blue darker, the red worse, and there were irises in them now like a person's. His teeth and claws had changed shape. He stood there and let me handle him like livestock with an expression of total despair. Then I looked at the fruit. Where did this come from? His whole face lit up. He pointed at it with a paw and then at his own mouth. You ate one of these. He raised his head and looked magnificent. And then you advanced? He nodded, deeply satisfied with my comprehension. The stem was still fresh. I picked it up and the basin said, "Source fruit found. Consumption recommended." A mutated plant. In a city of tropical species where everything green had been dead for a month, something had survived and changed. Mutated plants do not move or think. They get harder, or colder, or poisonous, or simply refuse to die. Plants that can still fruit are almost mythologically rare, and in my last life, the state paid enormous rewards for a single one and gave the finder a career in a shelter for the rest of their life. I washed my dog's saliva off it and took a bite. Crisp, not frozen at all. Sweet, like a green date, and better, and when it went down, my stomach went warm and the warmth spread out into everything. I ate the rest in about 4 bites and then looked at him with an expression he understood immediately. Where? Take me there. He had been waiting for that. He took 2 steps, came back, and lay down. Why aren't you leaving? He stood up, looked at me, and lay down again, gesturing with his head. You want me to ride you? He nodded. I want to say that I remained professional about this. I did not. I was a kid who begged his father for riding lessons and got told no, because my father would not let me leave the province for any reason, ever, which is a detail I would not understand for another year. I got on my dog's back and said, "Set off," and the world came apart into wind. He ran across open snow, through a dead forest, over a stream, across a frozen lake, and he did not slow down for any of it. We stopped at a waterfall that had frozen solid in mid-fall, hanging in columns and spikes, and behind the ice there was a cave mouth that had been hidden by water before and was now hidden by ice. I looked at him. How exactly did you find this? He held his head up and puffed out his chest and would not answer. 10 meters in, there was light. The cave opened into a chamber with rock walls and a hole in the roof where a slab lay across the gap, and light came down through the cracks onto a frozen pool. In the middle of the pool was a pile of rock, and growing out of it was a tree. Crooked trunk as thick as a bucket, gray-black, roots knotted into the stone, and a canopy of dense blue-purple leaves 5 or 6 meters up. Fruit all over it, and a feeling coming off it that I can only describe as being in the presence of something that is extremely alive. Under the tree there was a snake, 3 meters of it, thick as a man's calf, marked in the same blue-purple, lying on its back with its belly opened and its gallbladder missing. I looked at the bite marks. Then I looked at my dog. Did you do this? He licked his lips. Don't eat everything you find, I said, with feeling. What if it had been poisonous? The basin gave no reading off the snake at all, which meant either its source power lived in the organ he had eaten, or it dissipates after death. Then I climbed the tree, and the basin offered me the whole thing, and I picked every fruit on it first, because I am not an idiot. I told the Demon King to stand guard, put both hands on the trunk, and said yes. While I was doing that, 1,000 kilometers north, Zhao Huimin's estate was being taken apart. Over 100 giant wolves came at that manor because it was the largest concentration of blood and meat in Sanyuan City. The 3-meter wall he had built against the wind was a step for them. His patrols lasted about as long as you would expect. One Alpha put a paw through several tens of centimeters of concrete and opened the wall like a can. He and Gao Mengjie and his man Ma Jian went into the basement and listened to it for a night. His new mistress, a former actress, ran with them, and when a wolf came through a window into the corridor, Gao Mengjie took that woman by the hair and pushed her into it, and got to the basement door at the last second, and stood in front of him with tears in her eyes, saying she wanted to be with him forever. He looked at her for a moment and took her in. In the morning, there was nothing left of that estate, or the survivors he had been housing in it, and Zhao Huimin stood in the wreck of the shelter he had spent 3 months building, and told Ma Jian to gather whoever had lived, load the snowmobiles, and go south. I had absolutely no idea any of that had happened, and would not for months. I was in a cave with my hands on a tree. When it finished, the source power inside me hit a wall. There was a swollen, overfull feeling with nowhere to go, like eating past the point of enjoying it, and the 3rd stage did not open. Something else was missing, and I did not know what. Then a breeze came through the roof, and every leaf on that tree came off at once, like blue snow, and in a few seconds it was bare branches. It had given me everything it had.
The Demon King, deeply confused, bit the trunk again and left a mark, which tells you something because his jaws could already dent steel. Which is when I decided that tree was a material rather than a plant and spent 10 minutes breaking 2 axes on it before giving up and using a chainsaw. I put the whole thing in the space, looked up at a black hole in the roof, and set up a tent on the ice. It was the first night I had spent away from home since I came back, -61 inside that cave. I lay in a sleeping bag with a dog running in and out of a tent he had clearly never had before, delighted, and could not get to sleep. Everything had gone off the rails. Source beasts on day 5, second tier in month 1, ordinary people opening gene locks. In my last life, none of that happened for years, and the beast tides that were coming were going to be far worse than the ones that killed most of humanity the first time. And building that shelter was the best decision I ever made. If I were still in a normal apartment block, a few tens of centimeters of concrete would not hold. Mine is 3 meters thick, steel-plated, alloy-framed, 2 stories, and I would back it against a dinosaur. I have supplies. I have a fortress. All I have to do is get stronger, and I still had not touched Jiao Huimin. If I ever subdue thousands of these animals, then maybe one day I go back to Sanyuan City. I drifted off eventually and dreamed about my last life, and about digging up an ancient coin with Guo Wei and accidentally opening a treasure basin. Except this time, in the dream, the second it opened, I killed him, and I woke up still enjoying it. If I had been this selfish and this ruthless the first time, I might not have ended the way I did, which is exactly why I will never trust anybody again. Back in the city, I went looking for gold at a survivor market that had grown up in a park near a bridge in the east suburb. 2 squads of soldiers were keeping order. The park was buried, so it was mostly stalls set up on top of 3 meters of snow, with treetops sticking out of it. Signs reading, "Medicines wanted, high price," piles of useless machine parts hoping to become food, clothes that would not keep anyone alive laid out for sale, and rags with begging written on them. There were considerably more people selling than buying. At one stall, a boy of about 14 with frostbitten hands had roughly 10 kilos of gold and silver jewelry laid out in front of him, and he was not looking at it. He was looking at somebody else's steamed buns and swallowing. His name was Liu Qiang. His father had gone out for food one day and had not come back. His mother was in bed with a fever. He was doing the supply runs now, at 14, badly, because he could not find food and could only find things nobody wanted. He had picked the jewelry up off the floor of a stranger's house. He had been there 2 days and had not traded a single item. How much for the gold? He stood up so fast he blacked out and sat back down in the snow because he had not eaten. Trade it for 2 steamed buns. Then, panicking, 1 or a pound of rice will do. A pound of rice makes more food than a bun, except he had sold his own matches for food, so he had no way to cook it and knew it. I had 100 tons of rice in my head and 0 steamed buns, so I pulled 2 sealed loaves of bread out of the bag I use for a cover. Will this work? He looked at that packaging like it had walked out of another life, which it had, because his mother used to keep a box of it at home so he could take some to school, and he had gotten sick of it. His eyes went red, and he forgot to answer. Not enough? Enough! Enough! 2 loaves. At market, that was 5 or 6 kilos of rice, and he knew it. Besides yours, do you know where else there's gold? Yes, I know another person, but he sat out here all day yesterday like me, and nobody would trade, so I don't think he came today. Wait, I'll go get him. He was gone before I finished nodding, so I sat down in his spot, got out paper, and wrote, "Buying gold, barter only, minimum 5 kilograms." A middleman arrived within 10 minutes, which is what middlemen are for, and asked what I was paying with, and I showed him a piece of bread. 10 pounds of gold for one. I had an entire container of that bread from the port, tens of thousands of loaves. It was too sweet, and I did not like it, which made it perfect currency. His name was Shu Gang, and he ran that market with a few others, and he took me somewhere quiet. How much gold do you want? 220 kilograms. Do you have it? He was startled, because gold is nothing now, and asked me what on earth I needed it for. I have too many resources, and I want to build a statue of myself. You don't need to know. Do you have it or not? He said yes, in 2 days, and then said he did not want bread. He wanted essential supplies, and what did I have, and stared at me the whole time. That is a man trying to establish how much I own, so I said fine, I'll collect it myself, and walked back to the stall. Behind me, he told his people to follow me, find out where I lived, and see whether there was a big score in it. Meanwhile, Liu Qiang came back dragging a middle-aged man by the sleeve, both of them out of breath.
The man had a nose that had gone the color of a plum from the cold, but there was something about the way he stood that was not the same as everyone else in that park. You want a lot of gold? Yes, how much do you have? He glanced around first, which I liked. How much do you want? I can provide tens or hundreds of kilograms. His name was Guo Hai. Before all this, he had been the president of a bank in Sha City. He had the key to the vault, and vaults have a manual override for exactly the situation where the power has gone. He also knew Liu Chang because Liu Chang's father had worked under him for years, and he had been quietly giving that boy food. I can pay in bread. 220 kilograms for 30 loaves. 40, and I'll give you as much as you can carry. I'm telling you now, what's in there is a great deal more than a few hundred kilos. We settled at 37, and Liu Chang let out a breath because Guo Hai had promised him a tenth as a finder's fee, and 3 more loaves of bread was his mother's cold medicine. We agreed to meet at the bank on Shuiyuan Road that afternoon. I whistled on the way out, and my dog came out of a snowdrift he had dug himself a hole in, and both of them nearly had heart attacks. I explained that he was a pet from before the apocalypse, and that a nose like his gives warning of a beast tide, and they eventually calmed down, and Liu Chang spent the rest of that conversation looking at me the way boys look at things in books. I went and got the bread, ate lunch with my dog, and turned up at the bank on time, and knew from 30 meters out that somebody in that building wanted to kill me. My sense for a gaze had gotten out past 80 meters by then. I stopped the Demon King well short and shouted, "Come out!" Nothing. In that case, the deal's off, and turned around. And that got me exactly what I wanted, because Shugang the middleman came out of the shadows with a pistol and 2 men with knives. That morning, right after we parted, he had stopped Guo Hai and Liu Chang and made them explain the deal. He had intended to follow me home. Then he had watched me leave on the back of a giant wolf and changed his entire plan. The military had scientists studying mutated animals. If he could hand them a tamed one, he would be set for life. We meet again. I've decided what I want in trade. How about all the gold in this vault for your dog? The Demon King's lips came up off his teeth. Oh, and I've hidden the vault key. If you don't agree, you don't get the gold, and you and the 2 people you made the deal with all die. I think you can weigh that up. One of his men produced an anesthetic and a rope and looked at my dog with enthusiasm. I smiled and got down off him. Shugang's face lit up. Kill them all except the one who spoke. For a 4th-tier animal, 40 meters is nothing, and my dog was 3rd tier and had been waiting for 2 minutes. Shugang fired, and the round did not even find fur. Then the man with the anesthetic did not have a head anymore. "Boss, help!" Shugang brought the gun around, and a shard of glass went through his wrist, and the pistol went into the snow. He reached for it, and my dog opened the man behind him from shoulder to hip with 1 paw and knocked Shugang flat in the process, and then stood there, because I had not told him to kill that one. Shugang, wearing his subordinate, finally shouted toward the building, "Aren't you coming out?" 8 more men were in there, plus Guo Hai and Liu Chang. Nobody came out. None of them had a gun. Walking out there was gardening. I picked up his pistol and shot him in the leg. "Where is the key?" He was, to be fair, extremely fast at recalculating. "Don't shoot. It's in my pocket. I misjudged. I admit defeat. Take the key and let me go. My brother's an evolver. He's in the officer reserve. If you kill me, you get problems too. I caused you trouble. You shot me. Let's call it even." He said all of that in a very reasonable voice, and inside his head he was already stewing my dog. "Get your men out here." He screamed at the doorway that they should come out unless they wanted to stop being welcome in Sha City, and 8 men slowly came out, pushing Guo Hai and Liu Chang in front of them as cover. Liu Chang, being held by the collar, was staring at me with an expression I can only call joy. "Throw the key here." He threw it. I put the pistol in my belt, and he let out a breath and started shouting at his own people to help him up and let those 2 go, because it was over. They untied them. Guo Hai and Liu Chang ran to me. Shugang told his crew, "Let's go. Leave no one alive." The streaming took a few minutes. I had not agreed to anything, and I do not leave people alive who have told me they are going to send an evolver after me. Liu Chang was nauseous and pale, and 30 seconds later back to looking at me the same way, because at 14 you learn the rule about pulling weeds by the root, and you do not yet notice that you might be one. Guo Hai noticed.
He had just watched me disregard a threat from an evolver in the official army as if it were weather. He got down on his knees in the snow at 40-odd years old and looked up at me with a completely level face. "My lord, may I do something for you?" Then he reached over and pulled Liu Chang down too. Liu Chang, who had entirely missed that he was about to be tidied up, said excitedly, "Big brother, let me be your little brother. I'm very adaptable." I threw the key at Guo Hai's knees. "I won't take your men. Get up and open the vault." Inside, the vault was cash to the ceiling and shelves of gold. Liu Chang made a noise I have not heard a human being make. "About 100 million in cash," Guo Hai said, "and about 20 tons of gold. Take the gold as repayment for saving us. I don't need the bread." Then he watched my face. 20 tons. I sent them outside, walked in, and emptied it. All of it, cash included, and I put a few bars into the backpack for appearances. Then I locked the vault, pushed a thin steel rod into the keyhole, and snapped it off inside. Even if he has a spare key, that door is never opening again, and nobody will ever know how much was in there. Outside, both of them had waited, which surprised me. I held out the bag of bread. "I keep my word." He did not take it. He pulled the boy down onto his knees again. "Sir, let me do something for you with this child. Please don't refuse yet. Odd jobs, this gold you needed, for instance, you could arrange for us to collect it. We charge you a little, and it saves you time. We'll keep living as we live, and we won't ask you for supplies or for anything at all. And if you're worried we'll talk, let your dog remember our scent. A dog's nose is the most sensitive thing there is. We couldn't run from it." That is a very intelligent man. "So you just want food from me?" He smiled, and the smile had naked ambition in it and did not try to hide it. "Of course, I also want to place a bet. I'm betting that one day you'll rise high enough to have a say in what happens in Shaw City, and that we chickens and dogs will go up with you. And if not, I've lost nothing. I'm a worthless life. I'll be a hero again in 18 years. I looked at him for a while. "Gather intelligence for me on evolvers and on the army. Call it a trade. When I come back, I'll pay according to what you give me." Then I patted my dog, and he walked over and circled both of them twice and learned them. As for working for me, let's discuss that after you've survived. Then I got on his back, dropped the bread, and left. Guo Hai counted it afterward. 37 loaves, not one missing. "You're lucky to have met a man like that," he told the boy. "He's ruthless. He's also a man of principle. He is not going to be ordinary. It's a pity we're too useless to help him. Come on, we're moving, and we're taking your mother. Surviving is the only way to have a future." Back home, I put 20 tons of gold on my living room floor and told the treasure basin to finish the job. The 10th upgrade. The interface turned to garbage. Light came out of my forehead, and this time it did not stop. It got brighter until the whole room was gold, and my own vision went gold, and it felt exactly like sinking into a hot bath, and I got extremely sleepy. I fought it for a while, then I fell over the arm of my sofa and went to sleep on the floor. What I could not see, while I was unconscious with light coming out of my face, was the rest of it. Treasure basin upgrade complete. This upgrade binds it to the soul of the host, Chen Hao. It cannot be rebonded, taken, or discarded before the host's death. Smart mode activated. Host data extraction in progress. I woke up on the floor about half an hour later, and the treasure basin was not a treasure basin anymore. The old interface was gone. In its place were 4 icons, a human figure, a gold ingot, an exclamation mark, and a circle with a dot in the middle. I looked at the human figure. Host information, Chen Hao, 19, male, evolutionary level, gene lock, stage 2, internal source energy, 400 units, mental strength, 80 units. The host has reached the 400 units of source energy required for the next evolution, but is still 20 units of mental energy short of the 100 required. Please increase mental strength as soon as possible to complete the 3rd stage. I forgot to breathe. That thing had my body on a panel like a character sheet, and it had just told me, in plain language, the exact reason I had been stuck, which is that source power was never the bottleneck. Mental strength was. And I had 80 of it, which I had built by ramming my mind into a wall every night until I threw up. Nobody else on this planet knows that. That is the entire reason the state can hand out gene pills like sweets and still not manufacture a stage 3, because pills fill the tank
and nobody has told them the engine needs something else. The gold ingot showed me the basin itself. Item duplication complete. Adds 1 duplication attempt per day. Current attempts 1,479. 1 a day. 365 a year. Over 1,000 in 3 years. I will never look for a supply run again as long as I live. I use the copies, keep the originals, and copy them again. The exclamation mark said, "The next danger will occur in 95 hours and 36 minutes. This danger is a viral outbreak. Please prepare in advance, host." And I stopped enjoying myself. I had forgotten about that entirely. Around this point in my last life, the cold started breeding things. Viruses nobody had ever seen appeared and moved through the survivors, and with no medicine and no preventive measures, they spread and mutated at a speed that did not seem natural. It is airborne, and it uses every route a virus can use, and if you are breathing, you are going to get it. High fever, cough, total weakness. If you can take it, you come out with antibodies. If you cannot, you do not come out. Last time, the warning had been 72 hours, and it was just a number. This time, it was 96 hours, and it told me what was coming. The 4th icon would not open at all, no matter what I did, and somebody was hammering on my front door. 4 people. A woman with a cloth over her face, 3 men with axes and machetes, and a plan they had used before, which was that she knocks and offers herself for a bite of food, and the moment a man living alone opens that door, the other 3 come in. They had been up in my mountains all day looking for firewood, and had found none, because I had taken every dead tree within kilometers, and they had noticed my strange house. She started coughing while she was knocking, which, incidentally, tells you exactly what she had, 95 hours early. They hammered on that door for a long time. I was busy. I did not answer. Then there was a gunshot, and then 2 more, and I finally looked at the camera and found not 4 intruders, but 3 bodies and 1 man I recognized. Xu Ming? 2 or 3 months had turned a sharp, capable, well-dressed man in his 30s into a homeless person with hair you could have cooked with. He looked at me, and his whole face went, "Great, boss, you're still alive." I did not smile. "What's up?" He put down his pack and emptied it onto the snow, and out came pistols. A lot of pistols and ammunition and some bread and biscuits. "Boss, look, I pulled off a big one. I want to note that if the world had not ended, that sentence would have made me an accessory. What is this? Are you coming back to work?" Here is what had happened to him. I had sent him to find a cold weapons factory before the storm, mostly to get him out of my way, and he had actually found one, and on the day of the flare he had been there collecting my order and had gone down like everybody else. Then, while every other survivor in that city was waiting for the power to come back, Xu Ming thought about the fact that his employer had spent 9 million yuan and 2 months building an underground fortress, and went out and bought coats. Not food, coats, before anyone else. Then he bought boxes of food and water, and he got through the first 2 weeks without a scratch, on the strength of 1 throwaway sentence I had given him as severance. He had come to my door twice already, and I had been out both times. And today he had walked half a day in -40 to try again, and found 4 people setting up outside my house, and had opened fire without saying a word. Bad shooting, though. One of them got away. "Boss, those weapons are finished. They're too heavy for me to carry, but I hid them well." I stared at him. Because I had ordered 3 things off a blueprint on a whim, to give a man something to do in a world where cold weapon forging is a dying craft. An 8-sided Han sword, 1.3 meters, widened blade. A green dragon crescent blade, and a wheel axe with a blade almost a meter across. All of them forged from layered titanium alloy steel and chromium alloy steel at high temperature, because I had described the requirements to a man who had no idea why anybody would want them. The lightest of those 3 weighs 40 or 50 pounds, the other 2 are over 100. When I ordered them, I was a person who could not have lifted one off the ground properly, and I knew it, and I ordered them anyway because I was going to be someone else eventually. Where? He gave me an address in the North Industrial Zone. It was getting dark. I decided on tomorrow. Then I looked at him. "You know it's the end of the world and our contract is void. You've done me a favor. Tell me what you need, and I'll try to get it." "Boss, if you hadn't warned me, I'd be dead. Forget the payment. I still owe you my life." Then he asked if he could clean out one of the empty houses in Wulong village and move in, so that if anyone came looking for trouble, we would each have somebody nearby. I thought about it and said good, on the grounds that he would not be living with me. If Guo Wei had not sold me, Xu Ming would have been an excellent teammate. He is also a human being, and the secret I am carrying would move any human being on this planet. He offered me half his pistols. No need, I have some. His expression froze, and something in his eyes changed, because that is not a sentence a survivor says in month 1. He had already decided I was the son of somebody in the upper reaches of the state. Okay, I'll hold them. If you need them, just ask. Then, on his way down the hill, he turned around. By the way, boss, there were 4 of them outside your door. My shooting isn't good. 1 got away. Now, the weapons. The next morning, I rode into the North Industrial Zone at 7, when it was still fully dark, and spent half an hour reading factory numbers off buildings with a torch while a dog corrected my navigation. 228. 234 should be close. Then the Demon King stopped and would not move and made a low sound. I had infrared on and a crossbow out in about a second and a half. 180 meters ahead, hanging on a utility pole, was an animal the size of a small car. And I stopped being tactical. Because even in a green infrared image, there is exactly 1 animal on this planet with that shape, and every citizen of my country would recognize it from the eye patches alone, and it is a protected national treasure that we put on things. An iron-eating beast, on a telephone pole, in an industrial estate, in an ice age. It did not attack. It just clung there and looked at me. I put the goggles and the crossbow away, made myself as harmless as possible, and walked up. At 100 meters, the basin said second order, which meant a second-tier panda with intelligence to match, and there is a legend that a war god in antiquity rode one into battle, and I have never wanted anything more in my life. I stopped a dozen meters short and used the gentlest voice I have ever produced. Hello, I'm a tourist passing through. Are you lost? Behind me, my dog's entire face changed. Up close, I could see it properly, and it was clearly not fully grown, because a second-tier adult would have been far larger. It's dangerous up there, and it's very cold. Why don't you come down? Nothing. Wherever it had come from, it had gotten there through a frozen country full of starving people. And there is absolutely nothing to eat in an industrial estate. And it had chosen a pole anyway. I took an apple out of the space, held it up so it could see, and dropped it in the snow at the base. Would you like to come down and eat? I won't hurt you. The wariness came down by about a third. It still did not move. So I used my trump card. I took out a can of milk powder and a small stainless steel bowl, poured hot water, mixed it, stirred it, and set it 3 meters from the pole. Then I looked up at a national treasure and said, in a voice I would like stricken from the record, "Sweetie, would you like some milk from the bowl?" It came down immediately, and halfway down, either because the pole was iced or because it had been hungry too long, it slipped and fell from 10 meters. I opened my jean lock and crossed the gap and caught it. Then, holding it, I realized that a second-tier animal does not get hurt falling 10 meters into deep snow, and that even ordinary ones fall out of trees professionally. I had panicked, in front of my own dog, for a bear. I would like it noted that it is heavier than it looks, and softer than anything has a right to be, and that its coat was considerably thicker than any I have seen in a zoo. I put it down before it could object, and it went straight to the milk and put its entire head in it. Then I put an apple on the snow, and then 2 more, and it looked at me, and looked at the apples, and hesitated, and came. In the end, it cost me about a dozen apples to convince an enormous carnivorous bear to walk into my head voluntarily, which is when I understood it was definitely not an adult, because adults do not fall for that. I told the ape and the leopard, sternly, not to bully it. Then I turned around and my dog was looking at me with an expression I had never seen on him before, which was something between disbelief and moral concern. I had just spent 5 minutes behaving exactly like a very bad man luring a child with sweets. "Ahem," I said, and patted his head. "What are you waiting for?" 2 minutes later, I found the factory, and the workshop, and the tarpaulin, and 2 weapons. The green dragon crescent blade and the wheel axe were still there, because nobody on Earth could lift them. The 8-sided Han sword was gone. Whoever it was had found 3 weapons, taken the only one they could carry, and not bothered to put the cover back. They had left the other 2 lying in the open air for anybody to find, which told me they simply did not care. Which means if they could have taken all 3 would be gone. I said, "Smell it. Learn whoever touched these." He put his nose down and nodded. Then I picked up the crescent blade. 90 kilos, over 2 meters, a dragon down the blade, and when I swung it, the air screamed. Beautiful. Absolutely useless on foot and made for fighting from something's back. Then the wheel axe, 120 pounds, a double-bladed axe head nearly a meter across with a spike on top, 1.7 meters overall, and it can cut, sweep, thrust, and block. At my strength, that axe delivers something close to 3,000 pounds of force in one swing. I took every piece of forging equipment in that factory too, and got on my dog. Find the person who took my things. He was already moving. He tracked for nearly 2 hours, stopping to check, and brought me across the whole city, and stopped just outside Shanghai apartment. He pointed his nose at it. Of course. I put him away, disguised myself, and walked in with a dead man's identity card. There were fewer soldiers around than there had been because the real shelter in the east suburb was going up now. Most of the soldiers I saw were carrying blades at the waist. None of them was carrying my sword. I collected my supplies and found nothing, and I was almost at the exit when Boots came up behind me. Quick! 2 more giant beasts at the shelter site. Go and support them. Chen Jing went past me leading about 20 people, and every one of them behind him was wrong. No formation, no discipline, no bearing. Some of them arrogant, some of them openly frightened. Evolvers. And one of them was wearing the same blue jacket as me, with a long hilt sticking up over his shoulder. It was my sword. I recognized the pommel I had drawn myself. I looked at him, he looked at me. And then, because they were running through a crowd at speed and did not care, they shoulder-checked several people who were queuing, and as he came past me, he threw an elbow into my chest. An evolver, even at rest, is stronger and faster than an ordinary person. He put everything into it. On a normal man, that is a fractured sternum. Behind him, his colleagues watched with mild interest, because this had clearly become routine. They were evolvers now. They had a transcendent status. What is wrong with pushing around a few ordinary people you don't like? I do not start fights. I also do not allow them. I put my elbow into his. There was a dull thud of coats meeting. The spectators got their scream, and it came from the wrong man. Chen Guang felt his elbow hit the corner of a solid iron table and heard the bones in it go and made a noise you normally only hear at a slaughterhouse. Everybody who had been shoved out of the way in the last 10 seconds looked at each other. Chen Jing came back at a run. What's going on? Sir, this man hit Chen Guang. Chen Jing's face went dark and gnawed at me. He had watched his own group knock down 4 civilians on the way here, and he had been trying to have these people disciplined for weeks, and the man who kept blocking him was Gao Zhiyuan. He looked at me, mask, bag of supplies, and something about me that he could not place and had been unable to place for over a month. Then he looked at Chen Guang holding his arm. Get to the shelter now. Chen Guang, if you're not well, go back and rest. Be more careful next time. Commander Wang, he injured me and you're letting it go? Chen Jing's expression did something I enjoyed enormously. An evolver, injured by an ordinary person. Are you trying to be a joke? It's better if you don't come. That way you don't become food. Several people laughed. In the crowd, a few of the civilians started saying things quietly to each other, and Chen Guang could not hear the words but could read the faces, and went around trying to memorize which ones were laughing, and could not because everybody was wearing a mask. Flu season had started early that year, so he put all of it on me. Fine, very well. Kid, you'd better not leave here. He threatened me in front of his commanding officer, which tells you everything about how those men had been managed. Chen Jing told a soldier to escort him back, and told everyone else to get moving. And I made sure, as I walked out, to raise an eyebrow at Chen Guang. He shoved the soldier out of his way and came after me, which was the entire point. I walked out of Shanghai apartment at a normal pace, into a side street, into a series of turns, and finally into a dead end. He arrived carrying 40 pounds of steel and out of breath. Ha! Let's see where you run now. I was standing with my head down, which he read as despair. You think you're tough? Today I'm going to break every bone you have, strip you, and leave you out here to freeze. I looked up, and my eyes were smiling. Are you really that stupid? You chased somebody into a dead end alone. He checked the alley for an ambush, found none, relaxed, and became extremely eloquent. You don't think a few martial arts moves make you a match for an evolver, do you? Let me tell you, I possess godlike power. An ant like you can't contend with that. I want to note that I had opened a second stage gene lock by myself, and I would not describe my power as godlike. Where did you get that sword on your back? He blinked. This is yours? Oh, no wonder you were looking at me like that. You've reminded me. This will be perfect for breaking your bones. Then he took an awl out of his pocket and drove it under his own fingernail, which stopped me for a second, I admit. Then his whole demeanor changed, and I understood. Pain opens it. He had to hurt himself to get to the state because he had no other key. He drew my sword left-handed and came in with it at an angle that closed every exit in a narrow alley, which was genuinely well done. I did not open my jean lock at all. I set my feet and put my hands out to catch a blade. Catching 50 pounds of moving steel is not the same as lifting 50 pounds. He knew that, and his face got happier. And a girl came off the alley wall at a dead run. She had been following since Xinghai apartment. She got there in the last possible instant, running along the brickwork for speed, and she reached out with her bare hand to grab the sword. I have no idea what she thought was going to happen to her fingers. That was not a plan. That was an instinct with a body attached. Chen Guang saw her out of the corner of his eye and lost his focus for 1/10 of a second. I took the sword out of his hands and got out of hers. He was so startled by losing his weapon that he did nothing at all with the rest of his 3 seconds, which is what happens to people who have power and no experience. Instead, he grinned at her. "Qin Shuang, you've come at the right time. Help me kill this commoner." She looked at him with no expression at all, drew a dagger, and put it into his arm. "Crazy woman, what are you doing? Are you attacking a teammate?" Then his timer ran out, and his speed dropped, and she put it through his heart. Why? He died without ever finding out. I stood there holding my own sword and watched a girl I had last seen covered in her family's blood kill a man for me and then take a gene pill out of her pocket and swallow it and go pale and not scream, which told me the pill suppresses the after effects. Then she noticed me looking and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Haven't seen you for a long time." She had joined the army as an evolver not long after we parted, made a name in a beast attack, and gotten into the officer reserve. She trained with the soldiers, never complained, and went at every mission like she did not much mind dying, which the veterans had noticed. "Could I see those pills?" She handed the whole packet over without a second of hesitation, then noticed her own hands were covered in blood and started wiping them on her coat with an extremely ordinary expression, which was strange on somebody who had just done that. The basin said trace source substance, same as the Shen families. 2 of them were worth almost nothing to me. I could have absorbed them and handed the packet back empty. I asked myself whether I was that person, decided I was not by a narrow margin, and gave them back. Disappointment went across her face. "Why did you grab a sword with your hand?" She bit her lip and could not answer, because the honest answer was that she had not decided to. "Don't do something that stupid again," I said. Then, because it sounded wrong, "I don't need you to save me." She nodded like a student. "You're in the army. You must hear things ordinary people don't. Tell me about them and I'll pay you in supplies." If my dog had been there, he would have recognized that voice, because it is the one I use on small animals. She told me everything, immediately, without asking for anything. Some people in the military had already opened gene locks before the apocalypse, mostly by accident, from state-issued gene drugs, at a rate of about 1 in several thousand volunteers. They call the necessary constitution evolutionary affinity, and they measure it by how much source material a body absorbs out of 100 units. 1 to 20 is grade D, 20 to 40, C, 40 to 60, B, 60 to 80, A, 80 to 100, S. Most wild animals are at least C. Most humans are D. Anyone who can open a gene lock at all is basically C or better, which is 1 in 1,000, and B is 1 in 1,000 of those. And a B affinity still might not open it because there is a second condition, which is willpower. They knew about that part. They just did not have a method for it. No S had ever appeared. The highest known in the entire army was A grade, and she was standing in front of me looking pleased with herself and waiting to be praised. She could hold a gene lock for 7 seconds, which was the record among the new evolvers. Everything she had just told me was officer-level information, and I had never heard any of it in 8 years of my previous life. Besides pills, does the army have other ways to absorb it? Eating the flesh of the beasts works. The scientists have already extracted it from beast meat and made pills out of it. And exercise. More physical training raises affinity, up to about 10 points. I filed all of it. "Oh, and there's something you might want." She looked around and came closer. "A big shot from the north is coming south to Sha City, in an icebreaker." I stopped moving. "It broke down halfway and they need parts, so they sent someone to ask General Lin for help. He took a dozen evolvers and some engineers to go and support them a few days ago." An icebreaker, which explained, 12 years too late, why the shelter in this city handed out fish. If I could copy an icebreaker, I would have unlimited food and a machine that can go anywhere on a frozen planet, and somewhere to run to if this continent stopped working. I was not going to take theirs. That would change the fate of an entire country, and I am not interested in being the last human being alive to find out whether the world resets when the last one dies. But I could copy it. In return, I concealed my hand in my backpack and took out several boxes of medicine. There's more flu around lately. I think there might be a large outbreak. If you get a fever, take these for 3 days without stopping. Instructions are on the box. 73 hours on the counter. She looked at the medicine and then at me, and her hands came halfway up and stopped. Her eyes went red. I want to explain that because at the time I did not understand it at all. She had never been given medicine in her life. When she had a high fever as a small child, a neighbor noticed, and the woman raising her said, "That brat, what does she need medicine for? Does she even deserve it? A little water will do. I'm not spending that money." She got through everything on her own. All of it. Every time. And a person had just handed her medicine before she was even sick. She stood there wanting it, and also thinking it was too precious to waste on her, and a tear came off her face and landed on the box and turned into a white crystal. I did not know what to do with that at all, so I pushed it into her arms. "Remember to take it. If you get into trouble, leave me a mark in this alley." Then I left, quickly. I want to be honest about the arithmetic. I would help if I could do it cheaply. If it threatened me, I would pretend I had not seen. She stayed in that alley, holding a box, for a long time. She also never told me that she had been standing at the gate of Xinghai apartment on her days off for weeks because the name Sun Guang had appeared once on a supply register, and she had gone over my face in her head enough times to recognize a back. Now, that supply corridor incident got Qin Shuang into a considerable amount of trouble. Because I had not taken Chen Guang's body, and every wound on him came off her dagger, and somebody had watched her follow him, she was extremely straightforward about it. She said she saw Chen Guang about to kill an innocent survivor and killed him first. She never said my name once. Chen Jing, who privately agreed with every part of her decision, had to be seen to act, so he stripped her rank in front of the assembled troops and put her in a dark room for 3 days, which means no food, no water, and no light, and which some people do not survive. He then quietly had soldiers slip her food and water for 2 of those days. Gao Zhiyuan came back and found out and lost his mind because a girl in his department had been disciplined without him by a man he already hated, and because of something worse. His daughter was gone, and the search had produced nothing, and a man with 1 child and no wife had gone somewhere that grief does not come back from. Then he had seen Qin Shuang, who was the same age as Gao Yufei, and something in him had twisted the shape of that feeling into something else entirely. He had tried several times, she had refused several times, and had started arranging her duties to be wherever he was not, which made it worse, because it always does. He went down to that dark room on the 3rd day and ordered it opened. Chen Jing's men refused, and then had a pistol put against a forehead and opened it. Inside, Qin Shuang had been keeping herself moving for 2 days and 2 nights so she would not fall asleep and freeze, and her hands and feet and ears were covered in chilblains, and she was about ready to drop. "Come with me quietly, and this is forgiven." "I won't. Today's the last day." Tomorrow morning, she walks out and it is over, and she gets her rank back by killing beasts. He pushed the barrel against her forehead until it left a mark. "You think Chen Jing would offend me for a dead man? You killed a teammate. Nobody would call it unreasonable if I shot you." Then he leaned in and made an offer about resource allocation for revolvers in a tone I am not going to reproduce. And she thought about a man handing her a box of medicine in an alley and said, "Then kill me." He pulled the trigger. Chen Jing came through the door at exactly that moment, and it went into her leg instead of her head. He put Gao Zhiyuan on the floor with 1 punch, and then had to be pulled off him by 2 other officers, and Gao Zhiyuan got up laughing with blood in his mouth and asked whether Chen Jing had taken a fancy to the girl, which sealed off every road Chen Jing had, because that is what a man who spent his career in politics does to a man who spent his career in the field. She was carried out on a stretcher with a round in her thigh, and she did not make a single sound the whole way. And as they lifted her, Gao Zhiyuan leaned down and said something into her ear that only the 2 of them heard. That night, he drugged her dinner and came to her room. "Wow, no wonder you're an evolver. I used double the dose and you're still awake." She reached for the dagger under her pillow and found that her body would not answer. And then, at the exact moment, she opened a second-stage gene lock. She very nearly killed him with it. The drugs took the strength out of it, and he got out of that room with a wound running the length of his abdomen that came within a centimeter of ending him, and he told the surgeon he had caught it on a mission. Meanwhile, I was face down on my own bedroom floor. I had gotten to 99 points of mental strength after a blizzard's worth of continuous training, and that morning I pushed my mind into the wall as usual, and instead of the usual wall at 9 centimeters, something popped. Like a bubble. My mind went straight through 20 centimeters of concrete, and I saw my own living room from inside my bedroom, and I reached out and took a teacup off the table through the wall. Then the pain arrived, and it was in a completely different category to anything before it, and I did not even get a noise out before I went down. I woke up holding a teacup, and the world had changed. Everything was too sharp. I could see the grain in the paint on the wall, and dust on the bedside lamp, and a single grain of sand in the corner of the room that I had missed cleaning. Host information. Evolutionary level, gene lock stage 3. I threw a punch at the air and then frowned, because strength had only gone up about 20% and speed the same, which is a strange thing to be disappointed about when 20% means running 25 meters a second. Then I opened it, and a net came out of my head and covered everything within 100 meters. I thought about my own shelter, and the inside of it appeared in my mind. Every corner, the basement, the clothes in the closet, the water in the tank, dust under the sofa. A three-dimensional model of a building I was standing outside of, through a sealed door, in complete detail. I stood in the snow and could not speak. If the first 2 stages were physical and could be argued about scientifically, what exactly is this? I spent the next 2 minutes testing it. 50 meters in every direction, or a straight line out to 100. It goes through ground and walls, though dense material eats the range, and I can steer it around an obstacle instead of through it and keep the full distance. Then the 2 minutes ran out, and it all vanished at once, and it was like having somebody put their hands over my ears and eyes at the same time. I had been omniscient inside 100 meters for 2 minutes, and going back to using my eyes felt like a disability. I also woke up that day able to see in the dark better than any night vision device I owned. At which point I want to say something, and I want to say it plainly. If the 3rd stage is that, then what is the 4th? What is the 5th? And if this is the power the apocalypse is trying to force out of us, then what exactly were the immortals in the old stories? Anyway, I was hungry, so I went to cook and found 4 source beasts in my space, lying flat and refusing to move, and my heart nearly stopped before I understood. I had been unconscious for 3 days. My dog had not eaten for 3 days and had not touched anything, including 3 animals that could not fight back. I fed all of them until they could not stand, and while I had been out, the virus had passed over the world and killed 1/5 of the survivors in Shaw City, and I had missed it entirely by being unconscious inside a sealed steel dome. That night, I rode out to Shanghai apartment to steal crossbows and arrived in the middle of a battle, 2 spotlights on the gate, a dozen wolf-type beasts, and several others trying to come over the wall, and among them 2 that were considerably larger than the rest, a wolf and a black bear. The ground in front of that gate was already covered in soldiers. They had built 2 walls of men with riot shields, so the ranks behind could shoot, and every time the beasts hit, that wall came apart, and the second wall stepped into the gap, and a new one formed behind it. Every time a human wall collapsed, 1 animal fell. That is the exchange rate, and they were paying it, and they kept paying it. I stopped several hundred meters out and watched, and then I went over the side wall instead, because most of the garrison was at the front and the inside was thin. 7 meters of wall is a step now. My dog found me the busiest building that was not the gate, and on the 5th floor there was a room packed to the ceiling with pistols, rifles, ammunition, crossbows, sabers, and, sitting in the corner, rocket launchers. I took 3 crossbows, 200 bolts, and some ammunition. I picked up a rocket launcher and thought about it for a while and put it back. If those things could fire in this cold, the army would already be firing them. Pull the trigger at -40, and the propellant either fails or the tube comes apart in your hands, and dying by exploding your own weapon is a stupid way to end a story. I could have taken all of it. I did not, and it was not kindness. It was that when the nest goes over, no egg survives, and I live in this city. By the time I got back to the gate, the situation had changed. Several hundred more soldiers were down. 2 of the animals were 2nd tier, and ordinary rifle fire would not go through the bear at all. And then, because the officers had voted, they sent the evolvers out.
Gao Zhouyuan had proposed it. Not from the rear where they could shoot precisely, which is what the other officers wanted, from the front. Because with great power comes great responsibility, and it was time for them to sacrifice themselves for the troops, and if they all died, the army could always recruit more. Chen Jing asked him, in front of everybody, whether he wanted them to go and die. Gao Zhouyuan told him that every soldier out there was a comrade of many years, and asked him whether he could watch his brothers die in front of him. Which is unanswerable, and also entirely constructed, because the only thing Gao Zhouyuan actually wanted was for one particular girl to be standing in the open when her timer ran out. She was out there in the middle of it, using 2 short blades, not opening her gene lock at all, saving it. She killed 2 first-tier animals that way, and the soldiers on the wall cheered. Then the Wolf King turned toward her, and the other Evolver's timers ran out, one after another, and several of them were killed on the spot in the weakness, and only 3 were dragged back alive, which left 1 girl in the open with 2 second-tier animals. She opened her gene lock, blocked the Wolf King's jaws with 1 blade, and put the other through its throat into its brain, and it nearly took her arm off doing it. Then her timer ran out, 80 meters from the line, with a black bear coming. Chen Jing ordered a rescue party out. The bear took a round in the eye and went berserk and went through the rescue party, and Gao Zhouyuan, standing in the shadow at the back, walked down to the front line, took a rifle off a soldier, and shot her in the leg. He wanted her to lie there and watch it come. "Gao Zhouyuan, what are you doing?" They grabbed him. He relaxed completely and said he had been aiming at the bear and had missed because he was weak. Chen Jing jumped off a 3rd-floor balcony to go and get her himself, which for a commander is an extremely poor decision, and I understood it completely. Somebody was faster. I came out of the dark with everything covered and the wheel axe already in my hands, and the bear put a paw up to block, and the paw came off. It landed at Chen Jing's feet. Then I went up 5 meters and brought 120 pounds of axe down onto the top of its skull. There was a crisp sound. Silence all along that wall. I pulled the axe out, and the bear went down, and steam came off the snow, and about 400 soldiers stood there with the same thought, which I know because several of them told me later, and which was, "Is that a person?" I stood there for a moment. What I was actually thinking was that the paw had gone quite far, and whether I still had to go and get it. Chen Jing picked it up and threw it to me. Then I caught it. "Thanks, I'll take my loot." I pointed at the bear. He nodded. "Please make yourself at home." Then I whistled, and my dog came out of the dark, and 400 rifles came up again. "This is my partner." He put the paw in his mouth, took 800 pounds of bear on his back like a sack of laundry, and left. Which is the moment the Sha City garrison learned that a source beast can be tamed, and started an entire program about it. And then Chen Jing walked out and saluted me, and told me their commander wanted to offer me a commendation. No need, I only took it because I thought it would cook well, which he chose to interpret as modesty, and which was true. He asked me to join the army, and Gao Zhouyuan, who had just been arrested for shooting his own soldier, chose that moment to walk over. So I said, in a voice that carried, "There are people in your unit who shoot their own in the back. I wouldn't dare join. Who knows when I'd die at the hands of my own side before the monsters got me." Every officer standing there changed color, because if that got out, it would take the army's reputation apart. Chen Jing promised to punish him severely and give the soldiers and Qin Shuang an explanation. Gao Zhouyuan announced that nobody except General Lin had the authority to deal with him, and then turned to me and explained that I could either join him and take his orders, or think carefully about whether I could survive in Sha City at all. Which is not recruitment, that is handing your recruit to the other side. An officer grabbed him. He threw the man off and reopened his own abdominal wound and screamed at everybody to get lost. And that is when I heard the looks. Staff officer, Lu. Dark skin, hooked nose, middling height. Officer, staff officer. "My father's name is Gao Zhouyuan," said a girl in my head several weeks ago. I smiled. I had not planned on touching this man at all. Now it turned out he had been on the list from the beginning. Chen Jing read my face and physically pushed Gao Zhouyuan backward and apologized to me, and told his men to take him away and deal with it when General Lin returned. 2 officers went to lift him, and he stepped back and told them all exactly how untouchable he was, and every one of them stopped, because they all knew it was true.
Chen Jing decided the fastest way to stop being humiliated in front of a stranger was to end the conversation and said, "Sorry, comrade. See you next time." I nodded, and I want to note that I had begun to genuinely respect that man. "Okay, I'm going now." In my head, Gao Zhiyuan was already a corpse, and I do not argue with corpses. Gao Zhiyuan disagreed. He drew his sidearm and pointed it at me and told me to stop. "Gao Zhiyuan, are you crazy?" "Put it down," and a piece of glass went 12 meters through the dark without a sound and took his left eye. Nobody saw it happen. They only heard a scream and turned and found their staff officer with blood coming out between his fingers. Only Chen Jing turned the other way, and by then, I was not there. The glass was buried deep enough that no army doctor in those conditions would touch it. Every drop of gene medicine in that city had gone into that night's wounded. He died 3 days later, badly. None of which was any concern of mine, because the next morning I got the information I actually wanted, which was that the icebreaker would dock at the East Harbor in 4 days. 4 days later, I lay on the top floor of a logistics building outside the port for half a day. The sea was frozen a meter thick to the horizon. Around noon, a shape came out of the snow, and ice began breaking with a sound I had never heard, and a 10,000-ton hull cut a black road through a white world and came into the harbor. I sent my dog into cover and waited. On the deck of that ship were several hundred people, and among them were the men who had run my country. Then, when it was moored and the port was busy at the bow, I took my dog around to the broken water at the stern, stripped to my underwear, and got into the sea. He jumped in after me before I could tell him not to, and paddled around looking thoroughly pleased with himself. I can hold my breath about 10 minutes now. It took us most of one to get under that hull. I put my palm on the bottom of an icebreaker and said, "Copy. No gold light, just a line. Use 10 item duplication attempts to duplicate this item, yes or no." Yes. And a 76-meter, 10,000-ton icebreaker appeared inside my head. Then I did it 9 more times, because a copy cannot be copied, and I wanted spares. 100 charges. I had 1,402 left, and it gives me 1 back every day. On the way out, I looked around under the ice, and there were fish. Not many near the surface, because Shaw City fish are tropical, and most of them are dead, but deep water is another matter. If I wanted fresh seafood, I was going to have to learn to drive one of those. Meanwhile, on that ship, the men who ran the country were arguing about who should run this city, and several of them were suggesting that General Lin was too young for it, and an old soldier named Lin Honglong told them all to be quiet, and that Tianrei would lead the base, and that he had confidence in him. They had left Qiming City with 3 icebreakers. They arrived with 1. Nobody wanted to explain what had happened in between, and everyone on board understood that humanity does not survive contact with humanity. Also on that ship, in a cabin, were 4 people who had bought their places by handing over almost everything they owned. Zhao Huimin, his man Ma Jian, his illegitimate son, and Gao Mengjie. He had not wanted to waste a slot on her. She had bought it with a secret. They got off in Shaw City and were assigned a room with 6 other people, no beds, and a floor, which is where a former mayor's widow started shouting about pigsties, and a middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd and suggested that everybody with any self-respect should leave and build their own power base, and 30-odd people walked out of the official shelter with him. The shouting was staged. The middle-aged man was Zhao Huimin. I did not know any of this. I was busy having an extremely strange evening because I had killed a source beast on the way home and opened my own panel afterward. Host information. Chen Hao, 20, male, 20. My birthday is in winter, a few days before the new year. It was late October. Now, you can tell me a lot of things, but you cannot tell me a machine that predicted the end of the world got my age wrong. Which meant the birthday I had celebrated for 20 years was not my birthday. I did not eat dinner that night. The Demon King noticed, came over, put his head on my leg, and stayed there. The next morning, I went back through my childhood, and I unlocked my gene lock to do it, because in that state you can retrieve anything you have ever seen once. Gao Mengjie looked after me perfectly, cooked, cleaned, every day, and she was cold to me every single day that my father was not in the house, and warm every day that he was. My father never once shouted at me. Not once, about anything. I used to think that was love. Going back through it properly, it was not the way a father treats a son. It was the way a man treats someone he has been entrusted with. We were well off, and we never traveled. He forbade me from leaving the province. That was the only thing in 20 years he would not give me. And when he died, it came out that he had written a will when I was 2 years old, which Gal Mengjie knew nothing about, and I watched her face when the notary read it. I am not their son, and both of them knew. Then it snowed for a week, and I put it away, because there was nothing I could do about it, and because both of them were most likely dead. I got on with getting strong instead. For half a month, I hunted every day, sometimes 8 or 10 source beasts, and I fed 1 a day to each of my animals to push them up. The leopard got to 2nd tier after 4. The demon king got there faster because he ate more than anyone. On the 8th day, he advanced to 3rd. He came out of it a size larger than me, over 800 pounds, looking less like a dog every week and more like a wolf that no one has ever seen, and he now had to crawl through my front door like it was a dog flap. I tested his head afterward. Demon King, what's 11 times 11? He rolled his eyes at me. He was not going to bark 121 times for anybody. The compulsory education tablet had been paying off for a while by then. He could count. He was starting to be able to write, if you were generous about what counts as writing. Also, I discovered that a 3rd-tier bite goes through steel plate. The ape ate a poisonous, mutated plant, which I had specifically not intended, slept for 3 days, and woke up purple. The leopard got to 3rd during a fight. The panda took half a month because it kept refusing meat, and near the end of that half month, Xu Ming nearly got himself killed. Liang Cheng, the man who had escaped his gunfire outside my door, had come back with 5 men and a plan, which was to steal a baby out of the official shelter and leave it crying at Xu Ming's gate at dawn. It worked instantly. Xu Ming opened the door and took a club to the head. By the time I came down that mountain, 4 of them were going through his house, and one of them was standing over him, doing things I am not going to describe, having established that Xu Ming cared about the child, and having announced what he intended to do to it in front of him. That man's head and most of one shoulder left his body while he was still talking. The Demon King spat both out and then spat twice more, and looked genuinely disgusted. Kill everyone except the one in the middle. Liang Cheng ended up on his knees in the snow, wearing 4 of his friends, and told me where the baby had come from, and lied about it, and then told the truth when a very large animal grinned at him. He had taken it out of a stroller in the shelter while the mother was talking to somebody. Xu Ming, holding a frozen infant in his own coat, kicked him. Are you even human? If you have a problem with me, come at me. Why hurt a child that small? Do you know how hard it is for a child to survive in this damned world? Then Liang Cheng got up with an apology on his face and a pistol behind his back and fired it into my chest. And I reached out and the bullet stopped existing. Impossible. You're an evolver. I opened my hand and showed him the round sitting in my glove, and my dog opened his head. Boss, are you an evolver? I nodded. There was no point denying it. What will you do with the child? Xu Ming looked at a baby that was not breathing well and said, I want to save it, and then get it back to its mother. Then he knelt in the snow and said, Boss, you've saved me again. My life is yours. If the child can't be saved, I'll bury it properly. And I know if I take it back now, they'll call me the kidnapper, so I'll leave it at the barracks gate and let them return it. Then you know what you're doing. I'm leaving. He saved that child, incidentally, and when the parents turned out to be researchers at the shelter and came to his door with soldiers, they gave him 10 gene pills. He ate 3 and became an evolver, which I have to admit is the single funniest sequence of events in this entire account. Around then, I ran into Qin Shuang in the mountains, leading 9 evolvers on a sweep for lone beasts and mutated plants. They pointed guns at me. She told them to put them down. One of them, a pale young man named Jin Tao, who had spent the early apocalypse robbing and killing before a gene lock opened by accident, leaned into her ear and suggested that killing me and taking my 2 tamed beasts would be quite an achievement.
She told him at full volume to remember that he was a soldier now and to stop thinking like a petty thief. Everybody looked at him. He went red and something went across his eyes and hid itself. I left. 20 minutes later, he came back to me alone, claiming a toilet break, and shot at my back from 40 meters. The clouded leopard took his shoulder off. He screamed for a while. "Don't eat everything," I said, and it spat the piece out with an expression of enormous personal injustice. "And don't let him make noise. Next time, the head." It did the head. Meanwhile, the ape had stopped walking and was digging, and by the time Qin Shuang's squad arrived, it was 6 meters down and 10 meters long and still going. They found Jin Tao's body, and 8 of them drew on me. "He ignored my warning and came here to ambush someone," Qin Shuang said. "He deserved it. This ends here." "Captain, he was our teammate. You're protecting the murderer." "Even if he ambushed him, there were other ways. Killing is wrong." "So he wanted to kill me," I said, "and I'm not allowed to resist. I should just let him." "You could have dodged, knocked him out, tied him up." Then when I killed him, he could also have dodged. She had nothing to say to that, which I enjoyed. I was only still standing there because the ape was clearly onto something. Then it came up out of the pit holding a root and screaming with excitement, and every evolver in that clearing changed shape. "Mutated plant, 100,000 contribution points." 100,000 points is the rest of your life without a dangerous mission. "Captain, Jin Tao must have found it. This man killed him to keep it." "That must be it. I say we kill him to avenge Jin Tao. If we take it to the Institute, it benefits all mankind." Every one of them knew Jin Tao had run 400 meters to a toilet. They were not lying to me. They were lying to themselves, which is a much more efficient process. One of them started drawing, and Qin Shuang took the gun out of his hand and pointed it at her own squad. "We are soldiers, not bandits. He found it, so it's his, and whether he hands it over is his business. Anyone who kills innocent people, don't blame me for being ruthless first." They went quiet, and their eyes did not. Then the smallest and sweetest of them, a girl called Chun Xiao Xiao, took Qin Shuang's hand and said, gently, that since it was like that, why didn't the captain ask the man whether he would sell it to the army? Which is a reasonable idea, and Qin Shuang turned around to ask me. And Chun Xiao Xiao put a rifle butt into the back of her head. She went down with her skull open and blood spreading into the snow, and several of them told Qin Xiao Xiao she was amazing. Did I accidentally kill the captain? Still alive. That bitch. I've put up with her for ages. It's fine if she dies. We say she died in the line of duty fighting the beast, same as Jin Tao. You don't want to keep her around to settle scores, do you? Nobody disagreed. Then all 8 of them turned to look at me. I had watched every second of it, and I could have warned her, and I did not. Because I am not her nanny, and because if I saved her from that one, she would simply die the next time I was not standing there, and if that lesson does not take, then the peace is not worth keeping. They spent a while telling me to kill myself to save everyone time, on the grounds that there were 8 of them, and offering to take good care of my battle pets afterward. Clouded leopard, do you remember what I taught you? It went rigid, because it knows exactly what my face does when I am angry, and nodded fast. Go, barbecue when we get home. Second-tier speed against people who have never seen it is not a fight. It was an afterimage in a clearing, and they started shooting at afterimages, and 3 of them opened gene locks out of pure terror, and it did not matter, because ordinary rounds do not go through second-tier hide. Head, head, head. It had been told about the noise. Somebody finally worked it out and screamed at them to switch to armor piercing, and one of them got a round into the leopard's flank. I shot the next 2 rounds out of the air, which is a sentence I would not have believed a month earlier. 8 became 3, then 1, and Chen Xiao Xiao ran, fell down a slope when her timer ran out, and got carried back to me in the leopard's mouth, alive. Wasn't that tiring? I had sent it to kill her. It had gone and fetched her instead, and then looked up at me for praise, breathing hard, extremely proud. I understood in that moment exactly why it ranked last among my animals, and I do not think it has anything to do with tier. Qin Shuang woke up and looked around at her entire squad lying in the snow. Did they attack you? I told her what happened. All of it, including what they said about her after she went down. She sat with that for a while. There won't be a next time, I said. There will never be a next time. Then she asked if she could kill Chen Xiao Xiao herself. Chen Xiao Xiao, dying, called her captain and begged. Qin Shuang crouched down, tucked the hair off her face, and said, "Thank you. Thank you for making me understand that if I want to survive, I can't put my back to anybody.
Then she broke her neck. Get me a copy of the icebreaker operating instructions, I said. Any way you like. Then we're even for the 2 times I saved you. Good. And on her way out, without turning around, she said, but we can't let a life debt go unpaid. Then she walked faster, as if staying 1 more second would produce a conversation she did not want. I know what that was. Having lived twice, I would have to be blind, and all I could do about it was nothing, because in that world, feelings are 1 more soft place for somebody to put a knife. Then the ape finished digging. 6 meters down, out of soil under snow, it dragged up a plant with no leaves, roots running everywhere, and lumps along the rhizome from the size of a fist to the size of a human head. I cut one open, smelled it, tasted it. Thick skin, rough yellow surface with little black spots. A potato. A mutated potato. 37 of them on one plant, and potatoes are the most filling, fastest growing, most nutritious crop humans ever domesticated, and this one had been growing under 3 meters of snow at -50. If that could be farmed, most of the survivors on this planet stopped starving. That plant was worth more than the icebreaker. I went straight home and planted them, and I planted copies too, and I planted one cut into pieces the way you do with normal potatoes, and I marked every one. Weeks later, I dug them all up. The originals sprouted. The whole copies sprouted, which means the copies grow. The cut-up pieces all froze solid and died, which means the mutation costs you the one trick that makes potatoes cheap. So they are worth an enormous amount, and they are not infinite. And I now had a crop and a trade good. And that evening, I heard howling outside my door, and opened it, and found the Demon King standing at the head of 18 giant wolves in formation, with the panda beside him. He lifted his head and howled, and 18 wolves lifted their heads and answered him. I have to tell you what that looked like from a doorway. That looked like a general and his troops. Awoo! He came over, put his enormous head against my shoulder the way he always does, and I patted it. I'm back. Then he dug some crooked characters into the snow with a paw, and it took me a while. I killed 10. Now, their master. I do what you say. He had run into a wolf pack in the mountains, killed 10 of them including the Wolf King, and been promoted. A dog. In a wolf pack. Made king. Well done. Barbecue and bear meat for dinner, as much as you want. And that is how I stopped having pets and started having a legion. Over the following days, I fed them source beasts, one at a time, and one wolf reached 2nd tier, then more. And each new 2nd tier could catch more animals, and that fed more upgrades, and the whole thing started turning over by itself. Nobody in Sha City understood why the number of source beasts in the city dropped by more than half that month. Some people thanked heaven. It was me and my dog. Then I heard about a shelter I did not know existed. 5 men tried to take my ration bag outside the official walls, and instead of killing them immediately, I asked questions, because they had announced they were from the apocalypse shelter, and I have never heard a more embarrassing name in my life. The old Shanghai apartment. Recently established. Anybody could move in, and the price was 1 day of your weekly rations, every week, forever. Evolvers stayed free, and got extra food for hunting, which is a landlord, in an apocalypse, with a leech attached to the state's own supply line. Who is your leader? Some high official from Qiming City, name of Shu Liang. Never heard of him. However, one of them added, I heard the founder is somebody else. Who? Some guy named Shen something. He came out of the official shelter with a few dozen people, and then I was standing over him with my hand in his collar before he finished the sentence. What did you just say? He. Talk or die. His name is Zhao Huimin. I heard he used to be a billionaire. I asked the other 4 separately. All 4 said the same thing. Zhao Huimin was in this city. He had come on that icebreaker. Which means that while I was underneath that hull copying it, I had been directly below the man who ordered my father killed and had not known. I started laughing, and the 5 of them looked at each other and got up and ran, and I put glass through all of them without moving. Then I went to Shanghai apartment. There were a dozen men on that gate with security written on their sleeves in marker, and the one in charge was a young man who had just been discussing his evening with his subordinates in a tone I did not enjoy. He took my access pass, put it in his own pocket, and told me it had expired. Then he shoved me and discovered that shoving me is like shoving a wall. He handed it back very quickly and said he had misread it. Where is Zhao Huimin? Who are you? King Yama. Then I took him by the neck and left, and the rest of them saw a blur. 2 kilometers away, I woke him with a bottle of water and asked questions. His name was Song An, the son of the late mayor of Qiming City, whose mother had taken up with Zhao Huimin about 10 minutes after his father died on that ship. He told me everything, including things I had not asked for. Zhao Huimin had staged the whole walkout. He had found he did not have the reach to run a shelter alone, so he had put an official's face on the front and kept the actual control. He had a second-tier evolver named Ma Jian and about 10 more under him. And he was not there. He and a woman named Gao Mengjie had gone to the port because it was the day the icebreaker docked and they were trading beast corpses for seafood. So the woman was alive too. One last question, I said. How many hairs do you have on your head? What? If you answer wrong, you can die. I did not wait for an answer. Then I stood in the dark looking at Shanghai apartment and said out loud to a man who was not there, Zhao Huimin, enjoy your last 2 days. At that exact hour, at the port, Gao Mengjie was taking Qin Shuang's arm. They had gone down to sign for 500 crates of frozen fish, and Zhao Huimin had spotted a second-tier evolver counting boxes with a clipboard and decided he wanted her, and sent his woman to do the charming. Oh my, she's so beautiful. Those stinking men really don't know how to cherish a woman. Who are you? My name is Gao Mengjie. I work at the apocalyptic shelter. Call me sister. I felt an instant connection the moment I saw you. And Qin Shuang stopped hearing anything at all. Because when Qin Shuang was 4 years old, her name was Gao Mei Li, and she lived with her mother, and one day her mother said she was taking her to a very, very big amusement park a long way away, and gave her a glass of juice. She heard voices while she was going under. Somebody saying, "This girl is 4 years old and healthy. I'll give you a good price." Somebody saying, 1,000 is expensive. Can you go lower? Her mother saying, "Ugh, this is a hassle. 500 then." She woke up in a strange house where 2 strangers told her she was called Qin Shuang now. She screamed for her mother for weeks and got beaten for it. She ran and got caught and beaten. Eventually, the couple explained, to stop her running, that they had bought her for 500 yuan. At first, she did not believe it. By 9 or 10, she could not lie to herself about it anymore. Then the wife got pregnant, which they had been told was impossible, which is the entire reason they had bought a child in the first place. Old superstition, adopt one and one comes. After the boy was born, she did all the housework in that house, ate what was left on their plates, and was a place to put whatever the 3 of them were feeling that day, for more than 10 years, with no identity card and nowhere on earth to go. And then one evening, when the food ran out, she walked past their door and heard them discussing whether they would eat her. You know what happened after that. I watched it. Mother, she said. Gao Mengjie blinked. What? And Qin Shuang looked at a woman who did not recognize her own daughter's face, who had genuinely forgotten she had ever had one, and turned her head away. It's nothing. Seeing you reminded me of my mother. She's dead. Gao Mengjie thought, what bad luck, and smiled, and said, then we must be truly destined to meet. She spent 2 days trying to recruit that girl and got nowhere, and the icebreaker left, and they went home. What Zhao Huimin was actually working on was me. Gao Mengjie had found, years earlier, a hidden compartment in my father's study with a diary in it. My father was not Lin Mingzhen. That was a name he had taken. He had changed his face and gone into hiding, and I was not his son. I was his master's son. He caught her reading it. For about 10 seconds, she was certain she was going to die. Then he told her that if either of them ever said a word, both of them were finished. That my identity was tied to a family 1,000 years old, and that if that family ever found so much as a thread, they would come and clean it up. Then Zhao Huimin killed him, and then the world ended. And when Zhao Huimin was about to leave her behind in Sanyuan City, she traded that secret for a seat on a boat. He took it very seriously, because a man at his level can see the outline of forces like that and cannot investigate them, and because he wanted, very badly, to be under one of those umbrellas. So he sent people to find me in Sha City. They could not. What they found instead was a man of 22 named Wen Tao, who looked about half like me, and who had done enough robbery and murder to have the nerve for it. They coached him for weeks on my whole life, taught him my father's habits, put him inside the official shelter, and then leaked just enough about me into the city to see who came. Somebody came. 5 people walked up to the gate of the official shelter, and the one in front said, "Tell your leader Wang Cheng that Zhou Lei of the Qi family wishes to speak with him." Every senior official in that shelter stood up at once when they heard that surname, and went down to the gate personally, and a general who commands an army found that he could not manage anything better than a stiff smile in front of a young man 10 years his junior. Zhou Lei had them fetch every survivor named Chen Hao. There were 3. State your age, 32, 20, 27. Keep the 20-year-old, get rid of the other 2. The woman behind him opened both their throats before either of them had finished being confused. Then Zhou Lei smiled pleasantly at the survivor and asked him to describe his entire life from childhood in detail. That is who was looking for me. That is what they did to 2 men who had my name by accident. And 2 days later, Zhou Lei walked into Wen Tao's dark room with 3 people, waited for him to strike a match, and said, "Where did you just go?" Wen Tao gave a stiff smile and lied. "You don't seem curious about why I'm here. Are you afraid to ask?" Then, still smiling, "I've been waiting for you, Wen Tao." They took him, and then they took Zhao Huimin and Gao Mengjie out of their room and tied both of them to a bed, and I did not know any of that yet either. What I knew was that my treasure basin had said, "A beast tide is detected in 96 hours. Please prepare, host." 4 days. The basin does not warn me about 20 animals. Whatever was coming was hundreds, and anything that can move hundreds is at least 3rd tier, and if it is thousands, the thing leading it is 4th. I spent the first night rebuilding my doors. They had been double vault grade, 27 centimeters each. I took them to 40 and reinforced the hinges, because a door that will not open with you inside it is a coffin with good insurance. Half a day on the chimney, which I had built as an emergency exit, turning the top of it into a firing platform. Then I burned 10 days of duplication charges in one go and made hundreds of crossbows, thousands of bolts, and tens of thousands of rounds. I told Xu Ming there were more animals around than usual, and he should find a place in the official shelter for a while, and he believed me instantly, because the last time I told him something like that, it saved his life. I went to Xinghai apartment again, looking for Zhao Huimin, and he was still not there, and I decided that if he survived the tide, I would take him afterward. Then it hailed all night, small stones, and I stood in my doorway and watched, and the temperature at night hit -68, and something in my chest would not settle. Winter was coming, the actual winter. And every winter down there, the beasts come south, and the ones that hibernate stop being available as food for the ones that do not, and every survivor settlement becomes a larder with the lid off. This was not going to be one beast tide. This was the beginning of the season. 20 hours out, a group of survivors in Lin Shi City, north across the river, went into the mountains for firewood. One of them said he thought he heard something. Then they all heard it. Then somebody pointed at the next mountain and said it was an avalanche. It was not an avalanche. It was several thousand animals coming over a ridge inside a wall of thrown snow. Ahead of the pack, boars over 800 pounds with half-meter tusks and red marks nobody could explain. Monkeys the size of men down both flanks, taking the ones who scattered. Wolves of every color through the middle. Foxes, small and fast and worse than the wolves. And more than a dozen things over 4 meters long, including a lion, a bear over 5 meters standing, and a chimpanzee taller than a house. And in the middle of it, surrounded like a king, a tiger 5 meters long with 2 enormous exposed fangs. A saber-toothed tiger. Extinct since the last ice age. Some of them gave up and sat down. It took a very short time. Afterward, when the animals started fighting each other over the meat, that tiger opened its mouth and roared once, and every animal on that mountain stopped, and several of them put down food they were already eating. Then it roared again, and several thousand animals moved off in one direction, in order. The direction was Lin Shi City, and then Sha City. At the official shelter, sirens went off, and Wang Cheng's voice came over the loudspeakers telling everyone to return to their rooms because the shelter would be sealed in 10 minutes. Xu Ming was the first man running, They swept the survivors inside, put the ones who had come for supplies into a hall with food and water, and told the handful who wanted to leave that there was danger outside and nobody would stop them. Several of them left. The soldiers did not stop them. 10 minutes later, the alloy gates shut and the walls filled with men, and 10 minutes after that, the horizon started smoking. I was in my chair with my eyes closed when I felt it. I got down and put my ear on the floor, and then I went up the chimney onto my platform. 56 of them, split off from the main body, going into the empty ruin of Wolong village and taking it apart house by house looking for people. They found none, because I had already eaten that village's population problem for them. And on the way out, the chimpanzee at the head of them turned around and looked up my hill. Then all 56 turned with it. They got about a third of the way before I shot the first one. Armor-piercing rounds through a first-tier animal at that range are exactly as effective as you want them to be. I took 5 before they crossed the flat. Then several of them fell into the traps I had spent a day digging and screamed, and the chimpanzee pounded its chest and roared, and every animal behind it stopped and jumped the traps instead, which told me the traps had done their job, and also that the thing leading them was third tier. I put a round at its eye, and it got a hand the size of a door in the way, and the bullet buried itself in the palm and stopped. That is what third-tier armor is. A bullet is a needle. Fine. Demon King! And from behind the cover all around my shelter came a dog the size of a car, a panda, a purple ape, a clouded leopard, and 18 mutated wolves. They came in from the flanks and closed the circle from outside. The Demon King looked at 56 animals he had never eaten before and licked his lips, because my order that day was simple. Anything you kill, I roast for you. Then he did something I had not taught him. He did not go for the chimpanzee, which was the largest and the highest ranked in the obvious duel. He went past it, killed a monkey that was closing on the panda, and put himself onto a second-tier animal instead, and barked once at the panda. Hold the big one. And the panda, which spends most of its life looking like an enormous soft toy, went straight into a third-tier chimpanzee and held it there. My side was outnumbered nearly 3-1 and had 11 second-tier and 2 third-tier animals in it, all trained, all working to a plan, and the other side was a mob. It took about 4 minutes. Hold the strongest, kill the weakest, then converge. That is the whole doctrine, and my dog executed it while I worked from the high ground, killing anything that got a gap. At one point I watched him feint a pounce at a second-tier fox, and the fox, being extremely fast and extremely clever, dodged left. He had never intended to pounce. He swept a claw into the space it chose. That is my move. That is the exact move I have used on him 100 times in the snow. The fox died with an expression of profound personal betrayal. Then the chimpanzee went berserk, threw the panda about 15 meters, and turned on the clouded leopard, which had a hind leg open to the bone and could not move. So I came off the firing platform. I fell about 12 meters with 120 pounds of axe, and it got both arms up over its head, and both arms came off, and the axe kept going and buried itself in its skull. I landed on its chest, kicked off, pulled the axe free, and hit the ground as 2 hands the size of doors landed beside me. It was still standing. It swung the stump. My dog took a mouthful out of its back. It turned, and I came in from the other side and took its head off at the neck. 2 minutes from a standing start on a fourth of a hillside. 61 bodies. I lost 4 wolves. Then I spent an hour with medicine and needle and thread and gave the leopard and the ape gene pills and got told very clearly by a panda, which grabbed my leg and would not let go, that it also required compensation despite having no injuries. And then I spent considerably longer than the fight itself shoveling every square meter of red snow off my own mountain because blood is a dinner bell. The next morning it was blizzarding, which weakens a source beast's nose and eyes, so I took the entire legion into the city on foot. 17 animals walking behind one man through a dead city. Shah City had holes in it. Walls opened, high-rises collapsed onto other high-rises, and monkeys had gone up the outsides of buildings and threw the glass at people who thought height would save them. Halfway across, my dog stopped and put his nose into the wind and told me there were about 100 of them to the east. East is Shanghai apartment. We went by side streets, and I put every animal except him back into my head, and came around a corner into 15 people running the other way. 10 evolvers, an official carrying a box, and a second-tier man named Ma Jian at the front. They had been the defense of the apocalypse shelter, and about 20 minutes earlier they had murdered a dozen of their own survivors to force the rest onto the wall, told them reinforcements were coming, and gone out the side door. Behind them, the gate went down and several hundred animals went into a place holding 1,000 people. The official was Shu Liang, and the box in his hands held every gene pill that shelter had ever extracted, and he would not let anybody else carry it. Which was unfortunate because a third-tier wolf king in that tide had smelled the box. They came around the corner and ran into me and my dog, and one of them screamed that the monster was chasing them and turned around and ran straight back into 50 wolves. Shu Liang fell over and the box burst open and blue pills went everywhere in the snow. Ma Jian did not go back for the man. He scooped up the box, snapped it shut, and ran, and Shu Liang screamed that he was ordering him to wait, and then a wolf took his throat and the leader of the apocalypse shelter was eaten in an alley like a pig. The rest of them saw one wolf ahead and 50 behind, and chose the one. "They're official military. Help us hold them off." I did not speak, and I did not move. "Get out of the way," Ma Jian shouted, going for his gun. "Go," I said. My dog crossed 40 meters and hit Ma Jian like a truck and put him through a shop front. Then he sat down in the middle of the street and howled. Every wolf in that pack stopped. The wolf king at the back howled furiously, and they started to move again. And my dog howled louder, stood up, showed them his claws, and pointed one at their king. 1-on-1. That is the entire constitution of a wolf pack. Any wolf may challenge, and whoever wins is king, and the pack accepts it. Which meant the pack sat down and gave them the road, and the 10 evolvers found themselves standing in a ring of wolves, watching 2 animals decide who owned them. They tried to run and got shown teeth. My dog did not trick that one. Tooth and claw, straight, because you cannot inherit a pack by being clever in front of it. The Wolf King was 3rd tier and had gone there through a lifetime of real fights, and it was skilled, and my dog was simply stronger, and after 2 minutes, it was not close. He took its throat and howled, and 50 wolves answered him. Meanwhile, the evolvers had worked out what happens next, and charged the ring, and one of them, out of pure spite, decided to shoot the bystander first. "Kill that one so we can't help them. Damn it, I'll take someone with me." Which is how 10 evolvers found out that the bystander and the wolf were together. Afterward, kneeling in the snow, the survivors of that group pledged themselves to me with tremendous enthusiasm, offered to rebuild the shelter under me, and explained the business model in detail, including the part where they took 20% of the state's own rations off 1,000 civilians. They had abandoned their own leader 90 seconds earlier and were now swearing loyalty. Shouldn't evolvers be on the front line? Xinghai has been breached. Shouldn't you have died first? Most of them looked at the ground. I killed all of them, and I am not going to pretend it was justice. It was a knife, used on people who had already told me exactly what they were. Then I went into the shop for Ma Jian. His sternum was in pieces, and he could not get up, and he had heard every word outside. And when I walked in, he said, "Give me a quick death." Then I got close enough for him to see my face under the mask. "You're Chen Hao?" I did not confirm it. I did not have to. He had investigated me months ago on Zhao Huimin's orders, and he had seen my photograph, and he was now looking at foreign special forces cold weather gear, a 4th-tier wolf, and a college student who had never been in a fight in his life. He decided to die rather than expose his employer, and bit his own tongue. I got my fingers into his mouth before he finished, and then I took his teeth out one at a time with the pommel of a knife, and fed him 2 gene pills to stop him dying of it, and dislocated his arms, and sat him against a wall, and showed him a bundle of thin steel awls. I didn't want it to be like this. He talked. He told me his employer had had a young master investigating a college student named Chen Hao last spring. He told me about the medicine delivery to the hospital, and I said yes, I killed him. He told me about the beast tide that took the manor and the icebreaker that took them south, and then he told me the rest. Gao Mengjie had found a diary. My father was living under a false name and a changed face. I was not his son. I was his master's son, and my identity was connected to a family that had been hiding inside history for at least 1,000 years. Zhao Huimin had been looking for me to sell me to them as an introduction, had failed, and had put a look-alike in the official shelter as bait instead. What are the hidden families? We know almost nothing, only that they've existed at least 1,000 years. He was afraid while he said it, which is not a thing that man was capable of faking at that point. 4 surnames: Li, Wang, Chen, and Qi. 4 of the most common surnames in the country, which is exactly the trick. 1,000 years of putting people into every profession and every institution so that a rich man, A leader, a celebrity, or the person standing behind them might be one of theirs, and you cannot tell, because you cannot even tell what you would be looking for.
If they're that powerful, why don't they rule the world? He gave me a very tired smile. How do you know the prosperous era before the apocalypse wasn't already being run by them? How do you know there weren't any of them inside the government? To them, we're ants. How would an ant know whether the world it lives in belongs to somebody else? I stood in a ruined shop and felt the floor of my understanding of everything drop by one level. Then I killed him, as promised, quickly. Outside, my dog had cleaned up the beasts that arrived on the smell, and I now had 67 wolves. One of them walked toward me, and he had it on the ground with its throat out before it finished the second step. Then he stood beside me and looked at the rest of them until every head in that street went down. That is the problem with taking 50 animals at once. They obey the Wolf King. To them, I am a soft thing that smells like meat and happens to be standing next to him. He solved it in about 2 minutes. He asked me, in the snow, to let the others out. 10 second-tier wolves, 4 first, the ape, the leopard, and a panda that immediately came over and hung off me. Then he arranged them. Second-tier wolves as squad leaders, 5 first-tier under each, all of them under him. I stood there watching a dog build a chain of command. It was around then that I started to genuinely wonder whether he was ever a dog. Inside Shanghai apartment, I found what a beast hide does to 1,000 civilians, and I have spent 8 years in that world, and it still stopped me in the entrance. I killed everything that was still eating, which cost me 5 wolves and gained me 76 corpses, including a third-tier lion. And in a storage room off the property lobby, 6 people had been holding their breath for 3 hours. By the time I got the door open, there were 4 of them left, because a man with glasses had strangled a woman for crying too loudly, and then asked everyone else if they agreed, and then decided that the boy's cat was worth 100,000 contribution points. The boy was Liu Chang. The cat was a bobtail the size of a medium dog, and it was a source beast cub, and I could feel something coming off it that was not physical strength. Guo Hai, the bank president who had given me 20 tons of gold, had put himself between that boy and 3 adults with a dagger at 40-odd years old and taken 4 in the chest for it. The man with the glasses murdered his own 2 accomplices in front of me because he had worked out that a smaller split is better, and then smiled at me and said, "Sir, I did a good job, didn't I?" and asked me to deal with the boy and the old man while he held the cat. He had a razor in the hand under the cat and a very clear plan. I put a dagger in his heart before his arm finished moving, and he went over backward with his mouth open, still trying to work out when I had drawn. Guo Hai had a few minutes. He used all of them on one request, which was that I get the boy a place in the official shelter, and that after that, whether the boy lived or died was none of my concern, and that if I ever wanted the boy's life, it was mine. "Did you hear that?" he asked Liu Chang sternly while he was dying. I said I could. It cost me nothing. That cat was worth 200 residencies. He looked relieved, and I left the 2 of them alone and went out and stood in the corridor with my dog until it was over. Then I handed him a limp, sleeping cat. "Look, a new partner." He sniffed it, poked it twice to establish whether it was alive, made a face of profound disgust, and rolled it over like a ball. Then Liu Chang came out with his eyes red, carrying every scrap of clothing and every blade he had stripped off the corpses, and offered all of it to me, because those were technically my spoils. He had stripped 4 people and taken only the outer coat off Guo Hai. "Keep the clothes, leave the blades." He knelt down and hit his head on the floor several times. I did not want that pile of clothes. In a world with 3 meters of snow on it, I had to pretend I did. Then I put him on a clouded leopard and took him to the official shelter, and by the time we got there, about 30 other survivors were following us, because I had killed things in front of them by accident. They spent the walk trying to get Liu Chang to ask me to save them, and when he would not, they told him he was an orphan and a nobody, and shoved him, and then one of them pulled a knife. My dog had been ordered to guard a pile of corpses, and had specifically not been ordered to protect a boy who smelled terrible. He watched Liu Chang get shoved and did nothing, and Liu Chang came and stood next to him for safety, and he lifted one enormous paw and covered his own nose. Then he put the other paw on the boy's shoulder and pushed him a meter away. The crowd laughed at that for quite a while. Then a man raised a knife over him, and a paw the size of a dinner plate removed that man from the conversation, and everybody discovered that a dog can decide things. The main body of that tide, 319 animals,
was sitting 1,000 meters from the official shelter, resting, eating its own wounded. I watched them through a telescope from a rooftop a kilometer out. 20-odd hours of attacks. The wall was 10 meters high and 3 thick, and it had held, and the snow at the base of it was brown. And every time the casualties got expensive, the saber-toothed tiger roared and pulled the whole tide back out of range to rest. It was managing a siege. Then a modified truck came out of the shelter, drove to within a kilometer of the tide, and torn around. 30 tons of frozen fish in the back, and a veteran named He Ping at the wheel, who was 1 month from discharge when the world ended, who was an orphan with nobody waiting for him, and who had volunteered for a job everybody in that room understood was a one-way trip. They were going to feed a beast tide and lead it onto the sea ice, where an icebreaker was waiting to open the floor underneath it. He put it to 80, then 100, on packed snow, in a blizzard, with several third-tier animals and a fourth-tier tiger closing on his bumper, and made it more than half the distance. Then 3 first-tier boars wandered onto the road ahead of him, spread across all 3 lanes, at 100 miles an hour, with no gap. He got on the radio and said, "Report. Wild boars ahead. 3. No way to avoid." "I'm sorry, Chief. The task cannot be completed." And then, because he was going to die anyway, he chose to take the boars with him and accelerated. "Chief, I can't come back. I'll be your soldier again next life." In the conference room, everybody stood up and bowed their heads. Meanwhile, on a service road 40 meters to his left, I had seen those boars a good deal earlier than he had. Demon King, full speed, get in front of that truck. His red eye went a color I had only seen twice, and the world became a smear. We passed a truck doing 100, went in front of it, and cut onto the main road behind a row of buildings, and I brought out the wheel axe and held it out sideways like a man on a horse. Then I hit 3 boars, one after another, at a combined closing speed I am not going to try to calculate. The first one went into the air like a football. The second was still turning its head. The third did not get that far. From inside the cab, He Ping saw a dark shape cross his headlights, and then there was nothing in his road at all. He had gone another 200 meters before he understood what had happened. In that conference room, a man reported that the boars had disappeared, and everybody said that was impossible, and Wang Cheng had the surveillance replayed, and slowed it 10 times, and got a blur, and slowed it 32 times. And there, on a frozen screen, was a giant wolf and a man holding an axe. It's him. He's helping us. That is the moment the official shelter of Sha City decided what I was, and I want to be honest, I was not helping them. I was following a truck to see what they had planned because 30 tons of fish going out the front gate of a besieged fortress is not a delivery, it is a strategy, and I intended to collect whatever fell off it. Then the truck reached the sea, and the tide followed it out onto the ice, and He Ping's gene lock ran out while he was doing something no unaugmented human could do at that speed, and the truck went over and rolled a dozen times. 30 tons of frozen fish came out of the back and scattered across the ice, and 300 animals stopped to eat. I got to the cab first. He was alive. I pulled him out and put him on my dog and took him back to the shore and left him where the official evolvers would find him. And Xu Gang, the young soldier who had walked 2 girls across a campus for me half a year earlier, saluted me and thanked me for saving his comrade. He did not recognize me at all. "If you want to say thank you, be practical," I said. "Tell your leader I want gene pills." His entire face fell over. I did not do it for the reward. I did it because I had watched Xu Gang run back out into hail for a stranger, and because the more people like that live, the better the odds for everything, and because I was never going to say that out loud. The icebreaker came in from the east, and the evolvers cut the ice along the shore, and by the time the saber-toothed tiger understood, it was standing on a floating island with a 10,000-ton hull closing. It jumped first. Several of them followed it. The rest were pushed into the water by the cracking, or were still standing there when the hull arrived. And on the far shore, where the swimming animals were coming out, my dog was waiting. He did something I did not teach him. He had the pack sit on the ice edge looking harmless, and when the first third-tier fox dragged itself out, a second-tier wolf reached down and helped it up. The fox was extremely moved. Then the wolf pointed a paw at a nice big hole in the snow nearby where it could get out of the wind. Source beasts above second tier can communicate across species. That fox walked into that hole with genuine gratitude and found my dog in it, grinning. They processed 136 animals that way, including 20 at third tier, which was more than I killed on my own side and in the water combined. He explained it to me afterward by scratching in the snow, and I stood there and read it and did not know what to say. "Good dog. You're getting smarter. We'll do more Sun Tzu when we get home." He narrowed his eyes, extremely pleased with himself, and wrote, "It is all thanks to the master's excellent teaching." He had learned to flatter people in writing. The tiger came ashore near the port and went through the official evolvers holding that side, because a fourth-tier animal is not a bigger third-tier animal, it is a different category. Armor-piercing rounds skated off it. It killed one man before anybody understood it was there. By the time I found them, it had chased what was left of 2 squads into a logistics warehouse, killed most of them, and was walking toward Qin Shuang and 2 other survivors at a pace that meant it was no longer hungry, just finishing. I came in the door with the axe and my dog, and the thing stopped, spat out ahead, and told us to leave.
Are you ready?
Woof. We went at it from both sides, and it was going well, and then the other door opened, and a cheerful voice said, "So there are still this many people? I thought they were all dead." Zhou Lei and 4 of his. I had not connected him to anything yet. I had a young man in a drawer. What a coincidence, we've run into each other again. You've mistaken me for someone else. He looked at me for slightly too long, and then shrugged and told me to leave, and one of his men drew a curved sword and released enough killing intent at me to fill a room. That man had killed more people than I had, and I have killed a great many. I told Qin Shuang to get the wounded out, because I could always come back and be the fisherman later, and she went, and on the way past she pushed a folded booklet into my hand. Icebreaker operating instructions. Copied by hand in a script the size of mung beans, some of it bought from control room staff with her own gene pills. Then Chen Jing arrived with 2 full squads and tried to recruit me for the 3rd time, this time with an offer of 100 gene pills a month for doing nothing at all, no residency requirement, no obligations, and refusal rights on every job, which was, frankly, tempting enough that I said I would think about it. And while we talked, Zhou Lei's 4 went at the tiger and lost. One of them got knocked into a stack of crates, another had his stomach opened, and I watched very carefully because I was learning. Their sword work was better than anything I had ever seen. I have never had a lesson in my life. I fight the way a man fights who has had to, and watching that young man move a blade opened a door in my head about what a weapon can actually do. Then Zhou Lei stepped back, held his sword upright, and I felt his source power do something. The tiger screamed before the blade touched it. His mental strength had come out of him, formed into the shape of a sword, and gone into that animal's head, and while it was drowning in that, he put his actual sword through its neck. Through a 4th-tier neck that armor-piercing rounds could only scratch. I nearly said the words out loud and turned it into a swear word instead. He had put source power into the steel. I had tried to push source power out of my body, and it dissipated in air. I had tried it on a military knife and a dagger, and it refused, and I had stopped experimenting because I am one man and not a research institute. It takes a family with 1,000 years and a lot of dead relatives to find out which metals accept it. Then the tiger went berserk, ignored the sword in its own neck, doubled its speed, and put Zhou Lei through a wall with 1 paw. His people screamed. Chen Jing had 2 men drag him clear because a young master of a hidden family dying in their shelter was an outcome nobody could survive. And a woman named Zhou Mei ran to him, fed him a white capsule, and watched him come back from a shattered chest in about 90 seconds. Then Zhou Lei stood up, looked at his own sword still stuck in an animal, looked at me, and said, "Withdraw." She could not believe it. Neither could I. They ran, and they left her behind to hold it, and I watched her face when she understood. She held it anyway. Then she pulled his sword partway out of its neck to make the wound worse, and bought herself the tiger's full attention, and ran. She was bleeding heavily, and she was not going to make it, so she took a red capsule instead of a white one, and her eyes went crimson, and her speed came up past what a 2nd tier should be able to do, and she started chasing me. Not the tiger, me, because she had watched Zhou Lei look at me before he ordered the retreat, and she knew him better than anybody alive, and she had decided to remove his problem on her way out. I did not run from her. I ran with her, at exactly the pace that kept her interested, out of the district, into an empty industrial zone, with a 4th-tier tiger following both of us like a dog on a lead. This position is about right. Then I let her reach me. She was extremely fast, and she felt no pain, and we were nearly even, and after about a minute of that, my military knife broke. Her face changed. She thought she had won. Die! and a second knife appeared in my hand and took her arm off at the elbow. She stared at the broken blade in the snow and then at the new one and said, "Why is there another knife? Where did you get it?" I took the other arm, then both legs, and put her down. She could not feel any of it, which she found extremely funny. "I can't feel pain. Do your worst. You think you're worthy to ask me anything?" "Anyone who uses the red capsule dies." She knew. "Soon you and your pet will be torn apart by that tiger, and you'll die too." I looked at a woman who thought a severely wounded fourth-tier animal was a problem for me, and I took the wheel axe off my back. "Speaking of the tiger, I really do have to thank you. I was planning to come back and kill it after you all left. You brought it here for me." Then I opened my gene lock and pushed source power into the axe, which mostly failed and partly did not, and gathered my mental strength and shaped it the way I had watched a stranger shape his an hour earlier. I stamped once and crossed 20 meters. The mental blade went into the tiger's head, and the Demon King, who does not need to be told, did not dodge the paw this time. He took it and bit the foreleg and held it, and 120 pounds of axe came down. A head bigger than a water barrel came off and rolled across the snow and stopped, entirely by accident, directly in front of Jo Mei. She looked at it for a long time. Because Jo Lei and 4 trained killers had not been able to finish that animal, and she had blinked twice and it was over, which meant that if the people who had raised her from childhood and the young master she would have died for were put in front of me, they would be that tiger. "See, if I wanted to, I could kill you like a chicken, and your companions, and your master. If you harm the young master, the Chi family will not let you off." "The Chi family? You think I'd be afraid of a Chi family?" And that one sentence did all the work, because there is exactly one kind of person who talks about a 1,000-year family that way. "So you really are from another family? Chen? Wang? Li?" "4 names, thank you." "You think I'd tell you? We're competitors, and Jo Lei is injured, so I'll go and kill him in the shelter tonight." She fell apart completely, because that man was the one thing she had. I traded her his life for information, and I swore on the honor of a family I do not have. She told me the Chi family had been searching 20 years for a young master, that somebody in Sha City had leaked that a lost member of a hidden family was here, that the head of the family had sent 4 elders to help, and that the reason they wanted him so badly was that the child was likely carrying the patriarch's token of the Chi family, which had gone missing with a woman 2 decades ago, and the loss of which was so shameful that the family head had forbidden anyone to speak of it. I stood in the snow with a bowl in my head. My father left me money and gold bars, and one other thing. "How high does your family go?" "5th rank, our patriarch is 5th. 5th, and there are 4 families." Then she looked at me properly for the first time and said, You're not from a hidden family." "Ah, we've been exposed." She bled out of her eyes and her ears and her nose and died staring at me, because she had just understood that the oath had been on nothing. I searched her and found 2 capsules, one white, one red, and the Demon King made a warning noise at the red one and wrote in the snow what he had seen her do with it. Which is the only reason I did not eventually take it out of curiosity and die in about 10 minutes. Then we went home and I fed him the tiger's hind leg and cooked myself 3 pounds of it and discovered something that changed the next 6 days of my life. My source power had been capped at 3,000 for weeks. 4th-tier meat pushed it past the cap, 5 points a pound, and every 3 pounds gave me 1 point of mental strength. Mental strength has no shortcut. Mental strength is the only reason a man with a bowl in his head can get to 4th tier, and an entire national research institute cannot. I weighed the carcass. 536 pounds, which is 268,000 calories of the most valuable substance on this planet, and about 178 points of mental strength. I ate saber-toothed tiger 3 times a day and a 4th time at midnight, and trained until I could not see for 4 days. And on the 2nd morning, I found my dog in his cabin, with his fur standing on end, and red light coming out of both eyes, and his bones cracking with every breath, and every other animal in that space hiding behind a hill. The cabin came apart around him. He stood up out of the wreckage, nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, and howled, and every source beast I own walked over and put its head down, including the panda. Then I said his name, and the king of beasts turned into a lapdog and wagged his tail so hard he knocked over a wall. Fourth tier. He also knocked me flat and licked my face, and I told him that if he did it again, I would put chili on my mask, and he wrote in the snow that he would lick the chili too. Outside, meanwhile, I had become a hero. Chen Jing had gone back and told everyone that Sun Guang had drawn the saber-toothed tiger away to save him, which was not what happened, and which he believed. Then the story about He Ping came out. Then the story about the boars on the road. Then the potato. In one day and one night, every person in the official shelter of Sha City knew the name of a dead mercenary. Soldiers started stopping and saluting me in the street. I am not a good person. I have never once claimed to be, and I could not make it stop. Which is how I ended up walking into the official shelter of Sha City through the front gate with a fourth-tier wolf beside me being escorted by a major general. The place is a ring, a single enormous round building, 6 floors above ground and 3 below, over 2,000 rooms per floor, 50,000 people, built off the design of an old clan house because a circle sheds wind and holds structure and does not lose heat. Wang Chung walked me through it himself, and when his officers went pale about the animal, he walked up to my dog alone in front of 400 men and said, "Hello, I'm the leader of this shelter. My name is Wang Chung. May I touch you?" Every soldier there stopped breathing. My dog looked down at him for a while. Then he turned his head and brushed him, deliberately, with his tail. Wang Chung laughed like a man 20 years younger and said thank you, and my dog gave him a look that said clearly, "You may have the tail, you are not getting the head." I have met a great many powerful people across 2 lifetimes. That was the first time I ever watched one address something as an equal that everybody else in the room considered livestock. We did business. I sold them a mutated potato that grows in 3 meters of snow for 1,600 gene pills, which sounds insane until you understand that scurvy had started in that shelter and they had nothing to put against it. I gave them source material out of a saber-toothed tiger so they could forge me a weapon that holds source power. And they offered me a contract, and I said cooperation, never membership, because a partnership can be ended unilaterally at any time, and a uniform cannot. Then we came downstairs into the central square, and I saw a wheelchair crossing it. Qin Shuang was pushing it. The woman in it had bandages over her eyes with blood still showing through them, and her wrists were wrapped, and there was blood under those bandages too. Most of her face was covered. I knew her instantly. My adoptive mother. The woman who married the man who ordered my father killed. The woman who never contacted me once in 11 years while she lived as the director's wife in a shelter 2 kilometers from where I was fighting dogs for food. I started walking toward her, and I want to be accurate about this. I was not thinking. My legs made that decision. And a very large animal beside me made a low sound that stopped 400 people where they stood. Wang Chung said, carefully, "Brother Li, is there some misunderstanding?" And that stopped me, because there were people from a 1,000-year-old family inside that building, and a man who walks across a courtyard to kill a specific blind woman is a man who has just introduced himself. So I kept walking, and I said, loudly and irritably, "Isn't that the woman from the warehouse yesterday? She never gave my pistol back." Chen Jing went to sort out an administrative dispute about a gun. Qin Shuang, who is the fastest person I have ever met at understanding what is required, apologized immediately and profusely and offered to fetch it. And Wang Chung, being kind, said, "Brother Li, little Qin needs to take her mother to the medical building. Let me get you a gun from the warehouse instead." Her mother. I heard the first half of that sentence perfectly and did not hear the second half at all. I had watched Qin Shuang kill her own family in a jewelry shop with a cleaver, which meant that couple were not her family. The woman in that wheelchair was. I have some experience at keeping my face still. That one nearly got away from me, and the only reason nobody noticed is that everybody in that square was watching a general handle a stranger. Qin Shuang told me, quietly, that it was not only the eyes, it was the ears and the tongue and the tendons in her hands. Chen Jing interrupted before she could finish. I said I would wait, and I went back upstairs and drank tea with the leader of the largest shelter in my country for an hour while a girl took a blind woman to a doctor. And when she came back, she handed me an old Type 54 pistol wrapped in cloth, which she had found somewhere specifically because it was old enough to be believable. That night, in my own shelter, I stripped that pistol down to its parts on my living room floor. There was a piece of paper folded inside it, covered in writing the size of mung beans. And that is how I found out how it ended. Qin Shuang had been carrying her dinner back to her room days earlier and had seen a fat man in a bad disguise carrying a bowl of porridge, which is not a thing a hidden family young master eats, so she followed him and stood outside a door and got caught by a neighbor and had to fake a proposition to a stranger to avoid being seen, and then broke that neighbor through the door as an excuse to open it. Inside were two people tied to a bed who had been living there for days. She had gone in expecting a crime. She found her own mother. And then Zhou Lei arrived and told Chen Jing, correctly, that those two were not his people, that they had lied to him, and that what he did with them was nobody's business. Chen Jing was going to hand them over, because the alternative was war with a family that has been quietly steering this planet for 1,000 years. And Gao Mingjie, who had forgotten she ever had a daughter, screamed for help. Qin Shuang said no. In front of officers, in front of soldiers, in front of Zhou Lei, a 21-year-old junior officer who had been demoted twice said no to a hidden family, and then said, "Actually, she is my mother. Her name is Gao Mingjie. My name is Gao Mei Li." And then she drew her dagger and offered a trade. "You say she knows your secrets, then I will make it so she can never tell anyone anything ever again, and you let her live." She cut out her mother's tongue herself. Then she cut the tendons in her hands so she could never write. And Zhou Lei looked at that and was not satisfied, and had his people take the ears and the eyes as well. And then they let her go. As for Zhao Huimin, Zhou Lei took him. I sat on my own floor with a pistol in pieces around me and read that twice. Then I went and checked with my own mental strength, and the room where they had been kept was empty and had been scrubbed, and there was no Zhao Huimin anywhere inside that shelter, and there never would be, because the people who took him do not leave anything for anyone to find. I had watched them cut two men's throats for having a common name. The man who had a drink poured into live equipment to make my father die on a factory floor so that he could marry a woman who would not have him otherwise, was taken away in the dark by the exact people he had spent his last months trying to sell me to. He went looking for a 1,000-year umbrella. He found one. I burned the paper in my fireplace, and it went in about a second. And I sat there and waited to feel it. Here is what I had expected. I had spent 2 lifetimes carrying this. I had a plan involving a great deal more time and considerably more noise. Instead, Zhao Yuan died on a hospital pillow. Zhao Huimin went into the hands of something worse than me, and Gao Mingjie is alive, and will be alive for a very long time, and will never see anything, hear anything, say anything, or write anything again, sitting in the dark, in silence, inside her own head, being fed by the daughter she sold for 500 yuan. I have thought about this a great deal since, and I have decided I have no idea whether Qin Shuang did that to save her mother or to keep her. I suspect both. I suspect she does not know either. I sincerely hope that woman lives a very long and healthy life. And that is when it came off. Not gradually, all at once, like something unhooking. Something that had been sitting on my chest since I was 16 years old simply was not there anymore, and my whole head went warm, the way it feels when you put it under hot water. I remember blinking and thinking, so that's what it feels like. Then the source power in my body came off the floor and started boiling, and everything I had got very large very fast, and I understood exactly what was happening and had no time to do anything about it, because I was 75 points of mental strength short of the 4th stage that morning. I went straight backward onto the floor and stayed there for a day and a night. When I woke up, the generator had run dry, my shelter was pitch black, and I could see every centimeter of it perfectly. Host information. Chen Hao, 20, male, evolutionary level, gene lock stage 4, mental strength, 325 units, 100 points in 1 moment. Because mental strength is not built only by grinding your mind against a wall every night until you vomit. It is also built by carrying something enormous for years and then, all at once, putting it down. I got up and hit my own ceiling. Outside, in the dark, at 4th tier, without opening anything at all, I can put 1,500 pounds behind one hand and cross 50 meters a second and heal a shallow cut in minutes. And when I do open it, I can hold it for half an hour, and my mind covers everything inside 600 meters and reaches out 1,400 in a line, and I can reach into that space at any distance inside 30 meters
and take an object out of the world or put one back into it. Which means I can now stand in front of a man and put a 4-ton wolf behind him out of nothing at the exact moment his back is turned. 10 months ago, I was a 19-year-old walking into a bank with every yuan I owned, hoping the gold would double, sitting in a corner with my hands over my head while 4 men with pistols took it because I was not strong enough to do anything else. I did not have a weapon. I did not have a friend. I did not have a name that belonged to me, although I did not know that part yet. Now I have a fortress, a legion, a wolf that reads, a country's army calling me a hero under a dead man's name, and every person who murdered my father is dead or worse. So here is the part that keeps me up. I still do not know who I am. I am not my mother's son. I am not my father's son. The man who raised me changed his face. He changed his name. He hid in a small city for 20 years and never once let me leave the province. And he did all of that because somewhere out there is a family that has been sitting inside history since before my country had its current name. A family with men at the 5th rank. A family that killed 2 strangers in an afternoon for sharing a name with me. And it is currently turning this city over, looking for a young man carrying their patriarch's token. And I have been through everything my father left me about 100 times now. There was money, there was gold, and there was one other thing. It is inside my skull. It has been bound to my soul since the 10th upgrade, and it cannot be taken, given away, or removed before I die. The Chi family is looking for a token. I think I am carrying it. I think that is why my father hid me, and I think that when they finally work out that Sun Guang, the hero of Sha City, and the boy in that portrait are the same person, I am going to find out what a 5th rank looks like. Good. Let them come. I have a great deal of